Chapter 881. Bai Wushue's words immediately stirred up the hot-bloodedness of the people behind him. They all activated the heavenly sage laws in their bodies and charged forward together with Bai Wushue. Under the lead of the 20 elite martial sages, the patrolling demonic corpses in the way crumbled upon contact. Bai Wushue led the charge. He could not last even one exchange with his palm. The demonic corpses fell in droves. When they arrived at the center of the island, Bai Wushue suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly as he said, "What's wrong?" Along the way, all we saw were corpse-race demonic corpses. We did not see a single corpse-race cultivator. The others only cared about killing. Furthermore, Bai Wushue's earlier words provoked them, so they did not feel any burden in their hearts. They all thought that this heavenly wind island was already a dead island. Now that they heard Bai Wushue's reminder, they could not help but think about it. This was indeed the case. That's right. Why is there not a single corpse race cultivator? Don't tell me they're all hiding? That would be too boring. Bai Wushue thought for a while. Then, his expression changed. He said, "Quick, let's go. We have been exposed. We have fallen into an ambush." Seeing that the others had not reacted yet, Bai Wushue got up and retreated without any care, deciding to leave first. Along the way, they did not see a single corpse race cultivator, letting them kill the demonic corpses. Clearly, the corpse race wanted to lure them to the center of the island. If this was not an ambush, what else could it be? However, Bai Wushue could not figure out how the news got out. Furthermore, the corpse race even made arrangements in advance. Bai Wushue, why are you thinking of leaving now? Weren't you saying earlier that you were going to sweep through Heavenly Wind Island? A figure appeared in front of Bai Wushue in the night sky, blocking his way. Death Chi surged out as this person threw a palm strike at the retreating Bai Wushue. The underworld fire sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua? When Bai Wushue saw the appearance of this person, his heart could not help but sink. This time things might have gone too far. Unexpectedly, even Wei Hua came. The two's palm strikes collided, and they both moved back 100 steps. Bai Wushue did not have time to scatter the death chi circulating in his palm. Another person appeared in the air. Without giving Bai Wushue a chance to catch his breath, this person sent him back to the Black Monarch Island group with a palm strike. The person who attacked was Wang Can, who had come with Wei Hua. Although Wang Can was weaker than Bai Wushue, he was more than enough to work with Wei Hua. Pang, pang, pang. The luminous stones rose into the air, and the bright light exploded bit by bit, illuminating the entire sky, making it as bright as daytime. Xiao Chen saw 4 superior-grade martial sages leading large groups of corpse race cultivators, medial-grade martial sages, inferior-grade martial sages, and horrifying demonic corpses surrounding the group. In the sky, there were 3 king-grade warships of the corpse race. All of them were refined from the corpses of powerful flood dragons. Their mouths contained a terrifying death chi, and their blood-red eyes were incomparably frightening. When the 2 Vice Island Masters of Black Monarch Island, Bai Wushue, Shimin Bao, and the group of peak medial-grade martial sages, saw this lineup, they were all frightened silly. Their faces turned ashen. This lineup was practically the entire corpse race army moving out. What's going on? Wasn't this a sneak attack? How did we end up like turtles in a jar? Bai Wushue, what's going on? The 2 Vice Island Masters felt very anxious. They were both startled and furious. With such a lineup, how could they survive? Bai Wushue had done them in. Horror filled Shimin Bao's eyes. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. He said in a trembling voice, "Bai Wushue, what should we do? There are so many corpse race experts and 3 king-grade warships. We are dead for sure." With Emperor Wu holding down the fort, the Shimin clan would definitely have some means to protect themselves. However, Shimin Bao thought to himself that in such a situation, the secret treasures they had to protect themselves would not be enough. Bai Wushue was someone who had seen such a scene before. After a flustered expression, he calmed down and said, "Your great-grandfather is Emperor Wu after all. This Wei Hua will not kill you. At most, he will imprison you and extort some money from your great-grandfather." When Shimin Bao heard this, his expression could not help but turn even more unsightly. He was an outstanding talent, yet he had become a prisoner of the battlefield. To him, this was even worse than death. As for the two Vice Island masters, haha. If this spy is not wrong, the Black Monarch Island's island master leaked the news. You can't blame this spy for this. The faces of the two Vice Island masters sank. They said in unison, "That's impossible. The island master's son died at the hands of the corpse race. How could he betray the enemy? He was the first to approve of your plan." Bai Wuxue thought, could there be an even higher-ranked spy? However, after thinking about it, he revealed a bitter smile. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? Today he, Bai Wuxue, was at his wit's end. Cripple yourselves and surrender. I will give you a chance to live. Otherwise, all of you will die, consigned to eternal damnation, Wei Hua said sullenly with a grave and stern expression. Wei Hua's expression turned grave and stern as he spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, all the corpse race cultivators shouted, "Cripple yourselves and surrender yourselves." Their voices were like the waves of the sea, resounding in all directions without end. Before these voices, the morale of the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island plummeted. They felt that there was no way out. They did not even have the courage to fight. Become a prisoner? When Bai Wuxue thought of this, he revealed a determined expression. If he really became a prisoner, then he would just end his own life. Leave from the east. I'll make an opening for you. Whether you can escape or not will depend on your luck. Bai Wuxue glanced at the four superior grade martial sages guarding the east. However, he did not feel confident at all. Under the illumination of the nightlight stones, the island was as bright as day. Wei Hua could clearly see the expressions of this group of people. They all had expressions of victory in their grasp. After killing this group of people, Black Monarch Island would be completely defenseless. After that, they would launch a night attack and break through the final line of defense. Then, together with the Muddy Sky Gate, they would launch a pincer attack on Bushan Palace's headquarters. With the corpse refining pool, Dragonwood Star's fall was only a matter of time. As Wei Hua expected, everything was within his control. He felt very smug as he waved his hand, preparing to give the order to attack. The strong elite team was at least a medial-grade martial sage. They should have boundless combat prowess and be able to hold their own. Now that they had lost all their fighting spirit, their faces ashen. They felt that there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. No matter what, they could not avoid death. Rumble! Just at this moment, startling cries rang out from the east of the encirclement. A team of 20 people, led by a white figure, charged forward. Unexpectedly, no one in the corpse race could stop them. Under the light of the nightlight stones, that white figure looked very bright. When he attacked, the hum of a powerful saber resounded. His entire body radiated a sharp light, and a purple lightning talisman floated above his head. 4 beams of golden light flowed on the lightning talisman. Occasionally, it released beams of golden light. No one could stop him for even a moment. Behind him were 20-odd youths of the younger generation. Compared to Bai Wuxue's elite team, they were much weaker. However, all of them were full of fighting spirit. No matter who it was, they attacked ferociously, not showing any intention of retreating. They burst forth with startling combat prowess. Under the lead of that white figure, this team miraculously tore a hole in the encirclement in an instant. Xiao Chen knocked back 4 superior-grade martial sages with one punch, one after another. He did not give them a chance to work together at all. As their hair fluttered, their white robes were dyed red with blood. Brother Wei Hua, it's been 2 years. We meet again. The myriad Heaven Divine Fist's distant legend merged vital chi, magic energy, and quintessence to knock back a superior-grade martial sage of the corpse race. Xiao Chen stood firmly and looked calmly at the underworld fire sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua. Sagely music lingered in all directions, singing the legends of Xiao Chen. As the golden light shone down, Xiao Chen looked like a celestial being in the night sky, causing everyone to look up at him in amazement. Wei Hua's thoughts turned chaotic for a moment. Why did Xiao Chen come to this heavenly wind island at this time? Wei Hua was not the only one who could not figure it out. Bai Wuxue and the others, who originally thought that they could not reverse the situation, were shocked when they saw Xiao Chen, who was like a divine soldier descending from heaven. Bai Wuxue, Shimen Bao, if you do not leave now, when will you? When Xiao Chen saw the stunned Bai Wuxue, Shimen Bao, and the elite martial sages, he could not help but shout, his voice booming like thunder. The group of people seemed to wake up from a dream. They quickly headed in Xiao Chen's direction, using their clones to charge over. Wei Hua reacted. His expression turned frosty as he said coldly, "Good timing. We can deal with them all in one go. All corpse race cultivators, heed my orders. Surround them and kill them all. Do not leave a single one alive." Haha. Deal with them all in one go? Naturally, the people that I, Xiao Chen, want to save cannot be left behind. Let's see how you, Wei Hua, are going to deal with them all in one go. Xiao Chen fought the 4 superior grade martial sages of the corpse race alone. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon's Gate's warship. Haotian's sect disciples, board the Dragon's Gate's warship. Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku, the 3 of you drive the warship to receive them. I will bring up the rear. Looking at the dense tide-like corpse race army closing in from all directions, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he stood firmly on high ground. His heart was calm, and his thoughts were clear. Jin Lin's group of 3 was very familiar with the Dragon's Gate's warship. When they came to Dragonwood Star, a group of curious juniors had turned the Dragon's Gate's warship upside down. The warship flew quickly, instantly pushing through the crowd and arriving before by Wu Xue and the others. When these people saw the Dragon's Gate's warship, they rejoiced and leaped onto it. Seeing that all 20 people had leaped onto the warship, Jin Lin immediately controlled the Dragon's Gate's warship to soar into the sky. However, 3 Corpse Race King grade warships blocked it. Xiao Xian, control the cannons and the propulsion arrows. The rest of you, do your best to maintain the Dragon's Gate's warship's protective barrier. Come and play with these 3 stinky dragons. Let's show them what it means to suppress a group of kings. Jin Lin laughed loudly. He did not fear the 3 Corpse Race King grade warships blocking his way. The other Haotian's sect disciples on the warship also ran around enthusiastically. When Bai Wuxue and the others saw this scene, they all felt deeply confused. How could this group of people have such high morale? When Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, saw the Dragon's Gate's warship rise into the air, he smiled faintly and relaxed, focusing on the situation before him. Chapter 882. The well-trained corpse race cultivators controlled the demonic corpses, surrounding Xiao Chen in layers. The 16 superior grade martial sages in the center worked together to attack Xiao Chen. Such a situation was extremely dangerous. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage were here, he would not have a good time. However, Xiao Chen already knew when to advance and when to retreat. The battle between the 16 superior grade martial sages of the corpse race and Xiao Chen covered a large area. The corpse race cultivators outside surrounded the battlefield and could not interfere. As Xiao Chen moved around the 16 superior grade martial sages, there was no surprise in his eyes. He had expected such a situation long ago. Xiao Chen did not need to deal with all the corpse race cultivators. He only needed to deal with these 16 superior grade martial sages. How could an outsider dare to interfere in such a huge battle? The shock waves alone could crush them into powder. This was also the reason why Xiao Chen dared to cut off his escape route. Wei Hua and Wang Can stood side by side in the air. As they watched Xiao Chen deal with the 16 superior grade martial sages of the corpse race, they were somewhat astonished. Wang Can exclaimed in shock, "This Xiao Chen's movement technique is really horrifying. Not only is he extremely fast, but he also has perfect control over his agility. No matter how fast he is, he can stop at will and change at will. It looks like he is fighting 16 superior grade martial sages, but in reality, he is fighting one person at a time." Wei Hua's gaze was very sharp. When he saw the black cloak that Xiao Chen wore after the battle started, he said, "The problem should be with that black cloak. Although that thing is not a king-grade secret treasure, I feel that it is more practical than several king-grade secret treasures. However, no matter how good a secret treasure is, Xiao Chen will die for sure today. Unexpectedly, he is extremely bold, daring to block our corpse race army alone. Does he really think that he is a Grandmaster-level martial sage?" Wei Hua's tone turned cold as he spoke emotionlessly. He secretly stored up power, preparing to attack at any moment to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen moved around the 16 superior grade martial sages, he quickly gained a clear understanding of their strength. Xiao Chen looked around and left behind an afterimage. In an instant, he arrived before the weakest corpse race martial sage of the 16. 3 or 4 attacks hit the afterimage in an instant. The afterimage only stayed for a moment before it was completely shattered. It was this moment that gave Xiao Chen a chance to survive. Xiao Chen circulated his rank 3 sage body and took 4 or 5 attacks head-on. Then, he punched out and executed deities descending. Light shone from his body as his aura soared. With a single punch, tens of thousands of treasured sabers buzzed in the air. The saber intent was unparalleled. Waves of blade chi surged out from the tip of Xiao Chen's fist. The man's right sleeve was shredded into pieces as his flesh and blood flew out bit by bit. Under the sharp blade chi, the man's right arm was soon reduced to a skeleton. Cassie! Cassie! Electricity exploded, and the skeleton shattered. Xiao Chen's punch, which was 10 times his combat prowess, directly shattered the man's right arm. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pulled. As the other party screamed miserably, he grabbed the other party's left wrist. Strands of electric energy were like sharp knives as they surged into the other party's body, slicing through it layer by layer. With a gentle spin, Xiao Chen sent this corpse race cultivator flying. The surrounding superior-grade martial sages did not dare to touch him for fear of injuring him, leaving a large space for Xiao Chen. Wei Hua catch! A strong wind blew, and Xiao Chen danced around wildly. Suddenly, he shouted and tossed this corpse race martial sage's body like a cannonball towards Wei Hua, who was watching the show in the air. Wei Hua had been storing up chi all along, preparing to kill Xiao Chen when he revealed an opening. How could he have expected Xiao Chen to do this? Wei Hua did not know whether to catch it or not. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to catch it. Otherwise, if he did not care about the life or death of the person flying over in front of so many corpse race cultivators, it would be too disappointing. Wei Hua's face sank, and he stretched out his hands. In an instant, he firmly grabbed the corpse race martial sage flying over. A strong wind blew over, making it difficult for Wei Hua to open his eyes. He thought to himself, what a strong force, at least 1,000 tons of force. Bang! Just as Wei Hua thought this, the body of the corpse race cultivator in his hand suddenly exploded. Thousands upon thousands of electric saber chi containing a vast and pure saber intent scattered in all directions. The light was very dazzling, immediately outshining the light of the nightlight stone. Wei Hua, who was in the middle of it, could not dodge in time. The explosion knocked him back and he vomited blood. Wang Can, who was standing beside Wei Hua, was not in a much better state. The saber chi covered his entire body in wounds. If not for the secret treasure inner vest protecting them, they might have died from being caught off guard. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, "Brother Wei Hua, you are very skilled. Unexpectedly, you caught it so accurately. This Xiao is in awe." Xiao Chen leaped up and soared into the air. Immediately, 3 or 4 superior-grade martial sages flew over and blocked his path. A few superior-grade martial sages flanked him, working together to prevent him from escaping to the sides. In the blink of an eye, these superior-grade martial sages showed great tacit understanding as they surrounded Xiao Chen again. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not intend to continue fighting. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness surged and drained rapidly. Xiao Chen suddenly looked up. Suddenly, the superior-grade martial sage in front of him felt like thousands of sabers pierced through his body, riddled with holes and dying without a complete corpse. He was completely frightened silly. When that superior-grade martial sage recovered his wits, he could not help but rub his body and mutter to himself, confusing the others. "Elder Qiu, be careful." The others quickly shouted. How could they be distracted at this moment? Xiao Chen did not slow down at all as he soared into the air. The corpse race old man with the family name Qiu was in a daze. He could not tell the difference between life and death. That earlier feeling of death was simply too real. Xiao Chen kicked, and a saber light flashed. The head of the old man with the family name Qiu immediately flew off. The old man with the family name Qiu had only one thought in his mind. This time, he is really dead. 2 bright purple skulls appeared on Xiao Chen's military merit medallion. He easily obtained 20,000 military merits. The encirclement also broke in an instant. The sky was high, and there was no one left to block Xiao Chen. Cassie! Cassie! The monarch-grade demonic corpses in the way did not even need Xiao Chen to make a move. Xiao Chen's strong physical body smashed them into smithereens. Xiao Chen charged forward, boundlessly ferocious. After killing his way out of the encirclement, before he could rest for a moment, a figure descended from the sky. Death Chi surged in his hand and formed an underworld river heading for Xiao Chen. It was Wang Can. He had been waiting for Xiao Chen to exhaust himself. He sent out an ancient underworld river wave palm at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and activated the death throne in his sea of consciousness. He circulated Death Chi and sent out an ancient underworld river wave palm as well. However, this ancient underworld river wave palm had an additional sharpness to it. An unparalleled saber intent was sharper and unblockable. Bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive explosions. Wang Can's death river broke in half by Xiao Chen's death river, disappearing into nothingness. He disappeared into nothingness. Before he could react, he was struck by the Netherworld River. Wang Can vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with extreme shock. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen also knew this ancient underworld river wave palm. Furthermore, it was stronger than his. The Death Throne. I subdued the Death Throne. This thought appeared in Wang Can's mind. Suddenly, he felt something tighten around his wrist. Xiao Chen had grabbed him. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pulled, using Wang Can as a shield behind him. The attacks of the corpse race immediately struck Wang Can's body, causing him so much pain that he wanted to die. He kept shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" When Xiao Chen saw Wei Hua blocking his way, he laughed loudly and tossed Wang Can over again. He said, "Brother Wei Hua, you are very skilled. Do you dare to receive another attack?" After suffering once, how could Wei Hua dare to receive another attack? He quickly dodged. Who knew, this time, Wang Can's body did not explode. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to dodge. With this, he managed to evade all the attacks. "Brother Wei Hua, we will meet again." Xiao Chen's loud laughter rang out, lingering for a long time. Wei Hua's expression turned extremely hostile. Despite so many people, not only had they failed to block Xiao Chen, but he had even killed 2 superior-grade martial sages. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen held the initiative. The 10-odd superior-grade martial sages that rushed over sighed. "Young master, what should we do now? Are we still going to Black Monarch Island?" Someone asked in a soft voice. The 3 king-grade warships could not block the Dragon's Gate's warship at all. It had fled long ago. Xiao Chen had also fled without a trace. Their plans were all messed up. These people did not know what to do. Wei Hua thought for a while but still could not understand. How did Xiao Chen appear on Heavenly Wind Island for no reason? Where did he get the news? Wei Hua could not figure it out. Could it really be a coincidence? Go to Black Monarch Island. The plan is probably already exposed. There is no need to be secretive anymore. Send a message to Xiafeng and get him to coordinate with us from the inside. We can directly destroy Black Monarch Island. At that time, we will still be able to break through the 3rd line of defense, Wei Hua said with a sullen expression. Since it was already chaotic, then let it be completely chaotic. Even if they managed to save this group of people, the situation would still be in the corpse race's favor. The night sky was like a chessboard, filled with stars. Xiao Chen moved quickly. Soon, he caught up with Jin Lin and the others, who were piloting the Dragon's Gate's warship. On the deck, the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island were all badly shaken. When they thought about that scary scene earlier, they all felt that they would not be able to survive. Now that they were far away, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Senior brother Xiao Chen is back. When the Haotian sect Jr. saw Xiao Chen descend, they all cried out in pleasant surprise. Bai Wuxue looked at the seemingly unharmed Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. Then, he stepped forward and asked with a sullen expression, "Xiao Chen, how did you get the news that we led a group to launch a sneak attack on Heavenly Wind Island today?" When the people of Black Monarch Island heard what Bai Wuxue said, their gazes turned strange. Indeed, this was top-secret information. How did Xiao Chen get it? Shiman Bao shouted, "Xiao Chen, did you tell the corpse race about us? Otherwise, how could you have appeared so coincidentally?" When Jin Lin heard these people making false accusations, he immediately cursed, "You bunch of bastards! If not for senior brother Xiao Chen's benevolence, changing his mind before we left, you would have been killed long ago. Now, you are blaming senior brother Xiao Chen instead?" All the juniors of the Haotian sect were filled with righteous indignation. Based on their expressions, it looked like they wanted to throw the group off the warship. Chapter 883. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand, stopping Jin Lin and the others. Then he looked straight at Bai Wuxue and said sullenly, "That's right. I do know about your plan to sneak attack Heavenly Wind Island. I also know that the corpse race laid an ambush on Heavenly Wind Island, waiting for you to take the bait." Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao's faces sank, and a murderous intent immediately gathered in their eyes. "However, I was not the one who leaked your movements. It was Azure Monarch Island's island master, Xia Feng. The evidence is with Qin Wu. I do not have it, so there is no need for me to explain too much. As long as I have a clear conscience, it will be fine. Whether you believe me or not has nothing to do with me." Xiao Chen felt magnanimous in his heart, not feeling guilty at all. Originally, he had wanted to take the opportunity to go to Black Patterned Island and destroy the corpse refining pool. However, before he left, he thought about it. Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao did indeed deserve to die because of their greed. However, the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island following them did not deserve to die. If Xiao Chen built his military merits on the lives and deaths of these innocent people, it would be too unclean. As of now, he did not need to do this. Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao exchanged glances. They saw confusion in each other's eyes, unable to figure out what was going on. However, the two vice island masters of Black Monarch Island turned pale with fright. They said, "Little friend Xiao Chen, are your words true? The person in charge of the 3 lines of defense of Dragon Wood Star colluded with the enemy and became a spy. This is a shocking matter." "Naturally, it is true. Vice Island Master Qin Wu already made a copy of the evidence and sent it to Lord Huangpu Feng along with Xia Feng's plan. Soon, the truth will be revealed." Xiao Chen spoke the truth. At this moment, there was nothing to hide. "You all should leave. Once you make a move, the entire Dragonwood Star will no longer be peaceful. If I am not wrong, Wei Hua should be leading the army of the corpse race to attack Azure Monarch Island. He wants to coordinate with Xia Feng from the inside." Bai Wuxue and the others were skeptical. Xiao Chen's words were simply too shocking. However, Xiao Chen had already asked them to leave. They could no longer remain here. After all, this Dragon's Gates warship belonged to Xiao Chen. "I, Bai Wuxue, will remember the favor of saving my life today. I, Bai Wuxue, will repay you sooner or later. However, the bet between us still stands." After Bai Wuxue said this somewhat unwillingly, his group left one after another, heading for Black Monarch Island. Puchi! As soon as these people left, Xiao Chen coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately felt much better. "Senior brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Jin Lin and the rest hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. Bringing up the rear alone and carrying the entire corpse race army, no matter what, it would not be as easy as Xiao Chen looked. Xiao Chen closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. When he opened his eyes, he smiled and said, "It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious." As Xiao Chen charged out of the encirclement, he suffered a few blows. Even he could not remember how many of them he suffered. Given his rank 3 sage body and the fact that he had avoided getting hit in any vital spots, these could only be considered minor injuries. He would recover after regulating his breathing for a while. Seeing that Xiao Chen's complexion was not bad, Jin Lin and the others relaxed. They asked softly, "Where are we going now? Are we still going according to the original plan?" According to the original plan, Dragonwood Star would not fall into chaos. As long as Xiao Chen launched a sneak attack on the corpse refining pool, Wei Hua and the others would definitely return from Heavenly Wind Island. After all, they were not that far away. However, right now, the corpse race army was probably rushing to Black Monarch Island. At that time, whether they would receive news of the corpse refining pool or not would be a problem. Even if they received news, given the distance, they would not rush back. In any case, because of Xiao Chen's benevolence, the situation on Dragonwood Star fell into complete chaos, beyond repair. However, it did not matter. It would fall into chaos sooner or later. As long as Xiao Chen destroyed the corpse refining pool, the corpse race would return in defeat sooner or later. "I'll lend you all the Dragon's Gates warship to operate. Cancel the original plan. All of you will rush to Black Monarch Island's aid. This third line of defense is extremely important. We absolutely cannot break it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen stated his decision. When Jin Lin heard that Xiao Chen had no intention of returning, he asked, "Senior brother Xiao Chen, what are you going to do?" "Me." Naturally, the original plan remained the same. I would still launch a sneak attack on the corpse refining pool. This was the best opportunity. Wei Hua would never expect that I would rush to Black Patterned Island right after I left the corpse race army. Xiao Chen smiled gently and patted Jin Lin's shoulder. He said, "Don't worry about me. Think about yourselves. My Saber Dao has already reached a critical juncture. The greater the pressure, the more it will help me break through." The sky filled with starlight. A white figure leaped down from the bow of the warship. Before the gazes of the Haotian sect's junior generation disciples, Xiao Chen stepped on the motes of starlight and headed for Black Patterned Island. Trying to destroy the corpse refining pool alone? Senior brother Xiao Chen, your courage is truly unbelievable, Xiao Xian said ruefully as she watched the figure slowly leave. However, Jin Lin had a fiery gaze. He said enviously, "It would be great if I could have seen your brother Xiao Chen's courage and grace one day. He has absolute confidence and the air of a grandmaster. Our senior brother Xiao Chen is definitely not weaker than the peak geniuses of the various races in the starry heaven Silver Lake." Activating the cloak's concealing effect, Xiao Chen suppressed his murderous intent and headed for Black Patterned Island. The starlight opened the way for him, and the night provided cover for him. Xiao Chen's heart was calm and peaceful. He did not feel any nervousness or excitement from the impending battle. In the night, he silently set foot on Black Patterned Island. Relying on the concealing cloak, Xiao Chen brushed past the patrolling corpse race cultivators. No one discovered that an uninvited guest had arrived on this heavily guarded Black Patterned Island. The corpse refining pool was not hard to find. It was the place with the densest death chi on the island. Following the senses of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen floated on the ground and leaped over many figures. Without attracting anyone's attention, he arrived near the corpse refining pool. In midair, Xiao Chen could see corpses piled up on the ground. Most of them were the corpses of various astral beasts. Occasionally, people would bring in the astral beasts they had just killed and leave after receiving their rewards. Many black-clad men busied themselves with the astral beasts' corpses. They skillfully cut open the astral beasts' stomachs and drained their blood. Then, they added all sorts of powders that Xiao Chen did not recognize. Not far away were the corpses of human martial sages. It was clear that the cultivators who turned in the human corpses received much more rewards. The vicinity of the corpse refining pool was quiet and orderly. Seeing the other party turn the human corpses into demonic corpses, even someone as calm as Xiao Chen felt startled. No wonder the people of the various races did not like to interact with the corpse race. Just the thought of a group of people making one unable to rest in peace after death made one tremble in fear. If not for the corpse race being strong enough, they would have been killed thousands of times already. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he flew over. When he arrived above the corpse refining pool, he started to size it up. The corpse refining pool was rectangular, 500 meters long and 100 meters wide. Its surface was sinister, and black water surged. With just one glance, one would feel extremely uncomfortable, nauseous. There should be a formation under the pool. The formation lines were made of blood, and astral cores were embedded in the nodes of the formation. If one wanted to destroy this corpse refining pool, one had to break this formation and bury the entire place. However, not to mention the patrolling corpse race cultivators, there were 4 superior-grade martial sages sitting in the 4 corners of the corpse refining pool. That alone put Xiao Chen in a difficult position. Each of the 4 old men had a demonic corpse shrouded in black aura beside them. Based on their auras, they should have been superior-grade martial sages. These were bona fide superior-grade sage-grade demonic corpses, no weaker than superior-grade martial sages. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. He had not expected those 2 to be here. It was the scholarly Long Fei and the physical body cultivator Kuei Do, whom Xiao Chen had met once before. The 2 walked over in high spirits and stopped before the corpse refining pool. Then they looked at it with interest. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen's predictions were completely wrong. Not only was there Long Fei, but there was also the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. Corpses floated up and down in the corpse refining pool. The corpse race martial sages in the four corners occasionally formed hand seals, activating the formation under the pool. Beams of dark light shot out from the pool. When the dark light landed, a demonic corpse took form. It walked stiffly to a coffin at the side, closed the coffin, and lay down inside. Immediately, the other corpse race cultivators stuck labels on the coffins, recording the strength of the demonic corpse before transporting it away. The many coffins at the back were truly dazzling. There were at least 1,000 of them, all of them monarch martial sages. There were also a few dark-colored coffins containing sage-grade demonic corpses, the true trump cards of the corpse race. Sage-grade demonic corpses already possessed some intelligence. Low-ranked sage-grade demonic corpses already possessed the strength of a martial sage. High-ranked sage-grade demonic corpses were as strong as superior-grade martial sages. As Kuei-do looked at the demonic corpses that occasionally leaped out of the corpse refining pool, he smiled and said, "With these nearly endless demonic corpses, it would be hard for the corpse race to lose on this dragonwood star." The scholarly Long Fei waved his folding fan and said seriously, "That is not entirely true. Only monarch-grade demonic corpses can be produced in batches. Sage-grade demonic corpses require more effort and time. Of course, if it is just a battle of this scale, as long as the corpse refining pool is not destroyed, the final victor will be our corpse race." Kuei-do smiled and nodded. Monarch-grade demonic corpses are nothing in the eyes of experts. However, in the end they do not require any capital. If 100 monarch-grade demonic corpses can wear down an inferior-grade martial sage, that would be a profit. The two circled the corpse refining pool, chatting as they walked. The four corpse race old men occasionally chatted with them as well. When Xiao Chen saw all this, he entered deep thought. Right now, he had to face 4 older generation superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race, 4 superior-grade sage-grade demonic corpses, and 2 young demonic geniuses that far surpassed regular superior-grade martial sages. Based on the auras of the 4 corpse race older generation martial sages, they were not ordinary superior-grade martial sages. They were all old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years. Their cultivations were unfathomable. Even in a one-on-one fight, Xiao Chen was not confident of defeating them within 100 moves. If there was a superior-grade sage-grade demonic corpse, killing them would be even more problematic. Without at least 1,000 moves, it would be hard to determine the victor. Chapter 884. The most problematic ones were Long Fei and Kuei-do. These two were the descendants of sovereign martial emperors. Their talents were also extraordinarily high. Once Xiao Chen got tangled up with them, it would be hard for him to free himself. Difficult, very difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to break this corpse refining pool today. If he did not challenge the limits of life and death, his saber Dao would not be able to truly take form. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. After a while, he thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his hand, and a statue appeared in his palm. This statue was carved from a branch of the longevity tree. It looked very spiritual. The statue had black hair and white robes. Its features were like sabers, and its gaze was incredibly sharp. This was Xiao Chen himself. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and the statue instantly took form. It burst forth with a strong aura and flew over the rows of coffins. Without saying anything, he punched. Countless strands of saber chi fluttered between heaven and earth like wings. With a single punch, hundreds of coffins were blasted to smithereens in an instant. Kuei-do looked around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He exclaimed, "Xiao Chen!" Without even thinking, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and turned into a sharp arrow, chasing after the white figure with great speed. Long Fei closed his folding fan and pondered something. He said softly, "This Xiao Chen is really bold. He dares to barge in everywhere. Elders, I'll have to trouble you to guard this place. After I capture Xiao Chen, I'll refine him into a peak sage-grade demonic corpse. Young master, rest assured. With us guarding this corpse refining pool, not even a mosquito will be able to enter," the 4 said as they performed cupped fist salutes as they looked at Long Fei. While these 4 were distracted for 1,000th of an instant, the black-cloaked Xiao Chen silently entered the corpse refining pool. The 4 old men withdrew their gazes from Long Fei and stared at the corpse refining pool. Black chi surged on the surface of the pool, and corpses floated up and down like usual. Then, they continued to operate the formation under the pool, refining the corpses. The instant Xiao Chen entered the corpse refining pool, Boundless death chi immediately poured into his body through his pores. The black aura of death was rampaging in his body, corroding his blood, bones, skin, and internal organs. Silently, it caused great harm to Xiao Chen. The amount of death chi was simply too great. Xiao Chen glanced at his palm. It had already withered beyond recognition and was covered in wrinkles. It was lifeless and lifeless, just like an old man past his prime. Xiao Chen had completely underestimated the death chi in this place. He quickly circulated the law energy in his body, and strands of purple energy and electric light spread throughout his body, turning the black death chi into nothingness. The situation finally took a slight turn for the better. However, this did not completely resolve the danger. There was simply too much death chi in the pool, and it seemed endless. After Xiao Chen chopped off half of the death chi, another 2 times more death chi appeared. There was simply no way for him to remain here. Damn it! I can't stay here any longer. Using the power of laws on such a large scale will definitely attract the attention of the 4 old men above. Just as Xiao Chen was at his wit's end and feeling anxious, a suction suddenly came from the death throne in his sea of consciousness, sucking away all the death chi in his body, instantly draining it clean. He looked like a gluttonous little brat, and he seemed a little dissatisfied. Xiao Chen could move his body freely, rejuvenating it. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Unexpectedly, the death throne had such a wondrous use. He immediately relaxed. When Xiao Chen looked around in the pool, he saw corpses tumbling all around him. The scene looked very horrifying. The expressionless faces of the corpses sometimes looked like they were facing each other. Suddenly, a demonic hand stretched out from below, grabbing at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. The demonic hand grabbed a corpse beside him and sank into the churning corpse refining pool. Above the corpse refining pool, the old man in the upper left corner revealed a suspicious expression. He said, "Strange, I was just about to grab a corpse and throw it into the corpse refining formation. In the end he managed to dodge. Haha, this is not too strange. He probably still has breath and is not dead yet. Or perhaps this is the instinctive reaction of the corpse. After soaking in the corpse refining pool for a while, it will be fine," the old man in the upper left corner said. Hee hee. The death chi in the corpse refining pool is already so dense that it has turned into liquid. Who would be so blind as to jump in? The old man in the upper right corner laughed sinisterly. The old man who spoke first felt that it made sense, so he stopped talking and focused on refining the corpse in the formation. Xiao Chen, who was in the pool, did not know that he had dodged a calamity. At this moment, he had already sunk to the bottom of the corpse refining pool. His feet touched the ground. Before him was an extremely complicated formation drawn with startling blood. 4 corpses sat cross-legged in the formation. Beams of scarlet light entered the bodies of the corpses. It looked like cultivators cultivating. The scene was extremely strange. There was a total of 99 nodes in the formation. A medial-grade astral core was embedded in each node, and a superior-grade astral core was embedded in the center of the formation. Together, they formed a round number of 100. The formation lines formed by blood were a startling red. They looked tender and alluring, filled with an evil aura. This formation should not be that easy to break. Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. He stood at the side and observed for a long time. How should I break this formation? The condensed blood was deeply embedded in the ground, seeming to merge with it. Xiao Chen stomped on the ground. Due to the protection of the formation, the ground was as hard as iron, not budging at all. This formation clearly merged with the corpse refining pool. It was inseparable and unbreakable. If he relied on brute force, it might backfire. If he was not careful, he might even injure himself. I got it. With a thought, Xiao Chen thought of the death throne in his sea of consciousness. He smiled faintly and had an idea. Xiao Chen squatted down and stretched out his hand. When he touched the blood formation lines, a vast death energy immediately flowed into the formation. The entire formation line started to give off an intense red light, looking very alluring. What's going on? Suddenly, a large amount of death energy came from the corpse refining formation. This is too horrifying. We have to stop this death energy. Otherwise, it will exceed the limits of the formation. The 4 old men at the 4 corners of the corpse refining pool stood up at the same time. When they saw the surging pool water, they exclaimed in horror. Tremors spread out, and cracks appeared at the edge of the corpse refining pool. The expressions of the four old men changed as they quickly soared into the air with the demonic corpses beside them. In the next moment, a loud rumble resounded, and the entire corpse refining pool exploded. The entire black-patterned island shook. Boundless death energy spread out in all directions. A deep pit appeared in the ground. The corpse refining pool turned into nothing, and the corpse refining formation ceased to exist. With Long Fei and Kuei Dou's pursuit, the two finally caught up to Xiao Chen. Then they punched him, turning him into wood shavings that filled the air. The two were stunned. Then they said in unison, "We fell for it." The two quickly turned around and rushed back to the corpse refining pool. However, before they could get far, they heard an intense explosion. The entire corpse refining pool turned into nothingness. A black storm of death soared into the sky, forming a pillar of wind that reached the heavens. Black-patterned island shook violently as a series of loud rumbles resounded endlessly. Long Fei folded the folding fan in his hand, and the strong wind gathered, forming a destructive storm that surged out. This showed how intense the shock in his heart was. The corpse refining pool shattered? How can that be? Even a Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to break the corpse refining formation easily. Furthermore, there are no more Grandmaster-level martial sages on this Dragonwood star. Kuei Dou's expression turned sullen as he looked in the direction of the corpse refining pool. He said, "If it really was Xiao Chen, it is not impossible. Every time this fellow does something, it seems impossible. However, he manages to do it." Xiao Chen? I don't believe that this person has 3 heads and 6 arms. Long Fei's figure flashed, and a destructive aura burst out of his body as he rushed towards the corpse refining pool. Kuei Dou frowned slightly. When he felt this aura, he entered deep thought. The will of destruction. Long Fei actually comprehended such a will. He really hid it very deeply. Bushan Palace, where the main camp of Dragonwood Star was, Huang Pufeng suddenly opened his eyes and soared into the air. He looked in the direction of Black-Patterned Island, at the black pillar of wind that reached the sky. His eyes filled with incredulity. The figures that flew out beside Huang Pufeng were also in disbelief. After a while, Huang Pufeng said, "The corpse refining pool is broken, and the foundation of the corpse race is destroyed. Mobilize the entire army and head for Black-Patterned Island to deal the final blow." "We will obey my lord's orders." Immediately, warships with the banner of Bushan Palace flew out from the main camp, carrying the human cultivators in a grandiose formation, looking very mighty. On the island that the Muddy Sky Gate occupied, the young master of the Muddy Sky Gate, Qi Wuxue, was gathering a group of people, preparing to head to the main camp of Dragonwood Star on Bushan Palace. When he saw this black pillar of wind, he was stunned. The corpse refining pool. How could someone break the corpse race's corpse refining pool? Without the corpse refining pool, how could the corpse race have any combat prowess? Qi Wuxue exclaimed in disbelief. Qi Wuxue's face sank as he said sullenly, "Go to Black-Patterned Island. The location of the final battle has already changed. Whether we win or lose will depend on this final battle." At Azure Monarch Island, the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, who was leading the corpse race army and doing his best to break through the third line of defense, turned his head back to look. When he saw the black pillar of wind, his expression changed drastically. For some reason, Wei Hua could not receive any information from Xiaofeng at all. Although he held the upper hand, the battle was much more arduous than he had imagined. Then, when Wei Hua saw the Peak Master holding the black pillar of wind, he panicked. He shouted, "Retreat! Return to Black-Patterned Island. We will fight another day." Immediately, the densely packed corpse race army retreated like the receding tide, rushing back to Black-Patterned Island. Seeing the corpse race army, which held the upper hand, retreat, the many human cultivators immediately relaxed. However, they were somewhat confused, not knowing what was going on. Only Qin Wu sighed as he looked at the black pillar of wind that lingered for a long time. This fellow really did it. He really broke the corpse refining pool. At the side, Bai Wuxue, Shimen Bao, Feng Xingxing, Hua Dao, and Niu Deng all nodded slightly. When they heard this, they were somewhat stunned. However, the younger generation disciples of the Haotian sect were wild with joy and excitement. Chapter 885. Senior brother Xiao Chen has already broken the corpse refining pool. The corpse race is finished. Let's give chase. Jean Lin laughed loudly and led the 20 inferior-grade martial sages of the Haotian sect to charge towards Black Patterned Island. Qin Wu, who was already the highest commander of the third line of defense, smiled faintly and waved his hand for the entire army to attack. Let's go. Xiao Chen's expression changed. At the bottom of Black Patterned Island's corpse refining pool, Xiao Chen was in a sorry state. He had not expected the formation to break in such a manner. The energy that erupted out was so startling. The shock wave struck Xiao Chen first. The heavenly sea cloak on his body blasted into tatters. From the looks of it, he did not know if it could be repaired. Xiao Chen's internal organs churned endlessly. He tasted something sweet in his throat and vomited a mouthful of black blood. He was significantly injured. Xiao Chen somersaulted twice in the air and removed his tattered cloak. When he saw the 4 corpse race old men pressing down on him, he complained bitterly to himself. Although the corpse refining pool was broken, he might not be able to escape. However, without any pressure, Xiao Chen would not be able to form his saber Dao. Today, he would comprehend his Dao here. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Sir, you are really courageous. Can you tell me why the death chi in the corpse refining pool did not turn you into a corpse on the spot? The 4 old men each led a superior-grade sage-grade demonic corpse as they surrounded Xiao Chen. They appeared calm and composed, not in a rush to attack Xiao Chen. The green-robed old man leading the group asked curiously. Starlight descended. This resplendent night sky was very beautiful. Xiao Chen smiled casually amid the starlight. His white robes fluttered as he stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "This is this Zhao's secret. It is not convenient for me to tell others. Sorry." The green-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Humph, you are rather calm. Later, I will have a way to make you say it. Attack." The 3 corpse race old men led the demonic corpses and each sent out a corpse race martial technique. Death chi surged and soared into the sky. Immediately, it covered the resplendent night sky, making it impossible to see anything beautiful. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, like a peerless treasured sword being unsheathed. A bright light shone from his body, instantly dispersing the black gas and restoring the clear night sky. Bang bang bang. Xiao Chen punched 6 times in a row. His figure flickered, and with every punch, a saber light flashed. Winds blew, howling endlessly. He forcefully received all the moves of the corpse race cultivators and demonic corpses. Space trembled endlessly. The 6 people's continuous attacks were actually unable to force Xiao Chen back. That unparalleled sharpness did not weaken in the slightest. The green-robed old man frowned and scolded. "Don't hold anything back. Beat him ruthlessly. I don't believe that we cannot break his sharpness." When the 3 old men heard the scolding, they no longer held anything back. Together with the demonic corpses, they unleashed their death chi into the sky. When they attacked, it was like a black storm roaring in the sky. Xiao Chen immediately felt the pressure increase. He brought out his will of thunder and 90% comprehended saber intent to their limits. However, he still could not gain the initiative. He could only passively receive the ferocious attacks. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth, but the smile on his face did not diminish. The sharpness in his heart sharpened under the pressure. Every move was like the tip of a saber, ruthlessly stabbing into the other party's body. Even though they were evenly matched, they still felt intense pain. It was like a sharp knife pierced through their flesh from the inside out. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique, 4 Season Saber Technique, Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, Will, Saber Intent, Kuan Peng Fist, Dragon Subduing Slash. Under this immense pressure, Xiao Chen brought out everything that he had learned in his life to his heart's content. The injuries on Xiao Chen's body worsened. However, his thoughts became increasingly clear. His eyes lit up, looking like gems in the dark night. At some point in time, Long Fei and Kue Do had arrived. They stood quietly beside the green-robed old man, watching the battle between Xiao Chen and the 3 old men in a daze. The green-robed old man felt somewhat embarrassed. 3 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race and 3 demonic corpses were dealing with an injured Xiao Chen. Clearly, they were suppressing Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's sharpness did not weaken at all. Instead, the 3 corpse race cultivators became somewhat fearful, not daring to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. When they attacked, They clearly hesitated. Trash. The green-robed old man scolded to himself. His clothes fluttered as he prepared to make a move personally. Long Fei stretched out his hand and struck the green-robed old man's shoulder with his folding fan. He said, "Did you not see that all the starlight in the sky is landing on him? He is transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly. Why are you helping him?" The green-robed old man was slightly stunned. When he looked up, he saw the vast night sky filled with resplendent stars. For some reason, all the starlight landed on Xiao Chen. It was like Xiao Chen had a boundless charm that could attract all the light to him. "You truly live up to your reputation as the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Unexpectedly, you dare to use this certain death situation to comprehend your Tao. I, Long Fei, want to see how you will transform, to be worthy of the starlight falling for you." The scholarly Long Fei's eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit. He closed his folding fan and enunciated every word clearly. Long Fei's body seemed to give off a light as well, causing the starlight to fall in the dark night. This night was really beautiful, boundlessly resplendent with starlight falling. As the starlight filled the sky, the battle between Xiao Chen and the 3 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race and 3 demonic corpses intensified. Xiao Chen's white robes were stained with blood and in tatters. Death qi spread from his wounds, leaving behind mottled shadows. He looked like he would collapse at any moment. However, his eyes were as bright as gemstones. Motes of starlight encased his body. He gave off a sharpness that was sharper than the sharpest treasure saber, thousands of times sharper than the sharpest treasure saber. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed, and a sharp saber wind blew. A corpse race old man who clashed with Xiao Chen felt the electric energy surging into his body. It immediately cut into his flesh, causing unbearable pain. Xiao Chen did not want to fight any longer, so he quickly retreated and waited for the others to come. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling very carefree. "My body is like a saber. My will is like a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. My sharpness never extinguished. My sharpness soared into the sky, breaking through the 3,000 great Tao and destroying the 800 unorthodox paths. My saber Tao, be it will or sharpness, in the end, it is still about sharpness and sharpness. What kind of saber could inspire fear from the bottom of one's heart, making one not dare to clash head-on with it? Only sharpness. Sharpness could cut through metal like mud and break metal like water. Naturally, it was unblockable, able to destroy everything." Xiao Chen's thoughts became increasingly clear. The starlight filling the sky nearly turned solid, turning into motes of fluorescent light as they descended. Xiao Chen's eyes became as resplendent as stars, as bright as a saber. No one dared to look directly at them. Xiao Chen pushed back a corpse race old man with one finger. For a moment, the other 2 old men were intimidated by this sharpness. They did not dare to clash with Xiao Chen, only sending their demonic corpses over. As the 3 old men looked at Xiao Chen, who looked like he was bathed in blood, they all had an idea. This Xiao Chen had been injured earlier. He had relied on a large amount of death qi to blow up the corpse refining formation, sustaining significant injuries. Now that Xiao Chen had been attacked repeatedly, although he looked spirited, his injuries worsened. He was clearly on the verge of death. The 3 old men wanted to finish off Xiao Chen quickly. However, when they clashed, that sharp electric light pierced into their bodies, bringing intense pain that penetrated their hearts and reached the depths of their souls. How could they dare to clash head-on? After all, Xiao Chen was someone who was about to die. There was no need for them to risk their lives and suffer. Hence, the 3 old men started thinking. They only sent their demonic corpses to attack Xiao Chen. This was not painful at all. When the green-clad old man saw this scene, he could not help but feel even more enraged. He roared a few times, but the 3 old men pretended not to hear him, continuing to do as they pleased. The 3 old men did not seek to defeat Xiao Chen with brute force or to break his sharpness. They just wanted to slowly grind him to death. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he laughed loudly. His laughter contained boundless joy. The direction he was heading in was indeed correct. He was just short of inspiration, and his saber Tao would completely take shape. At some point in time, several warships gathered in the sky above black-patterned island. When Wei Hua, who was the first to arrive, saw the strange scene of starlight descending, he was stunned for a long time. Starlight descending, heavenly flowers falling, auspicious signs filling the sky. Normally, such mysterious phenomena would only appear on major characters or on people who could become major characters in the future. The night was as dark as ink. Stars dotted the sky. This was a very normal scene. However, if all the stars in the sky suddenly fell on one person for no reason, it would be a strange scene. Soon after were the pursuers led by Jean Lin. After that, Huang Pu Feng from the Bushan Palace headquarters and the people led by the Muddy Sky Gate's young master arrived one by one. All the factions of Dragonwood Star gathered here. Thousands of gazes focused on Xiao Chen, who looked like he was on the verge of collapse but was growing sharper and sharper. Starlight descending. Why is there starlight descending? What's going on? Xiao Chen is about to collapse. What's wrong with Lord Huang Pu Feng? Why is Lord Huang Pu Feng not stopping him? On the Dragon's Gate's warship, the juniors of the Haotian sect could not help but panic when they saw the bloodied Xiao Chen. When these juniors heard their seniors say that this was Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter and that he had to endure it by himself, they continued to watch anxiously. When they saw Xiao Chen's current appearance, they found it very difficult to relax. If Xiao Chen comprehended everything before his body could no longer endure, he would die. From then on, the name Xiao Chen would no longer exist in this world. The scholarly, pale-faced Long Fei fanned himself gently. He said expressionlessly, "Don't waste this great opportunity. Trying to comprehend the Tao in the face of death, and if you end up comprehending yourself to death, do you really not understand the last point?" Kuei Do could tell that this was extraordinary. He said sullenly, "I think it is very mysterious. This fellow wants to take a path that no one has ever taken before, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. However, he cannot find a breakthrough point, a point that can truly ignite his cultivation." That was right. These two were talking about the difficulty that Xiao Chen currently faced. He had already figured out that his saber Tao lay in sharpness. However, the ultimate goal of the saber Tao was very vague. He needed a point to encompass everything. To put it simply, it was to give his saber Tao a name. To put it in more complicated terms, this name contained all sorts of meanings. Once it was established, it could not be changed. It would forever be engraved in the depths of one's heart, merging with the entire heavenly Tao. Chapter 886. When the three corpse race martial sages saw Xiao Chen's somewhat confused appearance, they could not help but rejoice. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would definitely die. However, after waiting for a while, Xiao Chen was still alive. They could not help but feel fear in their hearts. How could they not tell that Xiao Chen was trying to comprehend the Tao? Once he succeeded, his strength would soar, reaching a qualitative improvement. When that happened, it would be time for them to die. Seeing such an opportunity, the three corpse race martial sages steeled their hearts and decided to fight to the death, not giving Xiao Chen any more chances. Death Qi spread out and covered the sky again, blocking out the starlight. The green-robed old man smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Chen's obstruction. He took advantage of the situation to charge over as well. Immediately, an overwhelming killing formation was laid out to kill Xiao Chen. Long Fei withdrew his hand. For some reason, he allowed the green-robed old man to leave at the last moment. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the somewhat confused Xiao Chen and that startling killing formation. If he still could not comprehend it at this moment, he would not have another chance. As the murderous intent surged, Xiao Chen's mind seemed to be stimulated. In a flash of inspiration, he suddenly uttered the word, "flawless." That was right, it was flawless. Xiao Chen's saber Tao was called flawless. No one in the world dared to say that their martial technique or cultivation technique was perfect and flawless. The heavenly Tao was benevolent. Everything in the world would leave a trace of hope. The heavenly Tao was emotionless. It would not tolerate something truly perfect and flawless remaining in the world. The moon waxed and waned. People would experience joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Even the smoothest thing would have flaws when magnified thousands of times. However, today, Xiao Chen thought of the word, flawless. Xiao Chen's saber Tao was unprecedented. There were no words that could describe it. If it was not flawless, what was it? A spiritual light flashed, and starlight filled the sky, illuminating the night sky and gathering on Xiao Chen's body. This was a scene that only major characters could display. All of Xiao Chen's injuries instantly healed. When Xiao Chen uttered the word, flawless, He suddenly broke through the bottleneck of inferior-grade martial sage and advanced to medial-grade martial sage. A strong wind blew, and the Black Death Chi did not scatter at all. Before the eyes of all the cultivators on Dragonwood Star, Xiao Chen obtained new life. Nirvana City Lord. A strong wind blew and blew away the Black Death Chi, not scattering it at all. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. Then he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said softly, "If the bright moon is flawless, can starlight still shine?" Right after he spoke, a bright moon slowly rose up behind him. It was a perfect and flawless moon. Its brilliance was so resplendent that it caused the stars to retreat. Before the 4 corpse race martial sages rushing over could be shocked, they saw Xiao Chen extend his hand and point. In an instant, all the light from the bright moon in the sky gathered at Xiao Chen's fingertip. An unparalleled cold saber light flashed. The 4 corpse race martial sages and the 4 sage-grade demonic corpses could not resist at all as they were chopped in half. If the bright moon is flawless, the starlight will fade away. How could these 4 beams of light compete with the bright moon? The surroundings were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Earlier, when they saw that Xiao Chen was about to be killed by that trap, they felt it was a pity and could not bear to make a sound. Now they were shocked speechless by Xiao Chen's shocking strength after his nirvanic rebirth and his successful comprehension of the Tao. Unable to bear to, not daring to. These changes happened in an instant. Flawless bright moon, starlight fades away. When Xiao Chen formally comprehended the flawless saber Tao, he thought of the moon bright like fire that shocked him many years ago. After some slight changes, he discovered that this martial technique was very compatible with his flawless saber Tao. This was the first martial technique he created based on his flawless saber Tao. It seemed like he was the only one in the world who knew it. When Xiao Chen looked at the 8 new bright purple skulls on the military merit medallion at his waist, he felt very satisfied with the might of this move. The moonlight scattered, and the starlight slowly reappeared. That boundlessly resplendent night sky reappeared above everyone's heads. The starlight descends, the cocoon turns into a butterfly, nirvanic rebirth. Good. The instant you comprehended it, you instantly killed 4 superior-grade martial sages. Xiao Chen, you really did not disappoint me. Long Fei stepped forward and closed his folding fan. As he walked in the air, he met Xiao Chen's gaze without any fear. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. As he looked at the elegant scholarly Long Fei, he asked, "Do you regret giving me the chance earlier?" Long Fei moved his finger and opened his folding fan. Then he smiled calmly and said, "You were the one who fought for the opportunity. It has nothing to do with me. However, this starlight might not fall for you alone." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the stars above him flickered. Starlight fell like snow, drifting down. Indistinctly, the sound of a zither and a flute rang out. When Xiao Chen got closer, he discovered that the white folding fan in Long Fei's hand was actually a bone fan. This white bone should be the skeleton of a certain Emperor Wu. After being polished layer by layer, it became as smooth as white jade. This was a truly strong bone weapon. As for the other party's falling starlight, it was different from Xiao Chen's. The gentle, snow-like starlight should be a mysterious phenomenon caused by some kind of cultivation technique and not a natural phenomenon caused by breaking through a bottleneck. Falling snow drifting song, zither and flute in concert. This is a mysterious phenomenon caused by the 9 heavens astral art's 8th layer. Unexpectedly, this Long Fei does not cultivate the white bone sovereign's cultivation technique, the white bone dermic art. Unexpectedly, he cultivates the famous ancient 9 heavens astral art. That's impossible. Based on his appearance, it is clear that he cultivates the white bone dermic art. Could it be that he cultivates 2 cultivation techniques at the same time? These are both peak heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. How can he deal with them? When the cultivators in the air saw the mysterious phenomenon of the zither and flute playing together, they were all astonished. Xiao Chen had not expected such a thing to happen. It looked like this Long Fei could not be underestimated. From the fact that Long Fei could treat his breakthrough so calmly, it was clear. Xiao Chen, now that you have broken the corpse refining pool, you have made a great contribution to the Bushan Palace. You will not be able to run away with 100,000 military merits. Do you dare to bet with me and make another contribution? The starlight drifted down like snowflakes, and the zither and flute were pleasing to the ears. Amid the atmosphere filled with hints, Xiao Chen felt an aura of destruction. a power that could draw out the starlight on its own initiative. How mighty would it be when used to injure the enemy? Others might not feel much about the zither and flute's music. However, with Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he clearly felt that this sound had already spread for 500 kilometers, not scattering. If he gathered it into a line, it could pierce through the mountains with just a raise of his hand. Long Fei is not simple. However, Xiao Chen did not fear the other party earlier. Now that he comprehended the flawless saber Dao, he was even less afraid. He asked calmly, "What do you want to bet?" Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Now that the corpse refining pool is broken, my corpse race is out of options for this dragonwood star. Even if we do not want to retreat, we will have to. My corpse race still occupies 2 of your Bushan Palace's resource stars. That is what I want to bet with you. Let's fight. If I lose, I will return 1 resource star. If you lose, you will take the Bushan Palace and leave Dragonwood Star. Then you will lose another resource star." What bold words! What a great bet! To think that Long Fei would use a resource star as a wager. This Long Fei was extraordinarily confident. Whispers rang out in the surroundings, all of them finding this incredulous. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed earlier was already terrifyingly strong. However, based on Long Fei's appearance, he was clearly very confident. Everyone could not help feeling suspicious. Where exactly did this confidence come from? "Xiao Chen, I will agree to this bet on your behalf. If you win, I will give you 500,000 military merits for 1 resource star." Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Dragonwood Star's Huang Pufeng spoke first, agreeing to this bet on Xiao Chen's behalf. Although the risk was high, he could take back a resource star in 1 battle. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Given Xiao Chen's status as a sovereign martial emperor, he would not casually make promises. "Haha. You agree, but I don't." The Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, walked over in extreme dissatisfaction. He leaped off the corpse dragon warship and landed beside Long Fei. Then he said, "Brother Long Fei, you think too highly of this Xiao Chen. Furthermore, it is not as if we do not have the strength to fight for this Dragonwood Star. Don't you think so, young Master Muddy Sky, Qi Wuxue?" The various factions in the sky were roughly divided into 3 groups. Although the strength of the Muddy Sky Gate was much weaker than the other 2 factions, joining either side could change the balance. With Wei Hua's words, he clearly wanted to rope in the Muddy Sky Gate's faction to increase his own bargaining chips. The Muddy Sky Gate's young master, Qi Wuxue, stood at the bow of the warship. He did not answer Wei Hua's question directly. Instead he smiled and said, 2 years ago, the name Xiao Chen resounded like thunder in the ears. Everyone in the Primal Chaos domain knew about him. Unexpectedly, we met in such a manner today. Brother Wei Hua, I am indebted to you for thinking so highly of me. Earlier, Qi Wuxue was indeed dissatisfied and wanted to fight for it. However now, Qi Wuxue changed the topic. Then he said in a powerful voice, "What I want to see is whether the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, who can execute the mysterious phenomenon of falling snow drifting song and the zither and flute in concert, or the reborn descendant of the Qing Emperor, is stronger." The people of the Primal Chaos domain were not just evil loose cultivators. There were also some people who were both righteous and evil. They did not follow the rules when they did things, only acting according to their whims. For example, this Qi Wuxue had betrayed Wei Hua in front of so many people, putting the other party in an extremely awkward position. Wei Hua could not help cursing in his heart, cursing Qi Wuxue several times. To think that Qi Wuxue dared to undermine him in front of so many people. How was Wei Hua to continue with this? Steeling himself, Wei Hua snorted coldly and said, "Qi Wuxue, this old man finally recognizes you. In the future, we will be irreconcilable enemies." Seeing that Qi Wuxue did not care, Wei Hua looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, Long Fei is not the only one who dares to bet with you. I, Wei Hua, dare to bet with you as well." Back then, the grudge between you and me in the Sage Mark Monument spread to the entire world. Today is a good time to settle old and new grudges. Do you dare to fight me head-on? I will bet a resource star with you as well. However, if I win, you will have to break off one of your arms. Unexpectedly, Qi Wuxue's words roused Wei Hua's hot-bloodedness. Although this Underworld Fire Sovereign ranked last among the Corpse Race Sovereign Martial Emperors and even got injured by the Iron Hand Sovereign back then, he was still a sovereign martial emperor. Chapter 887. However, Wei Hua was a descendant of a sovereign martial emperor, after all. His strength would definitely not be weak. If Xiao Chen won both bets on one resource star, he could reclaim both resource stars without a drop of blood. That would be a total of 1 million military merits. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Wei Hua, I don't know if you really look down on me or pretending to look down on me. In any case, you are really nothing in my eyes. You will definitely lose this bet. Since you mentioned the grudges in the Sage Mark Monument, then, that's fine as well. In that case, let's settle this together. Kuei-do, come out as well. If the two of you can defeat me together, I will break off one of my arms. Even if I lose, you should hand over a resource star willingly. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the entire place erupted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen wanted to challenge the descendants of two sovereign martial emperors at the same time. In this great age, there was no lack of young demonic geniuses capable of shocking things. However, the number of young demonic geniuses who dared to say such a thing could be counted on one's hand. In the past, Xiao Chen could not be considered much. At most, he could trick the corpse race and the ghost race. Then, he used words to kick Di Wux's leg. However, if he could do what he said today, there would definitely be a place for him, Xiao Chen. In this age of geniuses, there would definitely be a place for him, Xiao Chen, to lead the times. However, no matter how Xiao Chen thought about it, this did not seem possible. It was more likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat, becoming the laughingstock of the world, a negative example of arrogance and conceit. Xiao Chen, you are really bold. Since you want to die that much, I'll grant you your wish. Kuei-do's main purpose in coming to Dragonwood Star was to deal with Xiao Chen. Originally, when he saw Xiao Chen undergo a nirvanic rebirth, he thought that it would be hard to find another opportunity. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen jumped out on his own. Xiao Chen wanted to fight 1 against 2 to settle the grudges in the Sage Mark Monument. This suited him. Although Wei Hua did not like Kuei-do, he still felt that if the two worked together, their chances of victory would be much higher. Long Fei waved his folding fan gently, and his figure slowly floated away. The starlight slowly dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated 50 kilometers. After Kuei-do formally accepted the challenge, the various cultivators in the sky all became cautious. They all flew higher once again. These three were not ordinary young demonic geniuses. They were strong, far stronger than regular superior-grade martial sages. They also had great backgrounds. If they had not changed the location of this battle, they would not have been able to survive. Without a doubt, the entire black-patterned island would be shattered by the shockwaves. It was best to flee further away first. Xiao Chen, Kuei-do, and Wei Hua stood in a triangle in midair, not saying a word. Under the curtain of night, the entire black-patterned island was quiet. None of the three made the first move. They did not even release their auras. The Neptune headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead emitted a chilly aura, which flowed around his body and calmed his heart. Kuei-do and Wei Hua looked calm and collected on the surface. However, their hearts were in turmoil. Their minds were filled with all sorts of countermeasures, as well as some conflicting thoughts. The two wanted to work together and make a move. However, they could not find any openings in Xiao Chen's defense, so they did not dare to rush forward. They could only wait anxiously. Xiao Chen grasped the thoughts of the two. He smiled gently and said, I gave you a chance, but you did not make a move. In that case, you can forget about getting another chance. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he left behind an afterimage where he stood. Then, he turned into a bright and flawless saber light. The crisp sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed was exceptionally clear in the silent night. This was the prelude to this duel. That saber light came from Xiao Chen's afterimage. Xiao Chen's true body was already faster than most people's eyes could see. No one could catch him. Kuei-do felt a slight chill on his head. Before that bright saber light formed, he already sensed that Xiao Chen was charging at him. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Kuei-do's body moved as well. The purest vital qi in his body surged out like a gushing river. When Kuei-do moved, his vital qi caused the surrounding air to tremble thousands of times. The tremors overlapped, sounding like a clap of thunder. However, although this sound was startlingly loud, it could not drown out the melodious saber hum. A bright saber light appeared before Kuei-do's eyes. He held his breath and focused, staring at the saber light. As long as Xiao Chen flew out, he would use half a dragon force to blast him apart. 2,500 tons of force could even crush a body infused with 1,000 mountains frost iron. What more a body of flesh and blood? Roar! However, to Kuei-do's surprise, what leaped out of that bright saber light was not Xiao Chen but a dragon. A soaring blue dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its breath formed clouds, and azure scales covered its body. If this was not the legendary blue dragon, what was it? How can this be? Kuei-do cussed in his heart. He could not believe the scene before him. After all, he had fought in the starry heaven Silver Lake for 2 years. At this critical moment, Kuei-do did not lose his composure. He shouted a war cry and punched. In the end, Kuei-do still managed to bring out half a dragon force. One could even vaguely see the image of an ancient heaven dragon appear behind him when he punched. Bang! Kuei-do's punch landed on the other party's dragon claw. Space trembled, and an explosion instantly deafened everyone within 500 kilometers. The buildings on black-patterned island under Kuei-do's feet crumbled into rubble. Kuei-do's body flew back like a cannonball. He clearly felt that the force of this punch surpassed that of the blue dragon. However, he was the one who got knocked back. Long Fei, who was 50 kilometers away, gently tapped his folding fan and whispered, "Incredible! He really materialized the momentum of soaring dragon to the flawless level. This momentum is the momentum of soaring. If Kuei-do wants to resist it, he either has to materialize a corresponding momentum or use force to break through it. Unfortunately, you want to break my soaring dragon with just half a dragon force? Kuei-do, you are too naive." Xiao Chen's cold voice rang out. Kuei-do looked at his bloodied right hand and then at the front. He felt incredulous. The blue dragon before his eyes actually flashed and turned into Xiao Chen's figure. Rumble! Just as Xiao Chen prepared to use half a dragon force and his flawless saber dao to take down Kuei-do in one move, he suddenly heard the sound of surging waves. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw an overwhelming black wave surging at him. Wei Hua stood at the top of the wave and looked down at Xiao Chen. He said coldly, "Today, I'll show you what it means by there is always someone better out there." The underworld river's 9 waves. 9 similar overwhelming waves appeared around Xiao Chen. Wei Hua stood at the top of each wave. Together, they looked like a cage slowly shrinking. Xiao Chen, these waves are genuine underworld river water. They are thousands of times denser than the death chi in the corpse refining pool. As long as they surround you, no matter how powerful you are, you will not have a chance to execute them. You will turn into a dried corpse. The 9 Wei Huas opened their mouths at the same time, and cold laughter spread out in all directions. "Do you think that I would take the initiative to challenge you, who underwent a nirvanic rebirth, if I did not have a trump card? You are too naive. If you had not been delayed by Kuei-do, you might have been able to escape at the start. Now I will send out my 9 waves, forming the power of the prison-locking divine dragon. Even if you are a true dragon, you will have to lie down obediently today." What a great Wei Hua! To think that he used his trump card right off the bat. He did not have any intention of testing Xiao Chen at all. Everyone felt shocked in their hearts. However, it was fortunate that Wei Hua did not test Xiao Chen. Otherwise, if he really tried, he might end up like Kuei-do, defeated in one move. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes filled with disdain. He said, "I thought that you really had some trump card that gave you so much confidence, daring to bet a resource star with me. It turns out that what you took out was just a half-finished martial technique filled with flaws. I'll show you how to break it with just a wave of my hand." The Kuan Pang spread its wings, covering the sky with its gaze. In ancient times, there was a divine bird known as the Kuan Pang. When it spread its wings and soared, it could travel 4,000 kilometers in one breath. When it stretched its arms, it could cover the entire sky. Now, Xiao Chen used his flawless saber dao to execute the Kuan Pang fist. Instantly, a perfect momentum formed and soared into the sky, clashing wildly with Wei Hua's power of the prison-locking divine dragon. The situation of a stalemate did not happen. As Xiao Chen shouted, he shattered the black wave in front of him with a punch. With the 9 waves gone, the power of the prison-locking divine dragon naturally broke without Xiao Chen attacking. Bang! 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 The remaining 8 waves scattered as well. Wei Hua stabilized his tottering body in the air. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he said, "How can it be like this?" The Underworld River 9 Waves is a martial technique that can protect one's life even before a Grandmaster-level martial sage. "Under the night sky," Xiao Chen said calmly. "No matter how powerful a killing move is, if it is filled with flaws, how can it bring out its full might? I already said it before. I really do not care about the current you." Xiao Chen swept his gaze over the two, who had lost all fighting spirit and appeared disappointed. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. Before he comprehended the flawless saber Dao, he still feared these two. However, they were now far from being a match for him. The victor of this battle was already decided. Wei Hua, Long Fei, is there still a need to continue fighting? Xiao Chen asked calmly as he stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at the two. In just one exchange, Xiao Chen had beaten the two to the point that they lost all confidence. Their earlier bold words now looked like a joke. "You win." Wei Hua spat out through clenched teeth. Then he said sullenly, 3 days later, I will fulfill my promise and lead the people of my underworld fire hall away from the resource star that we occupied. Kuei Do endured the intense pain from his right hand and said, "Xiao Chen, the grudge between us will not end like this. When I attain a rank 4 sage body, I will definitely challenge you." No one had expected this startling battle, which everyone had expected, to end in just one exchange. It was hard to imagine how strong Xiao Chen was. In the Air, by Wu Xue, Feng Xingxing, and the others could not accept such a result. Chapter 888. This was too easy. In just one exchange, Xiao Chen obtained a resource star. With 500,000 military merits, he left everyone else in the dust. If Xiao Chen won another match, wouldn't he gain 1 million military merits? When everyone thought of this, their breathing quickened. 1 million military merits. That was enough to be conferred king. The Bushan Palace would carve out a large territory in the Tianwu domain for Xiao Chen to be conferred king. In the history of the Bushan Palace, there had never been someone who was conferred king at such a young age. Such an opportunity lay before Xiao Chen. Bai Wuxue appeared extremely depressed. Ever since Xiao Chen saved him at Heavenly Wind Island, he had been in a bad mood. In the battles that followed, he even appeared somewhat crazy. Now that Bai Wuxue saw Xiao Chen's strength after his nirvanic rebirth, he found the blow hard to accept. Everyone was astonished. None of the cultivators of the 3 factions fighting in the sky had expected that Xiao Chen would be as he said when he fought Wei Hua and Kuei Do. He did not care about them at all. Only Long Fei was an exception. The snowy starlight and the zither and flute played together. The scholarly, pale-faced white-boned sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, slowly floated over. It seemed like Long Fei crossed the distance of 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Then, he arrived 1 kilometer away from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked up and felt cautious. This was not his first time meeting Wei Hua. Xiao Chen knew Wei Hua's strength very well. However, he had only heard of Long Fei's name and had never seen him in person. Xiao Chen could not underestimate him. This Long congratulates Brother Xiao in advance. You managed to take down a resource star without spilling any blood. You are fully deserving of your 500,000 military merits. Xiao Chen gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. The snowflake-like starlight danced around him, looking very beautiful under the night sky. However, who knew how many people could feel that destructive aura from it? Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. The cool breeze did not move him, and his white robes did not flutter. Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "Young Master Long, do you still want to bet?" "Naturally, I want to bet. I cannot let the world laugh at my corpse race for being useless, relying only on demonic corpses." Long Fei smiled faintly. Then, his tone suddenly changed, turning cold. He folded his folding fan and pointed it forward. "Brother Xiao, be careful. I'm making my move." The falling snow drifting song, the zither and the flute played together. When Xiao Chen pointed his folding fan, the music of the zither and flute spread for 500 kilometers without scattering. Suddenly, it turned into a finger sound wave. The music of the zither and flute immediately became 1,000 times louder in the night, pressing towards Xiao Chen. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. The sounds of the zither and the flute could really be combined together. The light of the stars in the sky would probably not be a problem. The sound wave came without warning. Moreover, it wasn't an attack of ordinary quintessential essence or the power of laws. Ordinary defenses were easily penetrated by the sound wave. Xiao Chen prepared, already, he had a Chen, and Chen and he circulated Xiao, Chen. Strands of formless energy gathered above Xiao Chen's head, forming a roaring dragon head. Dragon might spread out, and the body behind it was hidden in the clouds. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and roared. The ferocious dragon head opened its mouth and roared as well. Immediately, the dragon voice formed a spiraling storm surging out. When it collided with the sound of the zither and the flute, only specks of light could be seen, and the sound wave was instantly dispersed. The loud and ear-piercing sound disappeared, replaced by the pleasant sound of the zither and the flute. Together with the wind, they created a beautiful melody. Each dot of light was a musical note. Dong, dong. After a round of probing, the two of them pushed off the air at the same time and shot towards each other. Everywhere they passed, they kicked up a strong wind, knocking down the specks of light floating in the air, forming a melody that sounded like a tempest. This stirred the heart and made one's blood surge. This was the most impassioned music. The instant the two brushed past each other, their eyes met. Their hands did not stop moving. In a breath of time, they had exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chen switched between fists, palms, and claws. However, the sharpness remained the same, always as sharp and unblockable as a saber. The saber winds they created flew out, dancing up and down. The white-faced scholar, Long Fei, used the white folding fan in his hand. Starlight bloomed in the air like flowers. When the petals exploded, a destructive energy surged out and clashed intensely with the sharp saber winds. After one breath of time, the two brushed past each other. Their speed was startling. Several people could not even react in time. They were shocked to discover that Xiao Chen and Long Fei had switched positions. Qi Wuxue stood at the bow of the warship. The scene of the two brushing past each other and exchanging moves appeared in his mind. He clicked his tongue and sighed. These two fellows are indeed demonic geniuses. A regular superior-grade martial sage would have died at least 100 times over in that instant. However, Bai Wuxue and the other outstanding talents of the human race opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss out on a single scene. At this moment, their emotions were very complicated. From the perspective of the human race, they naturally hoped for Xiao Chen to win. However, from the perspective of those of the same generation, there were already many peak demonic geniuses. Now that there was another one, it would be even harder for them to survive in the future. Only Jean Lin's group on the Dragon's Gates warship showed excited and joyful expressions. They found it somewhat strenuous to watch and could not easily capture the scene of Xiao Chen and Long Fei's exchange. However, they did not have any intention of shifting their gazes. Amid the stormy tune of ambush from 10 sides, Xiao Chen executed his flawless saber dao, executing everything he had learned and comprehended, exchanging another 1,000 moves with the white-faced scholar Long Fei. The flowers contained starlight that could destroy everything. The saber winds were formless but sharp enough to cut through frost iron. After 1,000 moves, black-patterned island below had already crumbled, disappearing without a trace in the surging seawater. However, the two were still evenly matched. Neither side showed any signs of being at a disadvantage. Long Fei narrowed his eyes. He did not want to drag this out any longer. He quickly closed his folding fan and pointed it at the sky. The two famed ominous stars in the distant starry heavens, the Ketu and Rahu, suddenly released a dazzling red light. Ketu Rahu chop. Immediately, 2 blood swords descended from the sky. As Long Fei pointed, they ruthlessly chopped at Xiao Chen. Ketu Rahu chop. Long Fei actually learned this move. Did I see wrong? Ketu and Rahu, these 2 stars, were rumored to be demonic stars and ominous stars during the ancient era. They were inauspicious omens. During the ancient era, a powerhouse invented this Ketu Rahu chop. If the 2 blood swords do not see blood, they will never disappear. Several of the older cultivators in the crowd could make out the name of this move. They were all startled. The Ketu Rahu chop was a famous evil move from the ancient era. If it did not see blood, it would not return. However, once it saw blood, even if it was just a small wound, it would suck the cultivator it struck dry. After executing this move, Long Fei's fair face flushed somewhat. Clearly, something was wrong with his complexion. Cracks appeared in the bone fan in Long Fei's hand before it shattered and turned to dust. When Long Fei saw this, his heart ached. Every time he executed this K2 Rahu chop, not only did it exhaust his blood chi, but it also required the sacrifice of a king-grade secret treasure. The price was extremely high. However, once he executed it, the number of people who could survive within the same cultivation realm could be counted on one hand. When Xiao Chen saw the two blood swords, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Before he could think, the blood swords had already arrived before him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, brushing past them. However, before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, the blood swords turned around and charged at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. Riding on two lightning dragons, Xiao Chen danced in the air, moving so fast that one could not even see his shadow. In one breath, Xiao Chen changed directions more than 100 times. However, he still could not dodge the two blood swords. When Wei Hua saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. He said softly, "What a great Long Fei! To think that he hid so deeply that even I did not know." The K2 Rahu chop is silent. Unexpectedly, it is 100 times more ruthless than me. The various cultivators could not help but frown. The K2 Rahu chop was infamous. To think that someone actually managed to practice this evil move. Now, Xiao Chen was in big trouble. Cassie! Cassie! Xiao Chen dropped a few secret treasures and the life bestowal spell's clones, trying to block the blood swords. However, the blood swords chopped through the secret treasures and clones, showing no signs of stopping. Do not turn back until blood is shed. Die when blood is shed. Long Fei rubbed his temples, and his flushed face recovered somewhat. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who was helpless despite all his schemes, a faint smile appeared on his face. Metamorphosis from a cocoon to a butterfly, undergoing a nirvanic rebirth. This was the best opportunity to defeat Xiao Chen. Otherwise, when Xiao Chen slowly perfected his flawless Tao, his chances of defeating Xiao Chen in the future would diminish. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen ran into Long Fei. If not for Long Fei, he might have become an unprecedented sovereign martial emperor, who could rival the Qing emperor. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. It was time to end this. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the two ominous stars in the starry heavens. Then, he turned his head back to avoid the blood swords rushing over. Now he understood something. Heaven and earth were heartless, but they could not bear to do so. Nothing was absolute. There was always a chance of survival. The K2 Rahu chop would not turn back until blood was shed. Die when blood was shed. This was a result that could not be avoided. Everything had its own reason for existence. There had to be a reason why the two blood swords could chase after him. If Xiao Chen guessed right, the reason was outside the starry heavens, on the K2 Rahu star. Under the starlight, there was nowhere to hide. As long as the light of the K2 Rahu star continued shining, he would never be able to dodge. After thinking this, Xiao Chen came up with a countermeasure. If night was no longer, the starlight would disappear. Just as the two blood swords were about to charge over again, Xiao Chen spun around, and a light flashed on his forehead. A purple talisman soared into the sky. Burn, immortal will of thunder. A strand of flame shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and landed on the talisman. Pu-si-ai. The purple talisman burned, illuminating the surroundings. The higher it rose, the brighter the light became. The vast magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness burned continuously, providing this purple lightning talisman with an endless supply of energy. When the fireball tore through the sky instantly lit up. It was a wondrous feeling. One could see the night recede like the receding tide in one's hand. The blurry silhouette on the other side gradually appeared in front of you as the curtain of night faded away. Chapter 889. The blazing sun shone brightly, and Xiao Chen stood below it. When the light illuminated the entire Dragonwood star, the uneasy feeling in his heart immediately vanished. It's morning already? Using his own will to light up the sky, this Xiao Chen really has deep heavenly sage laws. I understand now. Xiao Chen is trying to flip day and night, suppressing the power of the starlight to its weakest point. In the end, the K2 Rahu chop uses the 9 heavens astral art as its foundation. It would be hard not to be affected. However, this light practically illuminated the entire Dragonwood star. The drain is too great. Is Xiao Chen not afraid of dying from exhaustion? The blazing sun was piercing to the eyes. Several people were not used to the change from night to day. They squinted slightly, shocked by Xiao Chen's generosity. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chen flipped day and night. How many people could have such boldness, daring to use their own will to light up a star? He gently waved his sleeves, and the two blood swords flying at him were swept aside. Then they flew around chaotically in the air. In a moment of carelessness, an unlucky corpse race cultivator got struck by the blood swords. Before this corpse race cultivator could even cry out miserably, he was sucked dry, leaving only his skin behind. This sight was horrifying. This Kaitarahu chop was too vicious. The mysterious phenomenon of the falling snow drifting song and the zither and flute playing together weakened and turned blurry under the illumination of the sunlight. The starlight disappeared, and the zither and flute's music sounded like mournful music, lingering in the air. The scholar Long Fei's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to use such a tyrannical method to suppress his nine heavens astral art and resolve the situation of the Kaitarahu chop. How arrogant! Do you really think that you can flip day and night, covering the sky with a flip of your hand? The 9 brilliant star venerates have boundless divine strength. Respect my will and break the sky with a flick of my finger. Long Fei shouted ferociously and formed hand seals. The starlight behind him gathered into 9 crystalline star venerates. These 9 brilliant star venerates represented the Kaitarahu star, the Wuji star, the Flame star, the Greenwood star, the Heavenly Water star, the Void Earth star, the Storm star, and the Snowdrift star. Every one of them was born at the same time as the Kunlun realm. They were comparable to the sun, the moon, and the other famous stars. There were many martial techniques and cultivation techniques that could draw on the power of the stars. These 9 stars were the object of worship. The 9 heavenly astral art was one of the best. It was the cornerstone secret of the myriad star gate, an ancient sovereign martial sect. Long Fei wanted to use the power of these 9 star venerates deity statues to instantly break Xiao Chen's sky-covering move. Star Xiao in Chen in Chen in. Chen in, Chen would be the sky. Long and bright, and would Chen would in with day. With. He would in with day. With. And. The sun is merciless. The bright moon is flawless. The sun and the moon shine together. Long Fei, do you really dare to compete with the sun and the moon with your starlight? Xiao Chen shouted at Long Fei as he took a step forward in the air. When Xiao Chen stepped forward, the sea below churned continuously. It seemed like it could not withstand Xiao Chen's rage. The sun and the moon appearing together. Unexpectedly, there is such a miraculous scene. This Xiao Chen is too horrifying. Before the radiance of the sun and the moon, Long Fei's 9 astral stars art is indeed like a grain of rice. How unfortunate! To think that Xiao Chen managed to reverse the night and make the sun and moon appear at the same time, suppressing such a powerful cultivation technique. The sun is yang, and the moon is yin. Xiao Chen being able to perfectly combine the light of the sun and the moon might have something to do with his newly comprehended flawless saber Dao. Flawless. 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 This sun and moon shining together is truly flawless. Long Fei, you probably don't have a chance anymore. When Xiao Chen raised his hand, day and night reversed. Then, he waved his hand again, and the sun and moon shone together. These 2 moves of Xiao Chen's were truly shocking. No one had ever heard of someone using a martial technique like this before. When Long Fei was questioned by Xiao Chen, he immediately felt like the entire world was pushing him aside, mocking him for overestimating himself. He was just a grain of rice, and yet he dared to compete with the sun and the moon. This was not an illusion but a genuine suppression of power. Right now, Xiao Chen could materialize the sun and the moon. With a flip of his hand, he could control day and night, completely grasping the power of Dragonwood Star's heavenly Dao. If Xiao Chen did not allow the light of the stars to appear, the world would naturally push Long Fei aside. If Xiao Chen shouted that the other party dared to compete with the sun and the moon, the world would naturally mock Long Fei. Long Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen had forced the 9 astral stars art to the point where it could no longer circulate. This was the first time someone had used such a tyrannical method to scatter the 9 astral stars art. Good. Xiao Chen, I have repeatedly raised my estimate of your strength. However, I discovered that I still underestimated you. Long Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. His fair skin no longer had any trace of blood. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from his forehead, and a 2-meter-long trident appeared in his hand. The instant the white light appeared, a destructive aura spread out. Cassie! Cassie! White bones appeared around Long Fei's body one after another. Sternum, ribs, calf bones, wrists, and arms. Under the silk-like light, the bones quickly stitched together, forming a massive set of white bone armor that protected Long Fei. A pale white flame burned in the white bones' eye sockets. The massive set of white bones seemed to be alive. The lower jaw of the skull-like head was open, looking very sinister. White bone dermic aspect. Xiao Chen exclaimed softly when he saw the skeleton completely stitched together. He had heard of this white bone dermic aspect before. It was said that it was a cultivation technique created by the corpse race's white bone monarch, the white bone technique. When cultivated to the 10th layer, it would form an avatar. This was not a simple avatar, but a complete life. If the main body died, the avatar would not be destroyed and could still be resurrected. Furthermore, the dermic aspect's battle prowess was not low. It had all sorts of wondrous uses. For example, when it attached itself to Long Fei, his defense, attack, speed, and aura would all increase by 2 or 3 times. While the others were exclaiming about the white bone dermic incarnation, Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the trident in Long Fei's hand, which contained a boundless state of destruction. For some reason, this trident gave him a very familiar feeling. Long Fei held the trident with one hand and casually waved it. The white bone dermic aspect also made a corresponding move. Immediately, a small dragon-like black aura began to revolve in the trajectory of the trident. Xiao Chen, if you think that you can sit back and relax after breaking my 9 heavenly astral art, then you are gravely mistaken. After all, I, Long Fei, am the white bone sovereign's descendant. This white bone dermic aspect is my true trump card. Xiao Chen formed hand seals and retracted them. The blazing sun in the sky descended and turned into a purple talisman floating quietly above his head. Night fell once again. Only the bright moon did not set, shining brightly like fire. That's exactly what I wanted. If you only have this much ability, you are not fit to be the whetstone for my flawless saber Dao. Make your move. This Xiao will keep you company at any time. Xiao Chen's white clear wind robes fluttered, and his long hair fluttered, revealing the light blue Neptune headscarf. His delicate facial features gave off a sharp light that radiated from every angle of his body. Long Fei took a step forward. It was only a short step, but the huge white bone dermic aspect could already attack Xiao Chen. The trident thrust out gently, heading for Xiao Chen's forehead. Dang! Xiao Chen did not move back. He pointed with his right hand, and a cold saber light flickered. The tip of his finger was a saber light condensed from sparks. When it clashed with the trident, it gave off a melodious clang. The chi of ruin on the trident seemed to be able to destroy everything. It wanted to destroy that electric light with brute force. The white bone dermic aspect opened its mouth and let out a dull roar as it pressed down. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had the immortal will of thunder. It was called immortal. Naturally, he would not let you destroy it so easily, even if it was your will of ruin. The purple talisman above his head descended, and a beam of light encased Xiao Chen. Then, he took another step forward. Instead of retreating, he advanced and pushed hard. Unexpectedly, Long Fei and the huge white bone dermic aspect were pushed into the air by Xiao Chen's finger. I finally understand how you obtained this trident of yours. You actually refined the annihilation throne into a bone weapon. When Xiao Chen's finger came into contact with the trident, the red and black thrones in his sea of consciousness immediately spun excitedly, nearly leaping out. How could Xiao Chen not understand? At this moment, Long Fei's expression completely changed. He was somewhat astonished as he exclaimed, "Throne! You have a throne on you as well. I want this bone weapon forged from the ruined throne." Xiao Chen smiled, and a grave expression appeared in his eyes. Even if he had to use his magic skills as a trump card, he had to obtain this ruined throne. Long Fei's expression recovered. He smiled coldly and said, "You are really arrogant. You have not even drawn your saber yet, and you still want to take my ruined trident. You'd better let me take your throne." Dark underworld bone flame. The white bone dermic aspect opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at Xiao Chen. Amidst the flames, there was a strong chill. Wherever it passed, the dust in the air would be frozen into ice flowers. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time. His hand came in contact with it. The cold qi immediately penetrated his skin and permeated his blood. Then, it surged forward and sealed Xiao Chen's entire left arm in ice. What a tyrannical flame! By the time Xiao Chen reacted and used his law energy to block this flame, his right arm was already covered in frost. Many ice flowers bloomed, absorbing the life force in Xiao Chen's right arm. Long Fei laughed loudly and said, "This dark underworld bone flame is ranked 6th among the inattributed flames. I obtained it after a narrow escape from death in the 9 layers of hell. Xiao Chen, this arm of yours is completely crippled." Right after Long Fei said that, he swung the trident through the air. The huge white bone dermic aspect raised the trident image and did the same thing as Long Fei, chopping down at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's momentum was heavy. The trident created a strong destructive wind that blew to both sides, forming a rapidly spinning storm. Space seemed like it would tear at any moment as a destructive aura surged out. Xiao Chen tapped his left shoulder with his right hand, and the lunar true flame's origin flame in his left eye flowed out from his fingertip. When it touched the ice flowers, they shattered. The lunar true flame absorbed the strand of dark underworld bone flame in his right arm. Xiao Chen's lunar true flame was formed by using a strand of lunar true flame that did not contain any origin flame to devour other inattributed flames. Chapter 890. It was far from the true lunar true flame of the world. However, after consuming the extreme Yin flame and the netherworld flame, its origin flame was already the size of a soybean. No matter what, it would have some might. Furthermore, it was ranked much higher than the netherworld bone flame. Naturally, it was not difficult for it to easily absorb a strand of the netherworld bone flame. You have quite a few good things on you. Coincidentally, my lunar true flame needs to advance. Watch as I take out your netherworld bone flame's origin flame later. Xiao Chen moved his arms freely. He smiled faintly and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then he punched at the incoming trident. He used the myriad heaven divine fists deity's descending secret technique, gathering veritable essence energy, magic energy, and vital qi, erupting with tenfold combat prowess. Bang! The white bone dermic incarnation with a ferocious aura was knocked back. It spun in the air and fell towards the sea. Didn't you want to see my saber? I'll show you what my saber is now. With a cold snort, Xiao Chen executed thunder dragon steps and chased after the falling Long Fei at an even faster speed. A bright light burst forth from Xiao Chen's body. Instantly, the sharpest saber in the world, flawless, came out of its scabbard. Using my palm as a saber, my feet as a saber, my wrist as a saber, my hair as a saber, my body as a saber, I am the saber and the saber is me. This saber was called Flawless. This Dao was perfect and flawless. In an instant, Xiao Chen closed in on Long Fei and formally executed his flawless saber Dao. Sharp fist lights filled with saber edges. Unparalleled leg shadows filled with saber edges. 3,000 strands of hair fell like a waterfall filled with saber edges. What Long Fei saw, what his ears heard, and what his body felt. He felt like thousands upon thousands of sabers were attacking him relentlessly. All sorts of tricky sabers flew at him, making him unable to imagine the trajectory of these sabers. That place was a sea of sabers, a world of sabers. Saber domain. Such a scene made several of the old men in the surrounding sky exclaim involuntarily. Aside from the boundless sabers, only Long Fei's white bone dermic incarnation remained, doing its best to fight with the sabers. Saber domain, the domain of the saber. Once it is executed, it is filled with the sharpness of a saber, able to break through all techniques. After being trapped, no matter how powerful the enemy is, after suffering the pain of 1,000 cuts, they will die. A genius bladesman like Feng Xingxing nearly lost his cool and cried out. Saber domain. That was a domain that only the legendary ancient saber monarchs could execute. It required exceptional talent for the saber to comprehend. Currently, there were not many famous saber emperors. There were almost none who could use a saber domain. However, there were a few experts who could use a sword domain. Could it really be a saber domain? After a while, the grave Feng Xingxing heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Fortunately, it is not a saber domain. It is just my body as a saber, turning everything I touch into a saber. It is very similar to the legendary saber domain, but there is an essential difference. However, Bai Wuxue sighed and said, Feng Xingxing, it is too early for you to relax. This is not a saber domain, but it clearly has the vague form of a saber domain. Given this fellow's talent, he will definitely be able to comprehend it. In the future, if you see him execute a saber domain, don't be shocked. Feng Xingxing appeared distracted for a while. Then, he could not help smiling bitterly. Haha, it looks like I am deceiving myself and others. I am not as thorough as Brother Bai. You are probably going to lose your bet with Xiao Chen. Bai Wuxue had a complicated expression. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, there will always be a time to settle all grudges and grudges. If I lose this time, I will be able to let go of the obsession in my heart. This might not be a bad thing for me. There are many people stronger than me in this world. The sons of the three holy masters are stronger than me, and Juanqi is stronger than me, and those newly born geniuses of the ancient races are stronger than me. Why should I take it to heart that Xiao Chen is stronger than me? He is just putting on a show and refusing to admit defeat. Brother Feng, do me a favor. Feng Xingxing said with a strange expression, please speak. Whoosh! A jade strip flew towards Feng Xingxing. Bai Wuxue stretched out his hand and caught it. He said, this contains the snow race inheritance that Xiao Chen wants. Will you please help me pass it on? Feng Xingxing grasped the jade strip and said, the match is not over yet. Brother Bai, why are you leaving before you finish looking? I am already 30 years old. I became famous at a young age. Along the way I have been fighting. It is not that I have seen too little. Rather, I have seen too much. However, I still cannot see through it. I am going into closed-door cultivation. If I cannot see through it, I will not come out. I will just pretend that I do not have a name in this world. Whatever bloody age of geniuses has nothing to do with me. Bai Wuxue. Snowflakes drifted down and landed on the surface of the sea, forming a path of ice and snow. Bai Wuxue walked on the waves. It was as Bai Wuxue said. Even after a long time, Feng Xingxing did not hear any news of him. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the shocking battle between Xiao Chen and Long Fei. No one paid attention to Bai Wuxue, who walked on the waves in the wind and snow. Long Fei, who was surrounded by boundless saber lights, did not appear. He did not collapse as everyone expected. Instead, the white bone dermic incarnation materialized 1,000 arms and sent out a destructive aura, not willing to admit defeat. When Xiao Chen made a bet with Xiao Chen, whoever gave out first would be the loser. My 1,000 hands white bone dermic incarnation originates from a mysterious Buddhist sect secret technique. The white bone dermic incarnation is the predecessor of the 10,000 hands Buddha. My energy is boundless. You are using your body as a saber, materializing the flawless saber Tao. You are going to be disappointed if you want to grind me to death. At this moment, Long Fei's dermic incarnation looked very dignified. He ignored the bloody wounds on his body as he brandished his 1,000 arms, clashing wildly with Xiao Chen, who had already turned into boundless saber lights. The shock waves of the two's battle on the surface of the sea grew increasingly wider. The seawater surged, and unrecoverable gorges appeared in the vast and boundless sea. It was like the ground had split open. An incredible sight. Once Long Fei's 1,000 hands white bone dermic incarnation unfolded, it immediately knocked back Xiao Chen's advantage, resulting in a stalemate. The battle continued. However, time seemed to freeze forever. That bright moon illuminated the sky. Its light did not scatter. How could night leave? As the bright moon did not scatter, the spectators could not help but have a vague sense of time. They did not know how long the two had been fighting already. Was it one night, one day, or even more days and nights? Xiao Chen had already forgotten the initial purpose of this battle. He only felt extremely carefree. His mind was filled with information and inspiration about the flawless saber Tao. Suddenly, he remembered the 4-season saber technique that he once cultivated. The 4-season saber technique grew without end, cycling without end. If he executed it with his flawless saber Tao, he could definitely grind down this 1,000 hands white bone dermic incarnation with boundless energy. Once Xiao Chen thought of it, he immediately executed it. Using the boundless state of the flawless saber Tao, he executed the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter at the same time. Immediately, 4 different scenes appeared on the 4 sides of the 1,000 hands white bone dermic incarnation. One side was like a spring breeze with peach blossoms blooming. One side was like a blazing sun burning the land. One side was like a gentle autumn wind, causing leaves to fall from the branches. One side was covered in pure white snow, freezing the land for 500 kilometers around. Each side was a saber. Compared to the countless sabers earlier, there were only 4 sabers now. The sabers were named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. Flawless 4 seasons. Cycle endlessly. Good, good, good. Xiao Chen said, good, 3 times in his heart. He was the one who created this 4-season saber technique in the first place. Flawless 4 seasons was compatible with the flawless saber Dao. Unexpectedly, it went unexpectedly smoothly, allowing him to execute it perfectly. Long Fei's expression slowly turned frustrated. He discovered that the 4 seasons continued endlessly, vaguely resonating with the supreme cycle of the great Tao. Unexpectedly, it showed no intention of stopping. Damn it! Thousand Hands White Bone Dermic Incarnation. Explode! Seeing that he was slowly being suppressed, Long Fei roared ferociously. The dermic incarnation of the Thousand Hands White Bone Dermic Incarnation swelled continuously. Then, without giving Xiao Chen any time to react, it exploded. Unexpectedly, Long Fei chose to explode his dermic incarnation. This was a decisive technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. Bang! The Thousand Hands White Bone Dermic Incarnation exploded, and the aura of destruction immediately reached its peak. In an instant, the peach blossoms fell, the blazing sun was extinguished, the autumn wind blew, and the white snow melted. The flawless 4 seasons was destroyed just like that. Wounds covered Long Fei's body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth and ears, making him look extremely horrifying. He no longer had the elegance of a scholar. Long Fei looked at Xiao Chen, who was also in a sorry state. His physical body cracked. Then he laughed loudly and said, "My white bone dermic incarnation only needs to recuperate for a month before the Thousand Hands Buddha statue, and it will recover. From the very start, I was undefeatable. Even if I do not have much vital chi now, you are like a dried-up lamp. You cannot do anything to me." In the end, this match ends in a draw. Xiao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. However, he discovered that he could not wipe it all off. His heart and lungs were torn apart. Without recuperating, he would not be able to recover temporarily. The self-detonation of the white bone dermic incarnation was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, the will of destruction from the trident reached its peak. Xiao Chen took the brunt of it and was indeed significantly injured. Unexpectedly, Long Fei still had such a ruthless move. However, this Long Fei was too naive to think of a draw. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Look up at the sky. Do you not notice anything wrong?" Long Fei's expression changed. When he looked up, he saw the bright moon in the sky, perfect and flawless. It was even more beautiful than any of the bright moons he had seen before. That's not right. Although I did not pay attention to the fight with him, at the very least, 1 night has passed. Why is the sky not bright yet? Do you find it strange that the sky is not bright yet? Let this bright moon, which has been preparing for you for a long time, tell you. With a flip of my hand, I can make the night disappear. With a flip of my hand, I can make the sun not rise. Xiao Chen pointed, and boundless moonlight gathered at Xiao Chen's fingertip, forming a flawless blade that shot out. Long Fei wanted to dodge but found that there was nowhere to hide. Flawless bright moon. This world is filled with moonlight. Where can you hide? Cassier. Long Fei was instantly chopped in half. His life force started to fade quickly. Xiao Chen opened his hand and grabbed the trident in the other party's hand. It had been too long. Looking at the dissipating bright moon, some people could not react. They thought that Xiao Chen had absorbed all the moonlight from the real bright moon and scattered it. Unexpectedly, they felt pity for it. However, when the bright moon disappeared, they looked up and saw that there was actually another bright moon in the sky. Everyone's vision blurred, thinking that they were in a dream. After a while, they understood that this was the real bright moon. The battle between Xiao Chen and Long Fei lasted from night to dawn, and then to night again. Chapter 891. This battle was like a dream. If not for the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, with his body split in half, some people might have thought that it was a dream. Xiao Chen dragged his weak body and took advantage of the moment when Long Fei's life force was fading to infuse his spiritual sense into the trident. He erased Long Fei's spiritual mark and carved his own spiritual mark deeply into it. A feeling of fatigue appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The bright moon hung high in the sky, storing up a lot of energy. However, the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was nearly depleted. Xiao Chen endured the dizziness and discomfort as he quickly imprinted his spiritual mark into the trident. As Long Fei's spiritual mark roared in dissatisfaction, the imprint finally succeeded. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen withdrew the trident into his sea of consciousness. Then, he turned around and retreated, going as far as he could. Most genius cultivators with a large sect behind them would have a martial emperor's will clone inserted into them. Although there was only one chance, Xiao Chen could not be sure whether Long Fei had used it or not. Long Fei's life force was already very weak after being split in half. However, he was a martial sage and cultivated some secret techniques. His brain was not destroyed, so he was not completely dead. If a sovereign martial emperor arrived, it was entirely possible to save Xiao Chen. Kasie. Right after Xiao Chen retreated, a bone spike pierced through the afterimage he left behind. However, the afterimage did not scatter. When one looked carefully, this bone spike, which did not reveal much of its sharpness, actually pinned Xiao Chen's afterimage to space. It truly pierced through space. You run really fast. I would be too embarrassed to make a move against a junior like you a second time. Take care. A figure of light came out from Long Fei's forehead. Its appearance was indistinguishable, but one could hear a suppressive voice. The moment the voice rang out, all the cultivators present, including Xiao Chen, could not endure that pressure. They all bent over and prostrated themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Water splashed everywhere. Several cultivators, whose cultivations were too low, could not endure the pressure and fell into the sea. White Bone King of the Corpse God Palace. This is a will clone of his. It is too strong, too strong. This is a sovereign martial emperor. Inexplicably strong. I cannot resist him at all. If he wanted to kill me, he would not even need to lift a finger. The White Bone King's will avatar stretched out a clump of bloody light and slowly connected the two halves of Long Fei's corpse. Sovereign martial emperors already cultivated an undying body. Their understanding of the secrets of the physical body had already reached an inconceivable level. It was not strange for such a wondrous scene to come from a sovereign martial emperor. However, even if a sovereign martial emperor made a move and saved his life, Long Fei would need at least half a year to recover. Of course, although he didn't gain as much comprehension as Xiao Chen, he still benefited a lot from this battle. After half a year of cultivation, he would probably make great progress. The scarlet light turned into a cocoon, and the White Bone Sovereign's will clone carried Long Fei, who was in the scarlet cocoon. Then, it turned into a beam of light and flew into the universe, ignoring this matter. Huang Pu Feng heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Goodbye, White Bone King." The factions of the Bushan Palace also sent off the White Bone Sovereign respectfully in unison. No matter what, the White Bone Sovereign still had the air of a senior. He did not vent his anger on the others because of Long Fei's miserable state. In that case, there would not be any changes to the bet between Xiao Chen, Long Fei, and Wei Hua. Clearly, these major characters did not intend to participate in these small fights. Furthermore, while the juniors of the corpse race and the human race were fighting to the death, the upper echelons of the two sides might be chatting happily, discussing how to go on experiential training in the starry heavens or exchanging their comprehensions on cultivation. The 5 major races of the Kunlun realm had an explosive number of people, more than 10 billion. Although it was hard to become an Emperor Wu, there would be a few Emperor Wu in less than 200 years. Furthermore, Emperor Wu could live for at least 2,000 years. As of now, there were many Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm. The truly rare ones were sovereign martial emperors. As of now, there were no more than 20 known sovereign martial emperors. At such a level, it would be hard for them to have any deep grudges or hatred. Most things could be resolved through discussion. Wei Hua showed a sullen expression as he waved his hand hatefully. The corpse race will keep its promise. 3 days from now, we will leave the 2 resource stars that we occupied. Let's go. Wei Hua led the corpse race cultivators and a large group of demonic corpses away in a somewhat sorry state. On this trip to Dragonwood Star, they had suffered a double loss. Not only did they not achieve their goal of plundering, but they also lost 2 resource stars that they occupied. This was a heavy loss. The Muddy Sky Gate was here to fish in troubled waters in the first place. Given the current situation, there were no benefits to reap or a good show to watch. Then, Qi Wuxue looked at the people of Bushan Palace, who all had malicious gazes. He chuckled. Naturally, he would not remain here for long. Xiao Chen, I, Qi Wuxue, admire you greatly. You truly live up to your reputation as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. When you have time in the future, come to the Primal Chaos Domain's Muddy Sky Gate as a guest. I, Qi Wuxue, will definitely host a banquet and put on a grand show. After saying that, Qi Wuxue led the group of Muddy Sky Gate cultivators away on the King-grade warship. If they did not leave now, the people of Bushan Palace might get angry and send them flying. If that happened, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. 3 days later, Bushan Palace successfully took over 2 resource stars. The news of Xiao Chen's 2 consecutive victories, defeating the Iron Hand Sovereign, the Underworld Fire Sovereign, and the Whitebone Sovereign, reached the upper echelon of Bushan Palace. According to the agreement, Xiao Chen had obtained 1 million military merits. Furthermore, he had found out the spies and killed some corpse race martial sages and various demonic corpses. His total military merits reached more than 1.5 million. However, Xiao Chen did not attend the distribution of military merits at the headquarters. Firstly, he was recuperating, so it was not convenient for him to go. Secondly, Huang Pufeng would not be able to reward Xiao Chen with this amount of military merits. No matter how much Huang Pufeng gave him, it would not be worth 1.5 million military merits. However, after the distribution, Huang Pufeng met with Xiao Chen alone and symbolically gave him 1 million astral coins, some black patterned gold, heavenly windgrass, and other specialties of dragonwood star. At the same time, he also gave Xiao Chen a piece of news. 3 months from now, Bushan Palace will hold a king conferral ceremony at the headquarters of the Haotian Star. At that time, they will carve out a province in the Tianwu domain as your territory. Of course, there will be other rewards as well. After Xiao Chen heard that, a smile appeared on his pale face. Xiao Chen did not care about the other benefits. As long as he could get a province, he would have profited greatly. In the future, when he established the Dragon's Gate, he would not have to worry about a place to build his foundation. However, Xiao Chen did not know which province they would carve out for him. He hoped that it would not be an overly desolate land. There were several desolate and uninhabited places in the Tianwu domain. Firstly, there were no resources. Secondly, there were no people. He would have to start from scratch. That would be too tiring. However, this did not matter. What Xiao Chen cared about was land. Although the Kunlun realm was vast, there were plenty of desolate lands. However, if you really wanted to find a place without an owner, it would be almost impossible. Even an abandoned place would have a nominal owner. These people were not people to offend. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he might end up in big trouble. This Xiao would like to ask Lord Huangpu a question. Can you tell me who the current palace master of my Bushan Palace is? The Bushan Palace was made up of the various large sects of the Tianwu domain. Among them, the 3 holy masters held absolute leadership. However, Xiao Chen had heard that the palace master was not one of the 3 holy masters. Huang Pufeng smiled and said, "The palace master has not made an official appearance for several thousand years already. You juniors might not know this, but that is normal. Right now, the palace master of the Bushan Palace is a powerful sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Thunder King. So it is him. That makes sense. With such a person as the strongest human expert to keep the 3 holy masters in check, it would be best for him to be the palace master of the Bushan Palace." The Thunder King was from the same generation as the Qing Emperor. Now he was close to 10,000 years old. His strength was unfathomable. It was because of him that the human race could barely withstand the immense pressure from the deity race. Since he was from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chen wondered if this Thunder King had any friendship with the Qing Emperor. If he did, he should be able to attend this king conferral ceremony without worrying too much. He would not have to fear the 3 holy masters too much. When Xiao Chen had time, he would see if he could get some information from the Haotian martial emperor. After Huang Pufeng left, a light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a trident appeared in his hand. He revealed a smile in his eyes. For the time being, The greatest benefit of this trip was the Trident of Destruction. Unexpectedly, the ruined throne could be refined into something else. This broadened Xiao Chen's train of thought. Could the Massacre Throne and the Death Throne be refined into weapons as well? Clearly, if they were refined into weapons, the thrones would be able to bring out greater might. It was a very simple example. When fighting with others, would you be able to bring out the power of a throne or a weapon? The answer was obvious. A weapon was a lethal weapon, and a throne was a precious weapon. If one wanted to bring out the will within it and bring out greater might, it would be more practical to refine it into a weapon. Furthermore, the shape of the throne was just the surface. It did not affect the state it represented. After thinking about this, Xiao Chen already had an answer in his heart. It would be better to refine the throne into a weapon. However, Xiao Chen had sworn that if he could not resurrect Ao Jiao, he would not use another saber. Furthermore, now that Xiao Chen was using his body as a saber, he did not need a physical saber. He was the saber. It would be better to refine the throne into another weapon. Xiao Chen did not think about this for now. He put away the ruined trident and took out a jade strip with a flip of his hand. The contents of the jade strip were the snow race's inheritance that Xiao Chen was interested in. The snow race could be considered a strong ancient race. They had uncanny control over the power of ice and snow. Xiao Chen had heard that several ancient races had powerful geniuses recently. He wondered if the snow race had such geniuses as well. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the jade strip and closed his eyes. Then, he started to carefully comprehend the information in it. The information in the jade strip was as vast as the sea. It talked about the origins of ice and snow, how to control ice and snow, and how to grasp ice and snow. Xiao Chen cultivated the will of thunder. He could not waste time cultivating the will of ice and snow again. The information in the jade strip could only be used as a reference. However, the winter saber in the flawless four seasons touched on the ice Dao. Xiao Chen could use the knowledge in the jade strip to complete his winter saber. Chapter 892. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he looked at the time in the room. He had spent 2 days on this comprehension. With a thought, snowflakes drifted around Xiao Chen. The cold qi in the room plummeted as if winter had arrived. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and light flickered. The snow became a saber, and a cold wind blew. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. All the snowflakes suddenly surrounded him and started spinning. It was like thousands of people practicing the saber in the snow. Saber lights flashed, cold winds blew, and snow flew everywhere. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied expression. This winter snow saber was finally complete. Using the state of ice and snow as a saber, these snowflakes filling the air were my saber. Xiao Chen stood up and stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake. Then, he placed it under his nose and gently sniffed it. His entire body felt cool. Xiao Chen caught the snowflake with 2 fingers and casually waved it. All the snowflakes in the room moved with him, forming an ice flower drifting about. When Xiao Chen scattered his law energy and stopped circulating the 4-season saber technique, the cold in the room disappeared. Only the ice flower remained, remaining eternally. As Xiao Chen paced around the room, he continued thinking. The flawless saber Dao, using the body as a saber and the thoughts as a saber, now had a general direction. However, the true moves were only flawless bright moon and flawless 4 seasons. Furthermore, they were adapted from the moves of the past. Xiao Chen had to comprehend a few more moves. However, this was a flash of inspiration. He could not force it. There are still 3 more moves for the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. I have to find time to finish practicing them. As for the Dragon Subduing Slash, there are still 10 more moves. I have to find time to completely refine them and merge them into my flawless saber Dao. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking this, the door suddenly opened. Xiao Xian, Jin Lin, and Lu Ke walked in. The instant the door opened, the crystalline ice flower drifted down towards the 3. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand to catch the ice flower. Hee, senior brother, your flower. Xiao Xian walked over and handed over the flower. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. I'll give it to you. It contains some of my comprehensions of the winter saber. At a critical moment, it might be able to save your life. When Xiao Xian heard that, she was overjoyed. She quickly expressed her thanks and carefully put the flowers into her universe ring. In the Battle of Dragonwood Star, under Xiao Chen's guidance, the three gained a lot of military merits. This was especially so for Jin Lin. As he said, he killed 10 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race, 100 inferior-grade martial sages, and more than 1,000 monarch-grade demonic corpses. Xiao Chen's 100,000 military merits was no worse than Feng Xingxing's. Senior brother, how are your injuries? Now that there are no more battles on Dragonwood Planet, we have to hurry back to the Haotian sect, Jinlin said. This time, Xiao Chen was severely injured. The white bone incarnation contained the will of destruction and was too close to him. If not for his rank 3 sage body, his internal organs would have ruptured, and he would have died. Let's go. If we do not make a move for half a month, we should be fine. If we run into any astral beasts along the way, we will have to rely on you, Xiao Chen said jokingly with a relaxed expression. Jin Lin patted his chest and said, Don't worry. Leave it to me, Jin Lin. Senior brother. Rest assured and recuperate. When Xiao Chen left, he saw that the Haotian sect's juniors had already been waiting for a long time. When he saw this group of juniors who had gained something new, he felt deeply moved. Greetings, senior brother. When the group of juniors saw Xiao Chen come out, they immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Now, not only was Xiao Chen strong, but his demeanor had also won over this group of juniors, gaining their sincere worship. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and spat, and the Dragon's Gate's warship flew out. Everyone quickly leaped onto it. Standing at the bow, Xiao Chen raised his hand, and 18 sails rose up. Jets shot out from the stern, and the Dragon's Gate's warship flew into the starry heavens in its proudest manner. Xiao Chen felt some emotions in his heart. 10,000 years ago, the Dragon's Gate was not destroyed. He wondered if the Qing Emperor was like him today. Xiao Chen led the Dragon's Gate's disciples on the Dragon's Gate's warship. He led a group of proud people and his own glory to roam the universe. As the Dragon's Gate's warship went far away, 2 discordant golden figures appeared in the starry heavens. Based on their auras, they were actually the blue-robed emperors, far surpassing Xiao Chen's cultivation. He was conferred king for 1 million astral beasts, consecutively defeating the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors. The Divine Sun's worries were right. This fellow is truly a strong rival of the Divine Sun. After not appearing for 2 years, he became famous the moment he appeared. This fellow is really too high profile. Now that the chaos in the starry heaven Silver Lake is over, his fame from this battle will probably be no less than the Divine Sun's. However, it will not be easy to kill him. The Divine Sun probably wants the 2 of us to make a move because he wants to be cannon fodder. Back then, how could the Qing Emperor not have left any backup plans? If we could really kill him, there would be no need for us to make a move. Someone would have already lost their patience. It does not matter. Since the Divine Sun erected a life deity statue for the 2 of us, in the future, when the Divine Sun ascends to the God King position, he will naturally condense a deity throne for us. Of the 3,000 deities, the 2 of us will definitely have a place. Let's make our move. Be fast and we might succeed. The Dragon's Gate's warship moved quickly through the starry heavens. Xiao Chen stood at the bow, admiring the strange scenery of the universe. Occasionally, he controlled the advanced ancient demonic energy cannons hidden in the dragon mouths to blast the asteroids in the way into pieces. Just at this moment, the eternally dark starry heavens suddenly became as bright as day, dazzling everyone's eyes. The light vanished in a flash, and the starry heavens turned pitch black once more. The junior generation disciples at the bow were all startled. However, there had always been countless strange sights in the universe. It was not strange for them to encounter such a thing. Seeing that nothing had happened after a while, they all relaxed and went back to their own business. Xiao Chen appeared calm as he looked at the sky. However, he felt somewhat shocked in his heart. What passed earlier was clearly a powerful bolt of electric light, several times stronger than the immortal lightning that the Thunder King left behind. Which senior expert just made a trip there? To think that he could easily light up the starry heavens of the universe. At the same time, in the palace where Di Wuk resided in the deity race nation of the Kunlun realm, the 2 god statues suddenly cracked, directly breaking into nothingness. The obsession and life energy hidden in the god statues completely vanished. Inside the palace, Tianyu Shi, who was writing on a golden book, sighed gently on his gorgeous face. He said, "You should have guessed this ending long ago. The two quasi-gods died, and their life deity statues were destroyed as well. They did not even have a chance to revive. Have you thought of how to explain this to the deity sovereign? Diwak revealed a smile on his handsome face. He said, I did not end up empty-handed. I finally know who is protecting him. I'll explain things to the deity sovereign. Give this person an invitation to the Heroes Convention as well. The Dragon's Gate's warship safely arrived at the Haotian Star after traveling for half a month without any surprises or danger. The Haotian sect disciples of Dragonwood Star were in the limelight. The news of Xiao Chen defeating 3 sovereign martial emperors in a row had already reached the Haotian sect. On the ground, the first elder, Han Qinghe, led a group of inner sect elders out to welcome the Dragon's Gate's warship. When the warship landed, Xiao Chen led 20 juniors down. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute to the first elder and said, Xiao Chen did not fail in his mission. He did not embarrass the Haotian sect or the Haotian sect disciples. The group of elders all smiled happily. The matter of Dragonwood Star had already spread far and wide. Xiao Chen had allowed the Haotian sect to gain some face. Han Qinghe smiled and said, Jean Lin, bring your junior brothers and sisters and follow the elders to discuss the merits and rewards. The pavilion masters of the Refining Medicine Pavilion and the Equipment Forging Pavilion are all present. If you have any requests, just state them. The 20 juniors all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. This was the first time someone casually raised a request. After saying a few words of consolation, Han Qinghe led Xiao Chen away alone to the inner hall of the main sect. However, he did not enter. A person sat in the inner hall. It was actually the Haotian Emperor. Beside him was the vice-sect master that Xiao Chen had met once before, a super expert with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen was stunned. He had not expected that Han Qinghe would bring him to meet these 2 major characters. This was completely unexpected. Xiao Chen greets the sect master and the vice-sect master. Xiao Chen bowed and performed a cupped fist salute, greeting these 2 true major characters of the Haotian sect. The Haotian emperor sized up Xiao Chen and felt very satisfied. He smiled warmly and said, What a great air of a grandmaster. 2 years of thinking, bitter cultivation, and silent comprehension. It looks like you have undergone a complete transformation. Sect master overpraises me. Compared to the 2 senior sect masters, Xiao Chen's current accomplishments are nothing. If ordinary people praised him, he would be able to accept it without batting an eyelid. However, the Haotian Emperor was rumored to be a major character not far from Sovereign Martial Emperor. How could he accept the other party's praise? The vice-sect master Aogu said, This time, you made the Haotian sect famous. Your accomplishments in the starry heaven Silver Lake are even higher than those of your first senior sister, Shui Lingling. The sect master and I have to express our gratitude. If you have anything in particular that you want, you can mention it now. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. There were many things that he wanted. However, what he urgently needed were some spirit herbs and spirit flowers for the later layers of the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chen's current physical body had already surpassed the requirements for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. Unfortunately, the latter 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art required different spirit herbs for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels: the heart, liver, kidney, and stomach. These spirit herbs were not considered rare treasures. However, they were things that could only be found and not sought. Xiao Chen had searched for them a few times but had not succeeded, making him feel very depressed. Many thanks to the 2 seniors for your kind intentions. Xiao Chen is indeed in urgent need of some things: heart-nourishing grass, bright yellow ganoderma, daylily grass, heavenly learning vine, and gilded fruit. The vice-sect master Aogu muttered to himself for a while before saying, These are spirit herbs for the 5 viscera. They are not too precious. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to find them. However, it is not difficult for us. Just wait for my news. I will get someone to deliver them to you in less than 5 days. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Given this, the firmament body tempering art's consummation was just around the corner. If Xiao Chen succeeded in cultivating the final 5 layers, it would be very difficult for his internal organs to be injured. He would not have to fear something like the white bone incarnation exploding again. The Haotian Emperor smiled and said, After this, we will discuss the matter of you being conferred king. At that time, the Bushan Palace will bestow you with a province. If you need the Haotian sect's help, You can ask at any time. Chapter 893. This could be considered a promise from the Haotian Emperor. At the very least, if there was any trouble in that province in the future, the Haotian sect could be directly used. This was a rare opportunity. Xiao Chen took the opportunity to ask the two sect masters some questions about martial techniques. Furthermore, he asked about the Thunder King. However, the Haotian Emperor was tight-lipped and did not reveal too much to Xiao Chen. Only after Xiao Chen left did the Haotian Emperor's expression change slightly. He asked, Aogu, what do you think of this Xiao Chen? Aogu thought for a while before replying, at such a young age, he already has the air of a grandmaster. If nothing unexpected happens, he might grow to the level of the Qing Emperor back then. The Haotian Emperor whispered, the Thunder King made a move on his behalf. When Aogu heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, is that true? The Thunder King made a move? The Thunder King was a powerful sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. However, the Qing Emperor's brilliance was too great, causing the Haotian Emperor to overlook this person. It was only after the Qing Emperor died that the Thunder King made a move a few times, easily destroying a few deity race divine kings. Only then did the Haotian Emperor start to take this incredible major character seriously. However, the Thunder King had not made a move for many years already. He rarely even showed himself. The matters of the Bushan Palace had also been neglected for many years, handed over to the strongest Holy Lord, the Holy Lord Vermilion Bird. Everyone had nearly forgotten this name. Unexpectedly, the Thunder King made a move again. The Haotian Emperor nodded and said, at our level, the news has already spread. With one bolt of heavenly lightning, he destroyed two of the deity race's blue-robed emperors. The deity race's deity sovereign did not say anything. Instead, he sent someone to apologize. It seems that the Qing Emperor really had a backup plan and asked this old friend for help. Aogu said, however, the Thunder King doesn't have much time left in his lifespan. The Qing Emperor has been dead for over 10,000 years. For him to be able to live until now is already quite heaven-defying. The next 10,000 years tribulation should be coming soon. A sovereign martial emperor would go through a time tribulation every 1,000 years. If one did not die and lived for more than 10,000 years, they would die. Every 1,000 years, this tribulation was called the 10,000 lifespan tribulation, and each tribulation was harder than the last. A large part of the reason why the Thunder King was a legendary character was that he was the sovereign martial emperor who had undergone this tribulation the most times. The time tribulation was the harvest of the heavenly Tao on sovereign martial emperors. Normally, if one could clear it once, one would be lucky to not die. Someone who could clear it again and again was truly heaven-defying. The Thunder King was such a heaven-defying character. The Haotian Emperor said, that is hard to say. The Thunder King is a living legend. From a certain point of view, he is even higher than the Qing Emperor. After all, he is still alive, but the Qing Emperor is already dead. Aogu thought of something and asked, Sect Master, what do you mean? The Haotian Emperor nodded and said, that's right. What I mean is to tie the fate of the Haotian sect to Xiao Chen's. Back then I stood on his side. In the future, I will stand on his side to the end. Aogu could not help but admire the Haotian Emperor's courage. Back then, the Qing Emperor had left behind many enemies. Despite the situation being unclear, Aogu chose to stand on Xiao Chen's side. Most Emperor Wu would not have had the courage to do so. However, if Xiao Chen really rose up, the Haotian sect would gain endless benefits. However, if it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Only a truly bold person would dare to play this game of chess. The Thunder King's move gave the Haotian Emperor great confidence, allowing him to continue playing this game of chess. The Haotian Emperor also had his own goals. The human race needed a leader, and the Kunlun Great Realm needed a leader. He needed to complete the path that the Qing Emperor did not complete, to complete the path that the predecessors did not complete. The Haotian Emperor could not continue, but that did not mean that Xiao Chen could not. After Xiao Chen left the inner hall, he did not know that the Haotian Emperor had already decided to stand behind him because of the Thunder King's move. At this moment, Xiao Chen was preparing to use the space-time tunnel to return to the Kunlun continent's Haotian province. He had a mountain peak with a peak spirit vein there. He could use it to stabilize his cultivation and cultivate the firmament body tempering art to great perfection. Haha! Junior brother Xiao Chen. You really made senior sister wait for a long time. That's not right. I should call you the white-robed king now. With 1,000,000 military merits, you are the youngest conferred sovereign personage of the Bushan Palace. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Xiao Chen at the corner of the corridor. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, he could not help but rejoice. He exclaimed, "First senior sister, why are you here?" That was right. The person who came was his first senior sister, Shui Lingling. After not seeing her for 2 years, she had become even more elegant. Her gentle face looked even more exquisite. When she smiled faintly, no one dared to look at her carefully. Beside the Haotian planet spacetime tunnel, Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling casually sat under a lush spirit tree, chatting about their experiences. White-robed king. Who spread that nickname? I don't think I have a sovereign personage yet. Naturally, Xiao Chen found the white-robed king that Shui Lingling mentioned funny and helpless. Could it be that one had to be called such an unsophisticated name just because they wore white? Shui Lingling covered her mouth and smiled gently. I think that's pretty good. When the Bushan Palace conferred you a sovereign personage, you can go and fight for it. This sovereign personage sounds pretty nice. Oh right. This is a greeting gift for you. A crystalline silver flower petal with bubbles floating on it appeared in her palm. Then, Shui Lingling handed it to Xiao Chen and said, "This is a specialty of the starry heaven Silver Lake, the petals of the heavenly silver flower." Xiao Chen received the silver flower petal and looked at it silently. The silver flower petal looked incredibly fresh and tender. He could even see the pathways on the leaves clearly. Strands of glassy silver energy flowed rapidly within it. When Xiao Chen felt the energy contained in it, he was startled. Unexpectedly, this tiny silver flower petal contained vast and pure law energy. That was right. This was law energy, not some spiritual energy of the world. After one absorbed it, one would need to convert it into their own law energy. If one consumed it directly, one would not need to do anything, and one's law energy would increase by 10 to 20%. This was too precious. Such a natural treasure that could allow a martial sage to increase their cultivation was simply too precious. Shui Lingling could tell what Xiao Chen was worried about. She consoled him softly, "Just take it. The flower petal is only effective the first time. I already used it once. If I used it again, it would be a waste." Xiao Chen put away the flower petal. He could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Unexpectedly, he did not have any presentable gift on hand. Naturally, the most valuable thing in the universe ring was the 20 longevity fruits. However, Shui Lingling was still in her prime. She still had a long lifespan left. It would not be appropriate to give them away. There was also the lunar cassia flower in the immortal spirit ring. The lunar cassia flower was pretty good. Unfortunately, it was not as good as the heavenly silver flower. Xiao Chen could only make a mental note of this. In the future, when he obtained something good, he would return the favor. After undergoing experiential training in the starry heaven Silver Lake, Shui Lingling's current strength had already reached peak medial grade martial sage. She was only a step shy of advancing to superior grade martial sage. Shui Lingling's aura was even more withdrawn and drawn out. Her cultivation was not exaggerated at all. In fact, it was even more stable than Xiao Chen's. The sons of the 3 holy masters have not been conferred kingship, but you have. I received news that Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji are very dissatisfied. I'm afraid that the king conferral ceremony will not be peaceful, Shui Lingling said when she thought of something. Xiao Chen leaned against a tree trunk as leaves drifted before him. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "I expected it long ago. What will come will come. I will wait for them." There is one more thing. Di Wuk has decided to hold a heroes convention 2 years from now and erect a heroes monument. Right now, he is trying to gather all the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Heroes convention? What is Di Wuk trying to do? Shui Lingling said cautiously, "Don't underestimate Di Wuk. He is very ambitious. If the heroes convention can be held as scheduled, he will establish his supreme prestige and gather a vast amount of luck. Who in the world is a hero? Who dares to call themselves a hero? Since ancient times, no one had ever held a heroes convention. The reason was none other than the word hero being too heavy. If Xiao Chen really erected the heroes monument and carved the names of all the outstanding talents of this era on it, he would be able to gather a large amount of luck. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "His ambition is too blatant. What if others do not come?" Shui Lingling said helplessly, "This is his scheme. If you do not come, you will worry about others going. If someone else's name is carved on the hero's monument, you will suffer a great loss. If your name is not on the hero's monument, you will naturally be excluded. In the end, he is using his current prestige to gather luck, gathering all the geniuses of this era by his side. He is taking the initiative to become the only main character of this era. If you follow his wishes, you can be a supporting character. If you do not, you will not even be considered a supporting character when your name is not on the hero's monument." Xiao Chen looked into the distance and entered deep thought. Di Wuk was forcing him to a dead end. Given Xiao Chen's character, he naturally could not participate in the heroes' convention that Di Wuk held. However, if everyone in the world participated in this heroes' convention, what would happen to Xiao Chen? When a great influence was formed, one would often be helpless. If one did not look down on the hero's monument, the prestige of the hero's monument would not exist. If everyone in the world believed in the word hero, then one would not be a hero if one's name was not on the hero's monument. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and said, "First senior sister, you must have other intentions for telling me all this, right?" Shui Lingling nodded and said, "I got to know a good friend during the battle at the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. He fought with Di Wuk 3 times and did not end up at a disadvantage in any of them. He asked me to tell you that he wants to work with you to hold a Blue Dragon convention as well." Xiao Chen moved his body somewhat lazily. He tapped the ground with his right hand and smiled at the empty space in front of him. This friend of First Senior Sisters is rather unique. He likes to eavesdrop on others. Unfortunately, while he hid his head well, he did not hide his tail well. "Kasie! Kasie!" While Xiao Chen tapped the ground casually, strands of saber chi were hidden in it. Suddenly, strands of purple electric saber chi shot out from the ground 500 meters in front of him. The person hidden in the air had not expected Xiao Chen to discover him. He had not expected Xiao Chen to attack without saying anything. He revealed himself and gently drifted away, leaving behind blood-red afterimages. When the afterimages merged with each other, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 894. A slender, nearly perfect, and handsome man in white appeared before Xiao Chen. There was a scarlet mark between his eyebrows, giving this perfect face an even more soul-stirring evil aura. The white-clad man smiled warmly and said, "You truly live up to your reputation as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Unexpectedly, the concealment techniques of my Azura race cannot hide from your discerning eyes. Lan Xiaobai, why are you here?" The appearance of this white-clad man surprised Shui Lingling as well. When she saw him clearly, her expression turned cold as she immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Lan Xiaobai landed on the ground and stepped on the tree leaves without making a sound. He said softly, "I just arrived not long ago. However, don't worry. I already gave Elder Han a heads up. I did not come uninvited." The Azura race was an extremely strong race during the ancient era. However, they were few in number and did not have the ability to produce spirits and demonic corpses like the corpse race and the ghost race. Many years ago, the Azura race moved to a star, distancing themselves from the struggle for power in the Kunlun realm. Hearing Lan Xiaobai's explanation, Shui Lingling's expression improved. However, she still felt uncomfortable. Lan Xiaobai looked straight at Xiao Chen. His perfect face revealed a sincere expression as he said, "Brother Xiao Chen, what do you think of Miss Shui's suggestion? We are all proud people. How can we let Di Wuk erect this hero monument? Furthermore, the deity race is an outsider race. Their wild ambition has always existed, wanting to unify the Kunlun realm." Lan Xiaobai's words were sincere and did not contain any arrogance. He humbled himself, waiting for Xiao Chen's answer in anticipation. Xiao Chen lay on the tree trunk, not showing any intention of getting up. He smiled and said, "Well said. I think very highly of you holding the Heroes Convention. Do your best. I will send someone to deliver a congratulatory note at that time." "What do you mean by this?" "My big brother Xiaobai is talking to you, but you're not even standing up." On the road behind the spirit tree, a man and a woman walked over quickly. The one who spoke was the woman on the right. The woman looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She had a head of fiery red hair and fair skin. Her beautiful face gave off a lively and adorable aura. There was a red mark on his forehead. Needless to say, he was from the Azura race. Shui Lingling clearly had some friendship with this girl. She exclaimed in surprise. You're here too? Yes, we just paid a visit to Elder Han and explained the purpose of our visit. But Elder Han said that everything is up to this person to decide. He has no right to interfere. The Azura girl named Yu nodded and pointed at Xiao Chen angrily. The Azura raceman beside Xiao Chen was dressed in black. When he saw Xiao Chen leaning lazily against the tree, he frowned slightly as well. However, he tolerated it well and did not say anything. Xiao Chen pushed himself off the ground and stood up. Sorry, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he headed for the space-time tunnel on his own without waiting for them to reply. When Shui Lingling saw the situation, she informed the three that she could not entertain them for now and quickly followed. The black-clad Azura raceman watched the two disappear into the space-time tunnel. He said, What is the relationship between this Miss Shui and this person? Why is she so concerned about Xiao Chen's attitude? Lan Xiaobai said depressingly, What relationship? I gave her the heavenly silver flower petals, and she casually gave them to this person as a greeting gift. You exclaimed in shock. That can't be. How could elder sister Shui be like that? The heavenly silver flower blooms once every 100 years, and there is only one flower with 3 petals. Elder brother Xiaobai, it was not easy for you to obtain an extra petal from Di Wuk. Yet, elder sister Shui actually gave it away? The black-clad man smiled bitterly and said, This is really depressing for you. However, based on their relationship, they do not seem to be lovers. Xiaobai, you still have a chance. However, do we really need this person for the Heroes Convention? At the mention of the Heroes Convention, Lan Xiaobai's perfect face turned extremely grave. He said, It is not that we need his help. It is just that with his help, we will be more confident of suppressing Di Wuk. Xiaoqin, you should seriously consider this. Di Wuk is organizing the Heroes Convention to pressure you. Once he becomes the main character, you will never be able to turn things around. After leaving the space-time tunnel, the two arrived in the sky above the Kunlun continent's Haotian city. Shui Lingling looked at Xiao Chen anxiously. The depths of her eyes were filled with concern. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Shui Lingling said somewhat anxiously, Lan Xiaobai's strength is really comparable to Di Wuk's. If you work with him, you will definitely be able to suppress Di Wuk. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he not sense the concern in Shui Lingling's words? However, Xiao Chen could tell what kind of person Lan Xiaobai was after probing him a little. This person said that Di Wuk had the ambition of a wolf, but was he not the same? He clearly looked down on Xiao Chen, yet he was willing to lower his voice and speak to Xiao Chen. He was not an ordinary person. The man and woman beside him were also not ordinary people, especially the black-clad man. Xiao Chen compared the black-clad man to Long Fei, and concluded that the black-clad man was stronger than Long Fei. If Xiao Chen worked with such a person, he would be weak and would not be able to take the initiative. It was just that Xiao Chen had replaced Di Wuk with Lan Xiaobai, and there was still someone suppressing him. There was no change at all. Xiao Chen thought even further. His first senior sister was a smart person. It was impossible that she had not thought of this. Why was she so flustered? The answer was probably that Di Wuk's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level during his experience in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. His first senior sister believed that she no longer stood a chance against him. If Di Wuk's Heroes Convention succeeded, then she would not be able to survive. This was the saying, worry leads to chaos. Stopping, Xiao Chen smiled softly. First senior sister, why do you feel that I have to work with others to host a Heroes Convention? Shui Lingling was slightly stunned. She pondered over Xiao Chen's tone and her eyes lit up. Junior brother Xiao Chen, are you thinking of hosting a Heroes Convention by yourself? Xiao Chen shook his head. No. Then why? The word hero is too heavy. I don't even dare to call myself a hero, so why would I host a Heroes Convention? However, don't worry, I have already thought of a general way to deal with Di Wuk's Heroes Convention. Shui Lingling blinked her eyes and asked in disbelief. Really? Xiao Chen smiled and asked, First senior sister, you don't believe in Xiao Chen? I have never been one to sit around and wait for death, nor do I boast. When Shui Lingling heard this, she recalled some of Xiao Chen's past. She revealed a smile and said, "It looks like I was overly worried. I won't disturb you for now. I still have to go and entertain Lan Xiaobai." Hearing that Shui Lingling still had to go and entertain Lan Xiaobai, Xiao Chen could not help but feel uncomfortable. However, he quickly adjusted himself and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks for First Senior Sister's kind intentions. I'll take my leave first." After returning to his peak, Xiao Chen entered the cultivation room familiarly. Without saying anything, he used the peak spirit vein to start cultivating. Now that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had reached the 7th layer, his cultivation speed was no slower than Diwak and the other outstanding talents. In fact, he was even faster. However, Xiao Chen had been in the Sky Dome realm, where the spiritual energy was thin. After he returned, he had been busy comprehending the Saber Dao and had not had much time to cultivate. Now that he had the time and the conditions to quietly comprehend, he naturally had to consolidate his cultivation. Now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached early-stage medial-grade martial sage. The mysterious small world in his dantian contained 600 heavenly sage laws. There were not many of them, but each one was as thick as a baby's arm. He would not be any weaker than a regular superior-grade martial sage. More importantly, Xiao Chen still had vast magic energy in his sea of consciousness. This was his greatest trump card. 5 days later, the Vice Sect Master sent someone to deliver the heart-nourishing grass, bright yellow Ganoderma, gilded fruit, heavenly bloodvine, and forget-worry grass that Xiao Chen needed. When Xiao Chen saw these 5 spirit herbs, he heaved a sigh of relief. The firmament body tempering art could finally reach consummation. He had waited for this day for far too long. The last 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art corresponded to the 5 internal organs of the human body. There was no order. After cultivating it, the 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, would be extremely resilient. Take the heart for example. As long as it was not instantly shattered, even if it was pierced, one would not die immediately. The only unfortunate thing was that this body tempering art, which originally increased vital qi, could not increase the strength of the last 5 layers at all. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and the Neptune headscarf on his forehead immediately gave off a cooling cold qi. The many messy thoughts in Xiao Chen's mind were swept away like fallen leaves. Now, he was completely immersed in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The Neptune headscarf was indeed wondrous. Its calming effect was already worthy of being called a rare treasure. Xiao Chen swallowed the heart-nourishing grass. After the medicinal energy took effect, he started to use the firmament body tempering art's energy to temper his heart. Now that his body had already reached rank 3 sage body, he had already surpassed the basic requirements for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. There were no obstructions to this tempering. The process went very smoothly. Bang! 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 As the medicinal energy permeated his heart and Xiao Chen tempered it, his heartbeat slowed down. However, it grew stronger. With every heartbeat, a dull sound echoed in the room. The interval between heartbeats grew longer. In the end, his heart did not beat for a long time. However, the energy generated when it suddenly beat was like thunder, displaying a berserk life force. It was like an ancient holy beast with a boundless life force. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and his heart returned to normal. With a flip of his hand, a short sword appeared. Then, Xiao Chen tore off his clothes and aimed the tip of the sword at his heart. After thinking for a while, he stabbed it in. Blood flowed out as the tip of the sword stabbed his heart. However, it did not pierce through. The strong toughness of the heart slowly resisted the sword. Success! Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He let his heart relax, and the tip of the sword successfully pierced through. Immediately, intense pain spread to his brain. However, when Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and pulled out the sword, the crack in his heart quickly healed. The crack in Xiao Chen's heart immediately closed up at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, it returned to normal. There was no need to circulate qi at all. Chapter 895. By the time the wound on his chest healed, Xiao Chen no longer felt any pain. If not for the blood on the short sword, he might have suspected that the earlier scene had not happened at all. Good. The refinement of the heart is a success. Xiao Chen put away the short sword, and his expression returned to normal. He stopped thinking and consumed the heavenly blood vine to nourish his stomach. By the time the sky turned bright, Xiao Chen had consumed all the 5 organs divine herbs, and the firmament body-tempering art reached consummation. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiao Chen went to the drill ground halfway up the mountain. When he breathed in the morning air, he could clearly feel the changes in his internal organs. Xiao Chen casually swept his gaze across the drill ground, and his heart skipped a beat. He stared at an empty spot for a moment before calmly shifting his gaze away. Then, Xiao Chen moved his feet and practiced the myriad heaven divine fist with a calm expression. There were still 3 more moves. It was time to make use of this opportunity to complete them. In the following days, Xiao Chen's life followed a pattern. At night, he used the peak spirit vein to cultivate. During the day, he practiced the fist technique at the drill ground, comprehending the final 3 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist: eternal myth, dusk of deities, and burial of deities. Xiao Chen had his own understanding of the myriad heaven divine fist. He had already carved out his own path. Naturally, he had to adapt the last 3 moves to suit himself. Given Xiao Chen's current experience, he could tell that all the techniques in the world differed from person to person. If one only followed what the predecessors did and did not adapt it to suit oneself, one would never be able to surpass them. White-robed King Xiao Chen, the merfolk races Yao Yan and Ji Shizhan seek an audience. On this particular day, as Xiao Chen practiced the fist technique, he heard someone at the foot of the mountain requesting an audience. Xiao Chen could not help sweating. He had not even decided on the king title yet. How did the title of white-robed king spread everywhere? Unexpectedly, even the merfolk race's princess in the distant chaotic demonic sea knew about it. With a wry smile, Xiao Chen retracted his fist. He glanced at a certain place, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and leaped toward the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Princess Yao Yan, who had sky-blue hair and was dressed in leather, and Mu Lei, whom she had met once, were waiting nervously. When they saw Xiao Chen's figure, both of their faces revealed a hint of joy, especially Princess Yao Yan, who was looking forward to it. "Greetings, white-robed king." The 2 of them stepped forward and immediately cupped their fists. Xiao Chen said rather helplessly, "You too, there's no need to be so polite. My king title hasn't been decided yet." Mu Lei said politely, "Brother Xiao Chen is being too humble. Right now, who in the Kunlun realm does not know that you defeated the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors and easily seized 2 resource stars without spilling blood? The title of the white-robed king has already spread far and wide." There were some things that one could not refute. The title of white-robed king was probably set in stone. Who knew who was the one who spread it? The chaotic demonic sea and the Haotian province are very far apart. The 2 of you are not here to chat idly with this Xiao, right? Xiao Chen did not bother with the pleasantries, directly asking about the 2's purpose. Princess Yao Yan hesitated for a while before asking, "Young Master Xiao, do you remember what this little girl said in the Sage Mark Monument?" Xiao Chen was about to answer when he raised his eyebrows. Then, he quickly put on the repaired heavenly sea cloak and said, "Please wait for a while. I have to deal with some trifling matters." "Young Master Xiao, do you need help?" "There's no need. It's just a small bug hiding its head and showing its tail. I'll be right back." An indistinct figure moved through the air at the foot of the mountain. It moved very fast like it was flying. Furthermore, this figure hid in the air, not stirring up any wind or startling anyone. As it stepped on the soft fallen leaves, it was as light as the wind. After making a few rounds, the figure left the Haotian city. Then, it stopped at a patch of grass 50 kilometers outside the city and revealed itself. There was a red mark on the figure's forehead, looking very startling. This was an Azura race cultivator. There were a few rocks in front of the figure. Lan Xiaobai, Yu, and that black-clad Azura race cultivator were all there. The nearly flawless Lan Xiaobai held a book as he sat on the rock, reading. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this was not a martial technique secret manual but a collection of information on all the famous outstanding talents of the various races of the Kunlun realm. There were even quite a few names that appeared on the list from the worlds far away from the continent. When the figure arrived, Lan Xiaobai did not raise his head. Instead, he continued reading the information in the book. "Young master, I have been following your instructions for the past few days. I have been staying within 500 meters of Xiao Chen. His every move did not escape my notice. His every move did not escape my eyes, the figure reported respectfully before the black-clad man. When the black-clad man heard this, he frowned. His expression changed slightly as he reprimanded coldly. 500 meters? When did I tell you to stay within 500 meters of him? The order I gave you was to monitor his every move from a distance, not to spy on his daily life. Unconvinced, the figure said. Young master, you think too highly of this person. In the past 5 days, I managed to find out many of his secrets. However, this fellow did not notice anything at all. A thought occurred to Lan Xiaobai, and he closed the book. He exchanged glances with the black-clad man, both of them in disbelief. However, the eyes of the lively Yu lit up. She smiled and said, Quickly tell me, what secrets does this person have? The figure felt very happy at the encouragement, so he opened his mouth to speak. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not close his mouth. A finger pressed against the back of his head. Whoosh! A bright light flickered, and there was a metallic sound. It was like a treasured saber had been unsheathed in the air, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. When the light scattered, the figure's body was split in half. He died without a complete corpse, unable to speak of the secrets in his heart. Aside from Lan Xiaobai, Yu and the black-clad man's expressions froze. They withdrew their killing chi as they looked at the black-cloaked man in front. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the figure that was spying on him got split in half by a saber light. Unexpectedly, the Azura race experts, who were famous for their concealment, did not notice the arrival of this person. Brother Xiao Chen, you are very skilled. Since you already showed yourself, why are you still wearing a cloak? Lan Xiaobai's expression remained the same as usual. No one could make out his expression. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. He did not care that the other party could see through his cloak and reveal his identity. He removed his hood and smiled coldly. This Xiao is truly honored. I did not expect the esteemed guests of the Azura race to be so interested in me. You looked at the figure that died miserably. Then she looked at Xiao Chen's expressionless face. She clenched her teeth and said angrily, How hateful! Why are you so ruthless? Who is interested in you? Xiao Chen stepped forward, and a white sword appeared in his hand. The light faded, and his figure suddenly vanished. This was the instant kill technique that the Azura race was famous for. Dang! Xiao Chen used 2 fingers as a saber. Without moving his feet, he gently tapped the right side. When his finger came in contact with the sword, it gave off a melodious sound. Wang, wang, wang. Sharp saber intent and sword intent clashed intensely. In the instant they came into contact, the surrounding air trembled at least 1,000 times. Strong winds blew everywhere, and the grass on the ground was uprooted. When Xiao Chen saw the angry expression on this girl's face, he found it strange. It was just a spy who died. Lan Xiaobai and that black-clad man probably would not even bat an eyelid, not caring about it at all. With one glance, it was clear that this girl was not someone in charge. Yet, she was so angry. This was very confusing. However, no matter how strange it was, it had nothing to do with Xiao Chen. He did not feel any guilt at all. This person tried to pry into his secrets. Originally, he could have killed him long ago. Xiao Chen just wanted to see who his master was, so he let him live for a few more days. When Xiao Chen attacked, she did not show any mercy at all. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was constantly using the instant kill technique, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This girl's instant kill technique could only be described with one word. Fast. Extremely fast. How fast was it? It was so fast that Xiao Chen no longer dared to move rashly. If he moved, he would immediately be struck by this instant kill technique. Lan Xiaobai and the black-clad man did not say a word, using their gazes to communicate. Xiaobai, what do you think? Yu's instant kill technique ranks in the top 10 in the race. There is nothing to see. You still cannot figure out his limits. However, Yu's temper really needs to be changed. Haha. She must be spoiled. Isn't it you? Regardless of how these two conversed, Xiao Chen felt somewhat impatient. With a thought, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A cold wind blew, snowflakes drifted down, and saber lights flashed. In an instant, the flickering figure of Yu was forced out. Her speed was also affected. The graceful figure in front flickered in the snowflakes. The trajectory of her movements was dazzling. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and gently pinched a snowflake. Then, he tossed it forward. The snowflake was like a saber, tearing through the girl's afterimages and chasing after the real body. The snowflakes in the sky slowly gathered towards this snowflake. You did everything she could, making hundreds or even thousands of moves that looked real, trying to shake off this snowflake that contained boundless killing intent. However, it was to no avail. In the end, the snowflake that filled the sky gathered, forming a crystalline flower that gave off a cold light. The petals bloomed, and the thorns on the branch looked very lifelike. You tripped and fell to the ground. The end of the branch of the ice flower slowly drifted over and landed on her forehead. It looked like a flower had bloomed on her forehead. However, the bone-chilling saber chi came from the end of the branch and pierced through her forehead. The saber chi flowed all over her body, brushing past all her vitals. This made her face turn red, but she did not dare to move rashly. "Bastard! Take this flower away from me." Little Fish wriggled his body and said uncomfortably. When Lan Xiaobai saw Xiao Chen's move, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "What an excellent snow saber technique. In this world, including the seniors and experts, there are probably no more than 10 who can surpass your understanding of winter." Xiao Chen was surprised. This Lan Xiaobai was able to tell that this was the winter saber, and not the ordinary state of ice at first glance. His eyes were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 896. However, if that is all you think you can fight against Di Wuk, you are being too naive, Lan Xiaobai said unhurriedly. The black-clad man beside Lan Xiaobai added, Di Wuk's cultivation has already reached superior grade martial sage long ago. He can already materialize the divine kingdom on his own. That instant beginning sword is practically unstoppable among the younger generation. It is much more powerful than yours. Flawless Four Seasons did not just have the winter saber. If Xiao Chen could complete spring, summer, and autumn as well, it might not be any weaker than Di Wuk's instant beginning sword. Xiao Chen did not refute or argue. He just waited quietly for the other party to continue. Lan Xiaobai's voice sounded somewhat bewitching as he said, "Xiao Chen, how long are you going to run? As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, you possess supreme luck. Now that your fame has spread far and wide, your life is destined to not be peaceful. Even if you do not seek trouble, trouble will seek you out on its own. In that case, why go with the flow, taking one step at a time? Di Wuk dares to take the initiative to gather luck and become the main character. Why do you not dare to take the initiative to face him? Work together with me. I will help you hold a heroes' convention. Since Di Wuk erected a heroes' monument, we will establish a Xinglong scheme and compete to see who is the main character of this era, who is the true hero." Xinglong scheme? So, this is what Lan Xiaobai is thinking. He is interested in the reputation of the Qing Emperor. No wonder when Lan Xiaobai said he wanted to hold a Blue Dragon convention, Xiao Chen thought he heard wrong. "Xiao Chen, what do you think? Let's write a Xinglong scheme together to gather luck and become the absolute main character of this era. We will replicate the legend of the Qing Emperor. You and I will be praised for 10,000 years." Lan Xiaobai appeared very confident. He was not afraid that Xiao Chen would not agree. Xiao Chen was not strong enough to face Di Wuk's pressure, so he needed to seek outside help. As long as he agreed, then his plan would immediately be perfect, and there would be no mistakes. Even now, the name of Qing Emperor still had a great appeal. Imperceptibly, it suppressed Di Wuk. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You're wrong about one thing. I've never been afraid of Di Wuk, and I've never thought of relying on others to suppress Di Wuk. Your plans have nothing to do with me." Lan Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect Xiao Chen to be so decisive and had never thought of cooperating with him. His expression turning cold, Lan Xiaobai said, "Xiao Chen, you really are arrogant. All right, I won't look for you anymore. However, you'd better stay away from Lady Xue in the future." Xiao Chen's expression turned cold, and killing chi suddenly erupted from his body. His aura underwent an earth-shattering change. His long hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered. His killing intent was like a torrential flood that surged to the heavens, giving rise to waves and tsunamis. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, the killing chi in his heart instantly vanished, and he regained his calm. Lan Xiaobai's and the black-clad man's hearts sank as though they were facing a great enemy. In that instant, the killing chi surged into their hearts. The feeling that Xiao Chen gave them was actually the same as Di Wux's. First senior sister is indebted to you in the starry heaven Silver Lake. This time, I won't make a move against you. The next time we meet, don't let me hear something like that. Otherwise, even if I have to become enemies with all the Azura race's martial emperors, I will take your life. Don't doubt my words. Xiao Chen said coldly and turned around, ignoring the black-clad man. The ice flower on Yu's forehead floated up gently before exploding in front of Xiao Chen. Snowflakes fell, and a cold wind blew. A cold voice penetrated the snowflakes and reached Lan Xiaobai's and the black-clad man's ears. I forgot to say something. The Azura race's comprehension of spatial energy is indeed outstanding among the various races. In the future, don't send any stray dogs or cats to spy on me. I'm not in a good mood all the time. I won't let him live for a few days. Lan Xiaobai and the black-clad man exchanged glances. The scene from earlier still lingered in their minds. Their emotions fluctuated. Xiao Chen's strength seemed to have surpassed their expectations. Yu nimbly leaped up from the ground and stretched her body. Then, she looked at the ground not far away. When the snowflakes fell, they turned into ice flowers that stuck to the ground. Under the refraction of the sunlight, the ice flowers looked very colorful. Unexpectedly, these ice flowers really bloomed. When Yu looked up, she saw that Xiao Chen had long since disappeared. She could not help but wonder, what exactly is this fellow's relationship with elder sister Shui? Why did he get so angry earlier? When Yu felt the strength that Xiao Chen had just burst out with, she immediately guessed that while Xiao Chen seemed ruthless in his fight with her, he had held back. He did not intend to do anything to her. After a while, the black-clad man said, even if we cannot be friends with this person, we absolutely cannot make him an enemy. The expression on Lan Xiaobai's perfect face kept changing. He muttered, let's not care about him for now. Let's go to the Fiend Domain. Right now, a genius girl appeared in the Fiend Domain's spirit fox race. At such a young age, she grasped the heart of a swordsman and condensed a sword's soul. She can fight for it. When Xiao Chen returned to the peak, his expression had already returned to normal. Sorry, I had to deal with some private matters earlier and kept the two of you waiting. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute to Princess Yao Yen. Princess Yao Yen smiled and said, it's fine. Does young Master Xiao still remember what I said in the Sage Mark Monument 2 years ago? My race is facing a calamity of extinction. The matter of 2 years ago was not too long ago. Naturally, Xiao Chen remembered. Back then, for the sake of repaying the other party's kindness to the Qing Emperor, he had helped her obtain the Extreme Thunder Sword. However, the other party had also given him a precious headscarf, which was no less valuable than the Extreme Thunder Sword. Strictly speaking, Xiao Chen had not repaid the favor. What's wrong? The Extreme Thunder Sword did not work? Xiao Chen asked when he thought of a possibility. Princess Yao Yen waved her hand and said, no, it worked. If not for that Extreme Thunder Sword, the entire merfolk race would have moved out of the chaotic demonic sea long ago. Who knows how many of our people would have died? Young Master Xiao, the merfolk race will forever remember the favor from back then, never to forget it for generations to come. Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. He said, Princess Yao Yen is too polite. Just speak your mind. I can see that the two of you are still frowning. You probably ran into some trouble again. I have never liked to be polite. Your Highness's Neptune headscarf is very useful to me. I have always felt ashamed to receive it. If there is anything that Xiao Chen can help with, I will do my best to the best of my abilities. When Princess Yao Yen saw the sincerity in Xiao Chen's eyes, she relaxed. She said, in that case, I'll be straightforward. Although the Extreme Thunder Sword helped my merfolk race resolve our urgent crisis, it did not eliminate the root of the problem. This time, I would like to borrow a fire from young Master Xiao. Borrow a fire? Yes, I would like to borrow young Master Zhao's Purple Thunder True Fire. Flames could be borrowed. As long as the other party's imprint entered one's origin flame and temporarily sealed off one's own spiritual mark, the other party would be able to control it as they pleased. However, the risk of borrowing a fire was extremely high. If the other party did not return it, there were many ways to take the flame for oneself. The importance of the Purple Thunder True Fire to Xiao Chen went without saying. Lending it out was absolutely impossible. Of course, I will take out a few of the clan's treasures and hand them to young Master Xiao for safekeeping. This will reassure young Master Xiao that you will return what you borrowed." With a flip of Princess Yao Yan's hand, 3 items appeared in the air. One was a clear pearl that was as clear as moonlight, one was a black medallion, and one was a headscarf that gave off a green light. The moment these 3 items appeared, Xiao Chen's expression changed. Even though he was ignorant and inexperienced, he had read about these 3 items in several books. The Water God Pearl, the Holy Beast Medallion, and the Thorn Sovereign Headscarf. Any one of them was more valuable than Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder True Fire. With these 3 added together, they were even more valuable. This was enough to show the other party's sincerity. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, please put them away. I still cannot borrow this Purple Thunder True Fire." Princess Yao Yan had a somewhat bitter expression as she looked at Xiao Chen. She said, "Young Master Xiao, do you really not trust this little girl? After you borrow the Purple Thunder True Fire, I will definitely return it to you." Xiao Chen quickly said, "Princess is too serious. Although I cannot lend the Purple Thunder True Fire, this Xiao is willing to accompany the 2 of you." "Really?" The pleasant surprise came too quickly. Princess Yao Yan and Xiao Chen were in disbelief. Now that the name of the white-robed king had spread everywhere, he was a proud son of heaven. This trip would delay the other party's cultivation for a long time. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I will inform the elders of the sect and make some preparations before we depart." "Many thanks, white-robed king." When Xiao Chen heard these 3 words, he could not help feeling a headache. Now, he really wanted to know which fellow spread the name of the white-robed king. After making all the preparations, Xiao Chen followed Princess Yao Yan and set off for the chaotic demonic sea. Along the way, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of the trouble the merfolk race encountered. The merfolk race lived at the bottom of the chaotic demonic sea. They built a dreamlike underwater kingdom and had lived here for several tens of thousands of years. However, the merfolk race, which did not seem to have any natural enemies, had a demonic sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. This was a shadow that accompanied the merfolk race forever. The chaotic demonic sea was called the chaotic demonic sea because there really were demons here. During the ancient era, the ancestors of the merfolk race paid a huge price to defeat the evil demons here. They sealed some of the evil demons that could not be killed, creating a peaceful chaotic demonic sea for their descendants. However, 10,000 years ago, these seals started to loosen, and several clones of the evil demons that were sealed came out. Back then, fortunately, the Qing Emperor made a move. He spent a lot of effort to destroy these evil demon clones, mending the seals. Otherwise, the merfolk race would have been destroyed. Now that 10,000 years had passed, these seals started to loosen again, and several evil demon clones came out. These evil demon clones were not just any creature in the world. Aside from the lightning-attributed yang-attributed flames, they could not do anything to them. Even the merfolk race's Emperor Wu could not do anything to them. When Xiao Chen heard this, he finally understood why the other party wanted to borrow the Purple Thunder True Fire. Among the lightning-attributed yang-attributed flames, the Purple Thunder True Fire was undoubtedly the strongest. It was much stronger than the Extreme Thunder True Fire contained in the Extreme Thunder Sword. Chapter 897. Based on what Yao Yan said, they had invited many capable people this time, all of them possessing all sorts of lightning-attributed flames. Perhaps the matter was not as simple as what Xiao Chen said. "Princess Yao Yan, what exactly is this evil demon? Can you explain it to me in detail? What kind of evil demon was it? To think that even Emperor Wu could not do anything to it, only fearing lightning-attributed flames." This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. After a few rounds of transportation formations, they passed through the primal chaos domain. Just as they were about to reach the yellow soil demonic garden, Xiao Chen casually asked about the evil demon. Princess Yao Yan appeared very fatigued. However, with Xiao Chen accompanying her, she was in a good mood. At the mention of this evil demon, an unnatural expression of fear appeared in her eyes. Princess Yao Yan sighed and answered, "This evil demon has a humanoid appearance as well. However, it does not have a body of flesh and blood. It can consume the flesh and blood of cultivators to strengthen itself. The energy it uses is filled with evil qi. It is different from any race in the Kunlun realm, even different from the Deep Abyss demonic race. Regular martial techniques are practically useless against this evil demon. Many of the Kunlun realm's clansmen could not react at all before this evil demon swallowed them whole. If not for lightning-attributed flames, which can deter this evil demon, it would be hard to imagine what else in the world could suppress it. However, it does not matter this time. Several experts with lightning-attributed flames in the Kunlun realm have accepted the invitation. Furthermore, with young Master Zhao's help, we will definitely be able to settle this once and for all. Xiao Chen looked at the empty immortal spirit ring and felt it was unfortunate. If Ao Jiao were here, given her knowledge, she would definitely be of great help to him. Young Master Xiao, what's wrong? We are about to reach the yellow soil demonic garden. We cannot fly anymore, Princess Yao Yan reminded when she saw that Xiao Chen seemed somewhat distracted. The storm above the yellow soil demonic garden was famous. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and smiled apologetically. Then, he landed on the yellow soil demonic garden with the other two. After passing through the yellow soil demonic garden, the Chaos Devil Sea would pass. However, the yellow soil demonic garden was fraught with danger. There were mutated plant-type demonic beasts everywhere. Among them, there were quite a few plants that had cultivated successfully and even developed spiritual intelligence. Even with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he didn't dare to say that he could do whatever he wanted here. Princess Yao Yan put the Thorn Monarch hoop on her head. Some of the thorns on the Thorn Monarch hoop were deeply embedded in her forehead, and blood was flowing out. Princess Yao Yan, on the other hand, didn't feel much pain. Waves of peaceful energy fused into her mind, filling her body with strength. Yellow earth, gloomy jungle, and strange plants. Xiao Chen followed behind the two, not daring to relax his divine sense for even a moment. Princess Yao Yan took care of quite a few plants and demon beasts along the way. With the Thorn Monarch circlet, she was much stronger than Xiao Chen in the Yellow Soil Devil Garden. The Thorn Monarch circlet was a mysterious treasure passed down from ancient times. It had the ability to control, absorb, and devour plants. There were quite a few plants in the Yellow Soil Devil Garden that hadn't attacked yet. As long as they had any malicious intent, Princess Yao Yan would sense them in advance. The green Thorn Monarch circlet emitted motes of light. As it sat on Princess Yao Yan's head, it gave off an indescribable sense of nobility. When some plants sensed the Thorn Monarch circlet's power, they even took the initiative to open up a path. The Thorn Monarch circlet was truly mystical. Just like that, Princess Yao Yan walked into the depths of the Yellow Soil Devil Garden without any mishaps. Princess Yao Yan stopped in front of an ancient tree. That ancient tree wasn't very tall, and it didn't have many leaves. However, its color was lush and dazzling. When Princess Yao Yan arrived before the tree, she broke off a green leaf from the Thorn Monarch circlet and gently handed it over. A tree branch hung down like a human hand and grabbed the green leaf from the Thorn Monarch circlet. A human face appeared on the tree branch. It placed the green leaf in its mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Not bad. This is indeed a leaf from the Thorn Monarch circlet. According to our agreement, I will send you on your way." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This seemingly ordinary ancient tree was actually a spirit that had cultivated to a high level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 tree branches flew over and wrapped around the waists of Xiao Chen's group. An irresistible force came from the tree branches, and the ancient tree sank into the ground with the 3. The scene changed quickly. It felt like time passed. When the 3 stabilized themselves, there was a vast sea in front of them. The Yellow Soil Devil Garden was already far behind them. In one breath, the 3 had traveled more than half of the Yellow Soil Devil Garden. This ancient tree's strength was truly unfathomable. When Yao Yan saw the sea, she heaved a sigh of relief. She removed the Thorn Monarch circlet from her head, and her previously radiant face immediately turned dim and listless. Her eyes filled with exhaustion and indescribable fatigue. It looked like the exhaustion of the Thorn Monarch circlet was not something Princess Yao Yan could bear. Otherwise, she would not have asked the ancient tree to help her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked somewhat worriedly when he saw the situation. Was the other party in a rush? "I'm fine. I'm fine now that I see the sea. Let's go." The elders and the others must have waited for a long time already. Yao Yan smiled faintly, and her long sky-blue hair fluttered in the sea breeze. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the smell of the sea in the wind. Then, she gently leaped up and landed in the vast sea. The instant her legs touched the water, they immediately turned into a fish's tail. As she swam in the sea, Yao Yan seemed to become a different person. She waved at Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao, let's go." Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he landed beside Yao Yan in the blink of an eye. As he looked at the mermaid beside him, he was somewhat distracted. Swaying her tail, Yao Yan led Xiao Chen down in the water. Her speed was astonishingly fast, simply like a water spirit. Xiao Chen, who had always been known for his speed, actually found it somewhat taxing to keep up. After they sank to a depth of 5 kilometers, there was no longer any sunlight in the sea. It was pitch black. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was affected. He could only see a kilometer around him. Boom! Suddenly, a multicolored light lit up below. When Xiao Chen looked over, he saw a huge, dreamlike castle at the bottom of the sea. A barrier of light surrounded the castle. The scene before Xiao Chen brightened, sweeping away the pitch-black darkness. There were corals swaying at the bottom of the sea, merfolk moving about, and blooming sea trees. The entire scene was gorgeous. Words could not describe the wonder of the seabed. Yao Yan revealed sincere joy on her face. She said, "This is the nation of our merfolk race. There are still some tribes in other places. In the future, when I have time, I will bring the white-robed king around again." Xiao Chen reveled in this beautiful scene, feeling somewhat confused. The merfolk race was famous for their ferocity on land. Unexpectedly, he could not see any of that here. "Young Master Xiao, there is no need to be surprised. Our merfolk race is the most hospitable to our friends. However, against our enemies, even the most beautiful girl will pick up a short sword and fight," Yao Yan said softly. Xiao Chen was not the only one. Any outsider who came to the merfolk nation would have the same question. Xiao Chen was not the only one. Any outsider who came to the merfolk nation would have such doubts. "Your Highness." A group of merfolk warriors swam over and bowed to Yao Yan in an orderly fashion. Xiao Chen had seen this group before. It was Mu Yun, who had been with Yao Yan in the Sage Mark Monument's treasure pavilion. After not seeing Mu Yun for 2 years, Mu Yun's strength had improved significantly. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chen discovered that Mu Yun was already a peak medial grade martial sage. Mu Yun looked at Xiao Chen with joy on his face. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "The white-robed king has come. It is truly an honor." Originally, Mu Yun only wanted to borrow some fire. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen came personally. Naturally, he was pleasantly surprised. When the merfolk warriors heard Mu Yun address Xiao Chen as the white-robed king, they all looked over and sized him up curiously. They could not help whispering to each other, discussing in whispers. Xiao Chen really could not continue being addressed like this. He simply did not like the term white-robed king. He said, "My king title has not been decided yet. I hope that everyone will not mention the title of white-robed king again." Mu Yun smiled and said, "The white-robed king is too humble. Although your king title has not been decided yet, young Master Xiao is definitely worthy of the title of white-robed king." When Yao Yan saw that Xiao Chen's expression was somewhat unnatural, he smiled faintly and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Mu Yun, are the experts of the various factions ready?" When Xiao Chen spoke of proper matters, Mu Yun's expression turned grave. He said, "They have been preparing for a long time already. This time, Princess was able to invite the white-robed king over personally. There will undoubtedly be more opportunities on this trip." Mu Yun led the two through the light barrier, isolating them from the seawater. Then, Yao Yan and Mu Yun naturally reverted to human form and flew in the air. After sending people to arrange a place for Xiao Chen to stay, Mu Yun and Yao Yan quickly took their leave from Xiao Chen. "This is it." A gentle and pretty merfolk race girl led Xiao Chen to a luxurious courtyard. She said softly, "Young Master Xiao, rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will bring young Master to meet with the others. I will be in the side hall. If you have any instructions, you can call me at any time." Everything in the courtyard was fine. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "You may withdraw first. Just come and call me tomorrow morning." "How can I do that?" "Young Master is an honored guest that His Highness personally welcomed. Naturally, I will serve you well and cannot leave on my own." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Since I am an honored guest, naturally, I have the final say. You may withdraw first. There is only one night. Why would I need to take care of me?" After dismissing the maidservant, Xiao Chen prepared to enter his room to cultivate. Suddenly, two people landed outside the door and walked over to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen turned his head to look, he was stunned. Why are these two people here? These two people were none other than the Muddy Sky Gate's young master, Qi Wuxue, and the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei. Seeing Qi Wuxue was already surprising enough for Xiao Chen. Now, seeing Long Fei astonished him. This fellow had been chopped in half by Xiao Chen's saber strike. In less than 2 months, he had actually recovered. White-robed king, how have you been? Do you find it strange to see us? Qi Wuxue walked over with a wide smile. Long Fei held a folding fan in his hand, looking like a pale scholar. When he saw Xiao Chen, he did not show any deep hatred or bitterness. Based on the indistinct state of ruin in Long Fei's eyes, this fellow had managed to comprehend the will of ruin on his own after losing the ruin trident. His strength had probably soared significantly. Don't be so shocked. Since you can come to this place, naturally, we can come as well. You are not the only one with a lightning-attributed flame. We were invited as well. Of course, we are not as honored as you are, needing Princess Yao Yan to personally invite us. Chapter 898. Qi Wuxue walked over casually, not showing any fear at all. Xiao Chen recovered his wits. When he saw that the two did not give off any murderous intent, he said calmly, "Since you are already here, come in and have a seat." The three casually sat at a small table in the courtyard. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of wine and filled it for the two. Qi Wuxue drained the wine in one gulp. Then he frowned and said, "It doesn't taste good. Brother Xiao, it looks like you are not particular about this wine. Brother Long, take out a bottle of your precious monkey wine, then." The monkey wine was a good thing. Xiao Chen had heard of it before. There was a kind of wild monkey that lived in the mountains that were extremely difficult to climb. They did not have any abilities, but they were born with the ability to gather wild fruits and spring water to make wine. The wine it brewed was much more delicious than the wine brewers of the various races. Frequently, experts on the level of Emperor Wu would search for this monkey wine all over the mountains and plains but would end up empty-handed. Long Fei fanned himself and took out a jar of wine. When he removed the lid, a natural wine fragrance immediately spread out, filling the entire courtyard with an intoxicating fragrance. After pouring a cup for the two, Long Fei covered the jar of monkey wine like it was a treasure and quickly put it away in his spatial ring. Qi Wuxue picked up the wine cup and sniffed it for a long time before draining it in one gulp. Then he smacked his lips and said, "You are really stingy. Even after seeing the white-robed king, you only took out 1 cup." Long Fei took a sip and put down the wine cup. "Qi Wuxue, let's get down to business. Xiao Chen is probably getting impatient from waiting." When Qi Wuxue heard that, he withdrew his smile and asked, "Brother Xiao, do you know what trouble the merfolk race is in this time? What do they want us to do?" Xiao Chen replied softly, "Aren't we supposed to kill the evil demon clones and mend the seal? Could there be other secrets?" Qi Wuxue smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Xiao, do you know where the evil demon clones are sealed?" "What place?" "Neptune's palace." The Neptune headscarf on his forehead emitted a chilly feeling, instantly suppressing Xiao Chen's restless heart. No expression could be seen on his delicate face. This news was really unexpected. The place where the demons were sealed was in the Palace of Neptune. What kind of place was the Palace of Neptune? It was Neptune's former palace, filled with countless treasures and riches. How could it be related to demons? Qi Wuxue continued, "This is strange, right? However, speaking of which, this matter is related to you. 10,000 years ago, it was the Qing Emperor who sealed the evil demon in Neptune's palace. Originally, the merfolk race did not intend to announce this secret, but this time, we have no choice but to announce it." "How so? You still don't understand? How do you think the seal was loosened? How could the seal left behind by the Qing Emperor be loosened so easily? It was the greed of the merfolk race. They coveted the treasures in Neptune's palace and moved the seal. In the end they went too far. Now they cannot deal with it with their own strength. The Palace of Neptune itself is an emperor-grade secret treasure. The Qing Emperor purposely merged his seal with the Palace of Neptune, completely dealing with the hidden danger of the evil demon. Haha. Unfortunately, the human heart is too hard to fathom. The seal, which was supposed to be foolproof, ended up being moved by the merfolk race themselves." Qi Wushue's lips curled up as he spoke somewhat mockingly. To think that there was such a secret. Indeed, the matter was not as simple as he thought. Xiao Chen stared at Qi Wushue and asked, "How did you know about this?" Qi Wushue smiled faintly and replied, "How can there be an airtight wall in the world? Now that the various experts who rushed over after hearing the news, which one of them does not know about it? Which one of them is not here for the treasures in Neptune's palace? Who would really care about the life and death of the merfolk race?" Long Fei added, "Brother Xiao Chen, let's not beat around the bush. Brother Qi and I are here for the treasures in Neptune's palace as well. Originally, I did not intend to work with you. However, this time, I really can't hold on much longer." The 7 great sects near the chaotic demonic sea all sent lightning-attributed experts. Some loose cultivator old monsters also came uninvited. Even the great sects of the Panglai Sea were startled. Qi Wushue looked at the calm and collected Xiao Chen and said, "Others might not know, but Brother Long and I do. Brother Xiao, you have the purple thunder true fire. With your strength, you might even be able to hold your own against Grandmaster-level martial sages. If we work together, we will definitely reap a great harvest." Xiao Chen stood up and started pacing around the courtyard. Originally, he had only intended to return a small favor and leave immediately. Unexpectedly, there were so many other things involved. Long Fei and Qi Wushue exchanged glances. Then they stood up and said, "Brother Xiao, are you worried about the grudge between us? Although I, Long Fei, have never flaunted myself as a righteous person, I have always done things in an open and above-board manner. Otherwise, when I saw that you were about to break through and starlight fell, I would not have waited for you to finish breaking through before challenging you to a battle. This time, with the 3 of us working together, Brother Xiao will have priority in choosing all the benefits we obtain and will monopolize 40%. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Long Fei continued, "Brother Xiao, if you agree, I can tell you how to refine the trident in advance to show my sincerity." When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he knew that the two misunderstood, thinking that he was using the opportunity to raise the price. "This matter is very important. I cannot make a decision based on what one person says. Before this Xiao came here, I really did not know anything about the Neptune Palace. I am only here to repay the kindness of an old friend. If this matter is really as the 2 of you say, I have no reason not to work together with the 2 of you to deal with an enemy." Qi Wushue's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Xiao agrees? He, it was not in vain for me to spread your name throughout the world." Xiao Chen frowned and asked, finding it strange, "What name?" "White-robed king. Brother Xiao, you probably do not know. The people of the 5 major races gather in the primal chaos domain. As long as there is any big news, it will immediately spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. For the sake of spreading your name, the white-robed king, I sent 2,000 idle people of my sect to spread your deeds in more than 1,000 cities of various sizes in the primal chaos domain. Haha. Look at it now. The entire world knows about the white-robed king, Xiao Chen." Qi Wushue spoke leisurely, appearing very cocky. He did not notice that Xiao Chen's face had turned dark at some point in time. In the end, it turned out that Qi Wushue was the one who spread the title of the white-robed king. Bang! An explosion rang out, and Qi Wushue fell from the courtyard onto the street. Then, his head smashed heavily against the ground. Long Fei walked out of the courtyard and looked at Qi Wushue, who fell to the ground in a sorry state. He could not help smiling. Strange. Is the white-robed king not a good title? Brother Xiao, why are you suddenly so angry? Qi Wushue stood up and rubbed his head. Feeling confused, he asked Long Fei, "White-robed king. What a simple and elegant title. Long Fei, don't you think so?" Feeling somewhat speechless, Long Fei said, "This fellow serves you right. What is a king title? It is a title that will accompany Xiao Chen for life. How can he casually give it to him? He is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Naturally, he has to inherit the title of the Qing Emperor. What is the title of the Qing Emperor? Blue Dragon King." Qi Wushue muttered to himself. Then he suddenly understood. Indeed, the Blue Dragon King is more tyrannical. However, adding the words white-robed king is not bad either. White-robed Blue Dragon King. Long Fei was utterly speechless. The title of king accompanied a cultivator for life. It concerned honor, dignity, and inheritance. This Qi Wuxue was simply too casual about it, treating it like child's play. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chen held a jade strip in his hand. He closed his eyes and read the information in it. Then, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding. He said, "So, this is how the throne is forged into a weapon. One needs to use mental energy flame to refine it, and then condense it in an instant." Before Long Fei left, to show his sincerity, he taught Xiao Chen the method of forging a weapon for the throne. After Xiao Chen put away the jade strip, he felt somewhat frustrated for some reason. Now that he thought about this matter carefully, he discovered that this originally simple matter actually contained many tricks. "Princess Yao Yan, why did you not explain this to me in advance?" Thinking of the Neptune Palace, Xiao Chen removed the Neptune headscarf from his forehead and took a look. It looked like this Neptune headscarf came from the Neptune Palace. Then, Xiao Chen placed the headscarf to the side and took out a wine cup from the universe ring. Then, he placed it in front of the empty seat opposite him. He believed that someone would give him an explanation. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw several man-made gems in the sky. They flickered with star-like light. If one blinked, they would forget that they were at the bottom of the sea, more than 10 kilometers below the surface. Xiao Chen kept feeling like something was missing. After drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, he raised his hand. A bright and clear moon slowly rose behind him. The gentle moonlight sprinkled down like water, filling the entire courtyard with a faint glow. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile and continued drinking. When the moonlight shone on his white figure, it cast a lonely shadow on the ground. Cup after cup, Xiao Chen drank alone. At some point in time, an exquisite figure appeared on the ground in the cold courtyard. Yao Yan landed across from Xiao Chen. When she saw the prepared wine cup, shock flashed in her eyes. "Young Master Xiao, did you know that Yao Yan would come?" Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and revealed a smile on his delicate face. He said warmly, "Naturally. Xiao Chen, never make a mistake in judging people. Princess Yao Yan, there were some things that were not convenient to say on the way. I was afraid that I would not help you after I said them. However, now that I am here, I believe Princess no longer has any reservations." Yao Yan did not know if it was a misconception, but she felt that Xiao Chen was clearly smiling. However, his eyes were as cold as still water, without any ripples. It seemed like nothing in this world could attract his attention. When Yao Yan heard Xiao Chen's words, she felt somewhat guilty. She finished the wine in her cup and smiled bitterly. "This time, young Master Xiao probably misjudged me. Yao Yan did hide it from you. The tragedy of the merfolk race was caused by me. The merfolk race's race head and the 5 supreme elders personally opened the outermost seal and entered Neptune's palace. However, none of them came out. They all died in there. In the end, the 3 elders guarding outside used their lives as the price to patch up the outermost seal. However, the seal inside was completely broken." Chapter 899. The appearance of the evil demon's main body is just a matter of time. Now, the vast merfolk race no longer has an Emperor Wu. The price of greed was really high. 9 people on the level of Emperor Wu died just like that. Without needing Yao Yan to say anything, Xiao Chen could roughly guess how these Emperor Wu died. They definitely did not listen to advice and relied on their Emperor Wu's cultivation to enter without preparing a lightning-attributed true flame. They thought that by gathering the strength of 8 Emperor Wus, they would be able to do as they pleased in the Palace of Neptune, looting all the treasures in there before leaving calmly. However, Xiao Chen guessed wrong. Yao Yan's next words truly startled Xiao Chen. The appetite of the merfolk race's Emperor Wu was unexpectedly huge. They actually wanted to swallow up the entire Palace of Neptune along with the evil demon clones, turning their race head into the new Neptune. 2 years ago, I held the Extreme Thunder Sword and entered alone. I thought that the Extreme Thunder True Flame in the Extreme Thunder Sword could suppress the evil demon clones for 100 years. Who knew? The evil demon clones that swallowed up Emperor Wu were not completely killed by me at that time. Now they have already revived. The Extreme Thunder True Flame in the Extreme Thunder Sword has already been worn down by these evil demon clones over the past 2 years. If we do not think of a way, the evil demon's main body will definitely break free within half a year. At that time, the entire chaotic demonic sea will suffer a disaster. I would like to ask young Master Xiao to make a move and use the Purple Thunder True Flame to sweep away these evil demon clones. Then, together with the extreme thunder sword, we can completely suppress the evil demon's main body. Xiao Chen listened quietly. As the moonlight shone down, he only drank without saying anything. By the time Yao Yen finished speaking, the wine in the wine bottle had finished. Perhaps it was a coincidence or not. Xiao Chen shook the wine bottle. Indeed, it was empty. Yao Yen had indeed finished speaking. After putting away the wine bottle, Xiao Chen waved his hand. The bright moon in the sky shook gently and turned into beams of gentle light that scattered into the sky. Yao Yen was taken aback. Looking at the disappearing moon, she didn't realize until now that it was Xiao Chen's creation. How could there be a moon at the bottom of the sea? Xiao Chen saw this subtle expression and sighed silently in his heart. He reached out and sucked the Neptune headscarf over from the table and tied it around his forehead again. Yao Yen was a little nervous. He didn't know what Xiao Chen was thinking. If he knew the truth, would he still help him? Strange, Your Highness, are you not done yet? Xiao Chen fastened Neptune's headscarf and looked at Yao Yen, who hadn't left yet. Yao Yen was stunned at first. Then she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Young Master Xiao, you're not leaving?" Xiao Chen revealed a warm smile on his cold face. He said, "When did I say that I was leaving? On the other hand, Your Highness, it is a long night. You have already said what you wanted to say, yet you are still not leaving. Are you not planning to leave tonight?" After understanding Xiao Chen's meaning, Yao Yen could not help but blush. She glanced at Xiao Chen, who seemed to be smiling, and quickly left. White-robed king, Yao Yen will forever remember your kindness. The merfolk race will forever remember it as well. An exquisite voice drifted over from the air. When Xiao Chen heard it, he was slightly entranced. Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a painting appeared in his palm. The painting slowly unfurled, and the Qing Emperor's appearance entered his eyes once more. Xiao Chen said somewhat self-deprecatingly, 10,000 years ago, you thought that you were very smart and merged your seal with Neptune's palace, materializing a perfect seal. However, who could have imagined that the human heart is the hardest to fathom? That perfect seal back then brought a calamity to the merfolk race? If the Qing Emperor had not merged his seal with Neptune's palace back then, such a thing would not have happened, leaving such a terrible mess for Xiao Chen. The cause of 10,000 years ago was the effect of 10,000 years later. It was time to end this karma. Xiao Chen put away the painting and revealed a resolute expression. He did not enter his room to rest. Instead, he rushed to Long Fei and Qi Wushue's residences and asked them about the people who had taken advantage of the chaos to come and how strong they were. After Xiao Chen obtained the information he wanted, he frowned heavily. The situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. Right now, the greatest problem was not the evil demon clones in Neptune's palace. Instead, it was the various experts who came for the treasures in Neptune's palace. Several of them had come uninvited, not having received an invitation at all. Not only would they not be of any help, but they would even add to the chaos. Xiao Chen told Qi Wushue and Long Fei about his plans and intentions, not hiding anything. After the two heard it, they could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. Qi Wushue said, "Brother Xiao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but the mess that the Qing Emperor left 10,000 years ago really has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's the big shots of the merfolk race who brought this upon themselves because of their greed. Why do you have to fall head first into it?" This time, many of the people who came uninvited are old fellows from the primal chaos domain. All of them are old monsters who have lived for 100 or 200 years. Long Fei also felt surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. He advised, "Xiao Chen, you have to think this through. There are many things in Neptune's palace. Back then, the Qing Emperor did not take them away because he did not fancy them. However, to us, they are all supreme treasures. You are kind enough to not let those people in and send themselves to death, increasing the strength of the evil demon clones. However, others might not think that way. They might just think that you want to keep the treasures for yourself." Qi Wushue nodded and said, "That's right. Furthermore, I heard that the Qing Emperor did not touch Neptune's corpse out of respect. The divine rain robes it wore, the Neptune scepter in its hand, the Neptune crown on its head, and the chasing wave boots on its feet are all still there. Which one of them is not something that drives people crazy? Coincidentally, the merfolk race's Emperor Wu is all dead. The few blue-robed emperors are all busy protecting the outermost seal and cannot spare any attention. These fellows will absolutely not let go of this opportunity. Xiao Chen's eyes were as clear as water, and his face was as calm as a lake. Then, he turned around and looked to the front. In the pitch-black night, the man-made astral gems gave off light in the sky, decorating this dreamy castle. This was an extremely serene and beautiful castle. After looking for a long time, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said, "Sometimes, after admitting to some things, one has to bear some responsibility. If I run away today, I will not have any psychological burden if I run into similar things in the future. In that case, why did I admit to my identity in front of everyone in the world back then? Many thanks to the two of you for your kind intentions and information. If there is a fight in Neptune's palace, I will help the two of you once. Goodbye." As Qi Wuxue watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, he said helplessly, "This brother Xiao is still unfathomable. His life is too tiring. There will probably be a good show to watch tomorrow morning." Long Fei opened his folding fan and gently fanned himself. He said in frustration, "Right now, everyone in the world knows that he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. After the King conferral ceremony, he will officially inherit the title of Blue Dragon King. You only see the glorious side but cannot see the hidden pressure of being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. So, you are the ruffian Qi Wuxue, and he is the famous Blue Dragon King. The one who cannot see through is you." Feeling unconvinced, Qi Wuxue said, "Hey, Long Fei, why are you siding with an outsider? Don't forget that he beat you up into a sorry state on Dragonwood Star. Why are you speaking up for him so quickly?" Long Fei closed his folding fan and revealed an arrogant expression on his fair face. He said, "I am not someone who cannot afford to lose. Back then, I dared to fight him fair and square after he broke through. In the future, when I obtain the title of White Bone King, I will naturally fight him fair and square." Qi Wuxue smiled and said, "Fine, fine, fine. This brother will not argue with you now. Hee. In another 10 years, I want to see you become the White Bone Sovereign and get beaten up by Xiao Chen. That would be thrilling and exciting." Bang! Long Fei opened his folding fan and smashed it at Qi Wuxue. Qi Wuxue chuckled and stretched out his hand to block this attack. "A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I'll beat you until you can't get up. What can you do to me? My turbid heaven demonic art has improved significantly recently." As the two bickered, they started fighting. However, they clearly did not use much strength. Otherwise, the roof would have been blown off long ago. Early in the morning, the light barrier above the castle shone with a boundless light, simulating the vigorous glow of dawn and waking up the people sleeping in this dreamy city. Several old men exuding baleful auras had arrived early in the largest plaza of the city. They sat expressionlessly on stone stools. As the sky brightened, the number of cultivators rushing over to the plaza gradually increased. These people were not merfolk. One could easily tell them from the color of their hair. However, all of them were terrifyingly strong. The weakest among them was a medial-grade martial sage. As for the old monsters giving off baleful auras, their cultivations were even higher. They were at least superior-grade martial sages. Among them, there was a 3-fingered old man with white hair who was a peak superior-grade martial sage. This old man was only one step short of having the air of a grandmaster. Then, he would truly become a grandmaster-level martial sage. The people of the primal chaos domain would not be unfamiliar with this old man's identity. This fellow was a rather famous loose cultivator. Of course, he was infamous. He specialized in poison and came from the famous 5 poison sect of the profound domain. Later, he broke the sect's rules and experimented on living people. After that, he betrayed the 5 poison sect. Even now, he was still wanted by the 5 poison sect. However, he was still alive and well. In the primal chaos domain, he was known as the 5 poison devil. Even a regular grandmaster-level martial sage would not be willing to offend him. When the other invited cultivators saw this person, they showed fear in their eyes, not daring to underestimate him. Senior 5 Poison. I heard that girl's tone is very unyielding. Those who are not invited are not allowed to enter the palace of Neptune. While it was still early, someone among the group of old monsters informed the 5 Poison Devil. The 5 Poison Devil sat on a stone stool and smiled coldly. Can she do as she pleases? Right now, the merfolk race only has 2 blue-robed emperors left. They are barely maintaining the seal around the palace of Neptune. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages cannot leave. How dare she say no? However, I heard that the evil demon clones in there are very horrifying. We do not have lightning-attributed flames. If we enter, we will probably run into danger. However, even Emperor Wu died in there. The 5 poison devils' expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Didn't you see that so many people came this time? All of them have lightning-attributed flames. If we mix in, we can protect ourselves. As long as we are not too greedy and come out after finding a few treasures, we will definitely be fine." Chapter 900. How did those martial emperors die? Their appetites were too big. They wanted to refine the entire sea monarch palace. In the end, the evil demon's main body schemed against them, and they were completely wiped out. The 5 poison devils' words shocked everyone to death. This was a piece of information that many people did not know. There is actually such a thing. I was wondering how Emperor Wu could die so easily. It turns out that he was too ambitious. He wanted to refine the entire Neptune Palace. He was very bold. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Even sovereign martial emperors would not dare to say that they could refine it. To think that they dared to refine it. They deserved to die in there. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding loose cultivators who came uninvited all heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the evil demon was not as horrifying as they had imagined. When the old 5 poison ghost saw the expressions of these people, he laughed coldly in his heart. However, his mouth continued, "This old ghost is not someone who would throw away his life for treasures. If I am not confident, I will not mess around. You can go ahead and mess around with Mr. Chin and I." The Mr. Chin that the 5 poison devil mentioned was a middle-aged man in hempen robes. However, after he arrived, he had closed his eyes and rested. He did not give off a ferocious, baleful aura, so the surrounding people ignored him. Hearing the 5 poison devil mention this, the group quickly looked over. Only then did they discover that this gray-robed old man's cultivation was not much lower than the 5 poison devils. Mr. Chin? Could it be that Mr. Chin from the Medicine God Valley's Fire Dragon God? Someone said uncertainly when he thought of something. The 5 poison devil nodded and said, "That's right. Mr. Chin holds a high position in the Medicine God Valley. He is one of the 3 Grand Master alchemists there. With Mr. Chin and me here, no matter how stubborn that girl is, she will have to obediently let us in." Not far away, Qi Wuxue and Long Fei saw this scene, and their expressions turned unsightly. Long Fei said, "This 5 poison devil's poison technique kills people invisibly. Several Grandmaster-level martial sages are not willing to fight with him. That Mr. Chin is not a good person, either. This fellow grasps 9 different attributed flames and created the 9 dragons' art from them. He is not just an alchemist." As Qi Wuxue looked at Mr. Chin, who had not said anything since the start, his eyes filled with fear. "The people from the Penglai Sea are here." At this moment, an exclamation rang out in the public square. Everyone could not help but look over. The Penglai Sea was a faraway place. Very few people in the outside world knew how to enter it. The people inside also cultivated the legendary immortal techniques. They rarely moved about outside, giving off a mysterious feeling. 2 young men wearing magic robes descended from the sky with arrogant expressions. As he looked at the people around him, the disdain in his eyes was revealed without any hesitation. These 2 fellows seemed to have come uninvited as well. Well, I don't know if Xiao Chen will change his mind after he comes. None of these people are easy to mess with. "Xiao Chen is here," Long Fei suddenly said. Qi Wuxue looked around but could not see that white figure. He asked anxiously, "Where? Where? Why do I not see him?" Long Fei pointed in a direction, and Qi Wuxue quickly looked over. There was a person wearing a black cloak sitting cross-legged on a stone stool, silently sitting cross-legged on it. That person's face was hidden under the shadow of the hood, preventing others from seeing him clearly. Qi Wuxue sized him up a few times before he confirmed it. He said, "Your eyes are really sharp. I did not even notice when he arrived." This stumped Long Fei. He did not know when Xiao Chen arrived, either. Earlier, he had casually glanced at him. At first, he nearly passed by. When Long Fei turned his head back and took a closer look, he could vaguely sense that it was Xiao Chen. "I'm not sure. Perhaps he just arrived, or perhaps he arrived long ago. However, it does not matter. What we can see he can see as well. No matter how we think about it, it is not clear. This fellow always surprises us. Long Fei toyed with the folding fan in his hand. Qi Wuxue withdrew his gaze and revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he said with certainty, I do not believe that there would be such a foolish person in this world. He would do something that is clearly against his own interests just for the sake of being a descendant of the Qing emperor. As they chatted, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Qi Wushue's and Long Fei's eyes lit up. The main character had arrived. Princess Yao Yan arrived with Mu Yun, the white-robed king, and 4 or 5 merfolk race old men. Princess, the white-robed king does not seem to be here. Mu Yun sent a voice projection somewhat anxiously as he quickly swept his gaze over the crowd. Don't panic. He is here. Just tell him what I mean. Mu Yun calmed himself and stepped forward. Then he said, Thank you everyone, for coming from far away and accepting our invitation. Later, we will distribute the jade pendants to enter Neptune's palace according to the invitation list. The 5 poison devils' eyes blazed with rage as he made a gesture. Someone immediately understood and shouted, The merfolk race is too much. Although we did not receive an invitation, we have the heart to kill the evil demon, just like everyone else. Why are they not giving us the jade pendants? This is too much. They are simply looking down on us. The merfolk race is too much of a bully. They are just hot-blooded, directly ignoring us. Are the merfolk race really so heartless? Damn. Merfolk, don't be too selfish. We came to help out of goodwill. Why are you treating us differently? Give us the jade pendants. If you do not, then no one can enter Neptune's palace. In an instant, a large group of people started shouting at the same time. Their words were extremely intense. Furthermore, these people were loose cultivators with startling baleful auras. Such a situation was truly terrifying. It seemed like they would really make a move at any moment, fighting to the death. Even though Mu Yun expected that these people would not give up, he had not expected this group of old monsters to be so shameless, turning the tables on him. Seeing the baleful auras and ferocious old men spreading out, Mu Yun could not help trembling in fear. He had never seen such a scene before. Yao Yan shook his head and personally stepped forward. Then, he stared at the silent 5 Poison Devil and Mr. Qin. These two were the true leaders. I will have to trouble everyone with the matter of the merfolk race. However, it is not that Yao Yan does not need your help today. It is that you do not have a lightning-attributed flame or a secret treasure containing a lightning-attributed flame. If you go in, only death awaits you. Not only will you not be able to help, but you will also be consumed by the evil demon, increasing its strength. If you can come out with a king-grade secret treasure with a lightning-attributed flame or a lightning-attributed flame of a high grade, Yao Yan will definitely let you in. When facing these old monsters who had lived for 100 or 200 years, Princess Yao Yan explained the situation in a polite and restrained manner. However, how could these old monsters listen? King-grade secret treasures were rare in the first place. A king-grade secret treasure containing a lightning-attributed flame was even harder to find. As for subduing a lightning-attributed flame, that was even more impossible. The strange flames that existed in the world would be taken away the moment they appeared. They were even harder to obtain than secret treasures. If these old monsters had these two things, they would not have caused such a ruckus. Hee hee. Princess Yao Yan, there is no need for you to worry about our lives. Just tell us if you will let us in or not. The 5 Poison Devils' lips moved a few times. Then, a short old man less than 1 meter tall stood on a stone block and questioned Yao Yan without any trace of politeness. Several of the invited cultivators focused their gazes on Yao Yan. They wanted to see how she would deal with this. If she could not even deal with such a small problem, then she would not be able to do so. If she could not deal with such a small problem, then it meant that the rumors were true. The merfolk race was indeed weakened. When they entered Neptune's palace, they would not be able to restrain them. Yao Yan felt very frustrated. This old fellow was too overboard. To think that he directly threatened her. She said with a cold expression, "In that case, I'll tell you directly. If you are not invited, you will not let us in." A strong wind blew, and a baleful aura spread out. The short old man unleashed his aura as a superior-grade martial sage without holding anything back. In an instant, gusts of chilly wind began to blow, and the wind was accompanied by nauseating howls of anguish. How laughable! Merfolk race, Do you really think that others do not know about your current situation? The short old man smiled coldly, and his eyes flickered with killing chi. He looked at Yao Yan and said, "Little girl, don't be ungrateful when I give you face. I gave you face by addressing you as princess. If I don't give you face, who do you think you are? You are just a stinky fish. Today, you will have to let us in even if you don't want to. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make sure that there are a few more dead fish in this plaza. Tonight, we will have barbecued mermaids for dinner." With the 5 poison devils supporting him in secret, this short old man was very arrogant. He also had his own plans in mind. If he helped the 5 poison devil like this, when they entered Neptune's palace, the other party would definitely take care of him. There would be many benefits. "You are too much. Do you really think that there is no one in my merfolk race?" When Mu Yun saw Yao Yan's face turn red with anger, he could no longer endure it. He pushed off the ground and leaped forward. Mu Lei, who was at the side, could not hold him back. Yao Yan could not help but feel anxious. It's over. Mu Yun is not a match for the other party. Now, not only will he injure himself, but the merfolk race will also lose face. This is exactly what the other party wants. Indeed, even the medicine god Valley's Mr. Chin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, could not help but open his eyes when he sensed this scene. A cold smile appeared on his face. Don't hold back. Teach him a ruthless lesson. Otherwise, this group of merfolk will not be able to see the situation clearly. The 5 poison devil's lips moved as he sent a voice projection. When the short old man received the instruction, he revealed a cruel smile on his wrinkled face. The heavenly sage laws in his body surged, and his aura grew stronger. A baleful aura soared into the sky, forming a scarlet cloud in the air. Bang! Mu Yun, who was flying over, received only one palm strike from the old man. After that, he vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The short old man laughed loudly and said, "You are just a nobody, and you dare to jump around as you please. Do you really think that you are someone important?" The expressions of Princess Yao Yan and the others all sank. Several of the invited cultivators shook their heads as well. However, just as the short old man spoke, a melodious saber hum rang out behind him. A powerful saber came out of its scabbard, and a cold wind carrying an unparalleled sharp saber intent attacked. Oh no! An extreme sense of danger welled up in the short old man's heart. He immediately gave up on gathering his aura and pushed off the stone stool, wanting to leave quickly. Chapter 901. However, it was already too late. While the old man was focused on raising his aura and taking down Mu Yun in one move, he had already given Xiao Chen too much time, too many opportunities. The price he paid was his life. A cold light flickered, and a bright saber light looked like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire plaza and dazzling everyone's eyes. When everyone's vision recovered, they saw that the short old man had already been chopped in half. He died without a complete corpse, not even a breath remaining. When everyone saw the black-robed cultivator on the stone stool, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this fellow come from? Could they not tell that the 5 poison devil and the medicine god Valley's Mr. Chin were standing behind the short old man? To think that Xiao Chen directly killed the short old man. Even the merfolk race would not dare to be so ruthless. To think that he showed no mercy, directly killing the short old man. Qi Wuxue goggled in disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, This fellow really made a move. He did not hesitate to offend the 5 poison devil and Mr. Chin, directly killing their representative. Long Fei had guessed that Xiao Chen would make a move. However, he had not expected Xiao Chen to be so ruthless, killing someone the moment he made a move, treating a superior grade martial sage like a cat or dog, killing him on a whim. Yao Yan's face lit up in joy. Indeed, Xiao Chen made a move as agreed. When he said he would not leave, truly helping them to the end. The surroundings fell silent. The many cultivators with lightning-attributed flames that were invited all revealed uncertain expressions. The 2 youths from the Panglai Sea also cast their gazes over, revealing curious expressions. However, the 5 poison devil and Mr. Chin, who had kept his eyes closed, could no longer remain silent. Xiao Chen killed that short old man in one move, suppressing the arrogance of this group of people. Several of the primal chaos domain loose cultivators with surging auras earlier withdrew their baleful auras. These loose cultivators always cherished their lives. Now that they saw danger, they naturally did not dare to make a move. Otherwise, they would end up like this short old man, dying without knowing why. That would be a great loss. The 5 poison devils stood up and stood on the stone block. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? We only want to seek an explanation from the merfolk race. Why do you have to stand out?" Under the hood, Xiao Chen's expression could not be seen clearly. Only his cold voice could be heard. "What explanation? This is the merfolk race's own matter. What right do you have to say such things?" "You!" The old 5 poisons devil could not help but feel stifled. He had already lowered himself, but the other party still did not give him any face, directly looking down on him in front of everyone. The people present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This fellow was really arrogant. Unexpectedly, he dared to speak to the 5 poison devil like that. Even some Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be willing to offend the 5 poison devil. The middle-aged Mr. Qin narrowed his eyes. He found that he could not see through this person. His cultivation was clearly not high, but he was like a deep pool of water, unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not give off any special aura. However, his indistinct demeanor was vaguely stronger than that of several Grandmaster-level martial sages. Naturally, the 5 poison devil noticed this as well. Otherwise, given his temper, he would not have bothered speaking nonsense with Xiao Chen. He would have just gone up and killed Xiao Chen first. The 5 poison devil suppressed the rage in his heart and did not rush to make a move. He said sullenly, "Whether I am qualified or not is not for you to decide. On the other hand, you are a sneaky fellow. You do not even dare to show your face, yet you dare to interfere in this matter. You still do not know who you offended, right?" Xiao Chen casually removed his hood and revealed his true appearance. Discussions immediately rang out. The white-robed King Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, it was him who made a move. No wonder he dared to attack so fearlessly. "I heard that he will be formally conferred king in Bushan Palace soon." The seal on Neptune was left behind by the Qing Emperor back then. Now that there is a problem, it makes sense for him to interfere in this matter. However, he is still too bold. The 5 poison devil and this Mr. Qin are not easy to deal with. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, someone immediately recognized him. The news of Xiao Chen being conferred king had spread like wildfire. He was the most outstanding talent of the younger generation. Xiao Chen had not appeared for 2 years. However, the moment he appeared, his name immediately shook the world. He clearly already had the elegance of the Qing Emperor back then. Xiao Chen looked at the clearly startled 5 poison devil and said indifferently, "5 poison devil, the rumors about you in the primal chaos domain are very miraculous. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages are not willing to exchange moves with you. Let me test you out and see how miraculous you are. Let me see who I offended." The bright moon rose into the sky, and the night sky turned upside down. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen took the initiative to charge at the 5 poison devil. A cold wind blew, and snowflakes drifted down. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the 5 poison devil. The 5 poison devil did not see Xiao Chen's figure. He only saw a saber light turn into a cold wind and charge through the snowflakes, moving as fast as lightning. The 5 poison devil quickly circulated his law energy and stretched out his hand to block this saber light. A strong wind blew like a snowstorm in all directions. The snowflakes were like sabers, boundlessly sharp. The people in the plaza quickly scattered, not wanting to be swept up by the shock waves of this battle. Pain. Bone-piercing pain. The 5 poison devil, who was on the stone block, relied on his deep cultivation to block Xiao Chen's palm strike, not taking even half a step back. However, the energy in Xiao Chen's palm strike was like a saber stabbing into the 5 poison devil, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, and his arms trembled. Was it a palm strike or a saber strike? The 5 poison devil was somewhat confused. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen took a step back and immediately charged over again. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged 100 moves with the 5 poison devil. Snowflakes shattered and shot out with a strong light. That was the bright saber light shining. It looked exceptionally bright when contrasted with the bright moon. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen's right hand had turned completely black. The poison spread like insects, trying to infiltrate his blood. The five-poison devil was in so much pain that he no longer dared to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. He left the stone block and retreated a kilometer. When he saw Xiao Chen's pitch-black palm, he smiled coldly and said, "Does your arm feel like it's being pricked by needles or like venomous insects biting you? So what if you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor and people call you the White-Robed King? Even if you are poisoned by my shadowless poison, you will still be at my mercy." The five-poison devil's arm was in so much pain that it nearly went numb. However, he still laughed loudly, feeling incredibly cocky. Why were Grandmaster-level martial sages not willing to fight with him? It was because his shadowless poison was formless and traceless. There was no way to avoid it. As long as one fought with him, they would definitely be poisoned. Unless one could kill him in one move, even if one managed to do so, they would end up dying together. Xiao Chen looked at his pitch-black right hand, at the black, insect-like poison, and entered deep thought. As for the pain in his arm, he did not even frown. This bit of pain was nothing compared to the lightning tribulations he experienced when tempering his physical body. Boom! Suddenly, his entire right hand exploded. Half of Xiao Chen's arm was mangled, looking very horrifying. Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear to this. He squinted and looked carefully. The moment the black poison appeared in the air after his flesh and skin split open, it immediately vanished. However, in that 1,000th of an instant, Xiao Chen saw it clearly. It was venomous insects as thin as a strand of hair. They were the same color as the air, numbering in the thousands. The flesh and skin on Xiao Chen's right arm quickly grew back bit by bit. Soon, his arm was as good as new, white and smooth, with no trace of the black poison. A peak rank 3 sage body. When the five-poison devil saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had a peak rank 3 sage body. Using such a tyrannical method, he cleansed the shadowless poison completely. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman turned into a flame and burned on his arm. With a casual wave, sizzling sounds rang out in the air. Many of those tiny venomous insects that even Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not detect were burned to death. It looks like the flame of the will is still able to capture these venomous insects. After finding a way to deal with it, electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. Then, he did not hesitate to charge over again. Using his body as a saber, Xiao Chen sent out boundless saber lights flickering in the cold wind and the drifting snowflakes. Every time he came into contact with a five-poison devil, be it his shoulder or his palm, Xiao Chen would envelop them with his will flame. This way, the five-poison devil's shadowless poison became mere decoration. Damn it! The five-poison devil retreated continuously. In the end, there was not a single spot on his body that was not covered. Every part of his body that came into contact with Xiao Chen felt knife-like energy scraping his skin and cutting his flesh. Furthermore, this saber was extremely sharp. With just a slight movement, it opened a long wound. On the surface, the five-poison devil and Xiao Chen seemed to be evenly matched. However, wounds covered his body, and the intense pain was unbearable. "Mr. Qin, why are you still watching the show?" After being knocked back by Xiao Chen's blade-like palm strike, the five-poison devil finally could not help asking Mr. Qin for help. Mr. Qin frowned. He could not tell that the five-poison devil had been forced into such a state. However, just as Mr. Qin wanted to help, two figures floated down from the air and blocked his way. Long Fei opened his folding fan and slowly released the death chi from his body. He said, "Mr. Qin, as a senior, you should not do something so humiliating, right? Bullying the weak is already wrong in the first place. Ganging up on him is even more wrong." Qi Wuxue chuckled and said, "It's hard to say. I can see that the killing chi in Mr. Qin's eyes is about to leap out. Clearly, you are trying to bully the weak, ganging up on him." "These two bastards," Mr. Qin cursed in his heart. These two fellows blocked his way and even echoed each other in insulting him. However, these two were not people to offend. One was the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, and the other was the Muddy Sky Gate's young master. If the two worked together, he would have no problem blocking them. When the five-poison devil saw that Mr. Qin was blocked, he decided to retreat. He spat out a long strand of black smoke, forcing back Xiao Chen. Then he said ferociously, "Xiao Chen, just you wait. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later." However, right after the five-poison devil spoke, he suddenly discovered a snowflake drifting out of the black smoke. This snowflake condensed into the shape of a flower and gently tapped the 5 poison devil's chest with all the energy of the winter saber. The 5 poison devil vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A layer of frost covered his hair, eyebrows, lips, and body. Sensing the terrible state of his body, the 5 poison devil was startled. He no longer had the earlier arrogance, so he turned and fled in a panic. Chapter 902. Where can you flee to under the bright moon? Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the bright moon scattered its light. Then, a saber light streaked across the sky. The night was gone, and the light returned to the plaza. Then, a corpse chopped in half fell from the sky. The 2 halves of the 5 poison devil's corpse fell to the ground from a high altitude, shattering into pieces. Mr. Qin, who was facing off against Long Fei and Qi Wuxue, frowned heavily. This was truly unexpected. The famous 5 poison revenant of the primal chaos domain died just like that. However, his death had a lot to do with Xiao Chen seeing through his shadowless poison. Mr. Qin had cultivated his abilities openly, not unorthodox methods. If this Xiao Chen ran into me, it would not be so easy. However, I can't do anything alone. Even if I can block Xiao Chen, I cannot block the others of the merfolk race. Furthermore, there are still 2 dogs in front. They are not to be trifled with, either. In a short instant, Mr. Qin thought of many things. The conclusion he came to could not help feeling somewhat dispirited. The 5 poison revenant was already dead. It was practically impossible for him to enter the palace of Neptune. Mr. Qin felt too dissatisfied. He had come all the way from the profound domain just to make a trip to the palace of Neptune. Now that he was blocked outside, it was truly frustrating. Mr. Qin looked past Qi Wuxue and Long Fei and stared at Xiao Chen. It is this fellow. If not for this fellow's sudden appearance, this situation would not have developed. Just focus on being the white-robed king. Why bother with this matter? Xiao Chen, you spoiled my plans today. This old man will remember you. From now on, the Medicine God Valley will be at odds with you. Just wait for the Medicine God Valley to hunt you down. Knowing that he could no longer enter the palace of Neptune, Mr. Qin left these words and turned to leave. Whoosh! However, the moment Mr. Qin moved, Xiao Chen blocked his way. Mr. Qin's figure turned illusory, and 9 beams of fiery light spun above his head. Heat waves surged out. However, that figure blocked his way. No matter how Mr. Qin moved, he could not shake him off. What do you want? Mr. Qin said angrily. Indeed, what was Xiao Chen trying to do? Not only did Mr. Qin not understand, but many of the invited cultivators could not either. Mr. Qin had already been forced to leave, so why was he still blocking his way? Could it be that? Did he want to kill even Mr. Qin? Thinking of this, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. This was a bit too ruthless. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Flawless 4 seasons. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen directly executed flawless 4 seasons. The 4 seasons circled around him, growing endlessly. A boundless saber intent chopped down as he tilted his body. I use my body as a saber, my thoughts as a saber, and the 4 seasons as a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. When this chop landed, it displayed the essence of the flawless saber Dao. Mr. Qin merged the 9 types of flames above his head into one and pushed out with both palms. Each flame contained a vast amount of energy. He had refined them for many years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were his life flames. Just one strand of flame could split mountains. When the 9 types of flames merged, its might increased exponentially. One could even vaguely see a trace of spirituality in it. The 2's killing moves clashed in the air within a breath's time. Flames surged, and a rain of fire immediately fell on the plaza. Every drop of fire that fell blasted a huge pit in the plaza. The vast plaza was blasted into smithereens, completely reduced to rubble. The smell of hot flames lingered in the air. The cultivators who had already retreated far away looked up and saw Mr. Qin retreating miserably from the flames. Mr. Qin showed extremely horrified expressions. In the clash, Mr. Qin actually lost. Pa! Before Mr. Qin could react, a figure leaped out of the flames. In the time it took for a spark to fly, this figure arrived before Mr. Qin and slapped his face. 5 bloody marks immediately appeared on Mr. Qin's face. The resounding slap stunned everyone present. As a Grandmaster-level alchemist of the Medicine God Valley, Mr. Chin held a high position. Normally, many people tried to curry favor with him. Several experts sought him out to refine medicinal pills. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages stronger than Mr. Chin did not dare to be impudent when they saw Mr. Chin. They had no choice but to submit to him. This was the benefit of being an alchemist. However, today, Xiao Chen slapped Mr. Chin in front of everyone. A resounding slap. After Mr. Chin went flying, he touched the bloody marks on his face. He appeared somewhat dispirited as he looked at Xiao Chen. You dare to slap me? Xiao Chen found this funny. He glanced at Mr. Chin coldly and said indifferently, "Why can't I slap you? How much stronger do you think you are than the 5-poison devil? This slap is to tell you that not just anyone can spout nonsense before me, saying that they want to kill me the moment they open their mouths. You are not convinced? Even if you are not convinced, you have to endure it. This is not the Medicine God Valley or the Profound Domain. It is not your turn to behave atrociously here. The world is very vast, and there are many capable people. In the future, don't think too highly of yourself when you go out." Mr. Chin found it hard to endure. He could not help wanting to stake his life on the line. Even if he could not defeat Xiao Chen, he would at least skin the other party alive. However, even though Mr. Chin wanted to stake his life on the line, he thought about how difficult it was for him to achieve what he had today. It was not worth it to just leave him here. However, this rage was hard to swallow, hard to endure. Seeing Mr. Chin's conflicted expression, Xiao Chen immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. He could not help feeling even more disdain for Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin did not even have this bit of sharpness. Did he really dare to go to Neptune's palace? Even if he went, he would just be nourishment, increasing the strength of the evil demon clans for nothing. Still not scramming? Do you want me to do it personally? Xiao Chen shouted coldly when he saw the other party hesitating, wanting to leave but not wanting to leave at the same time. He could not be bothered to continue watching. Good. Xiao Chen's shout startled Mr. Chin, startling him into thinking of retreating. He wanted to say a few more words before leaving. However, when Mr. Chin thought about it, he realized that he had been slapped for being too talkative. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row but did not dare to say anything else. After losing all his face, Mr. Chin left in a crestfallen manner without saying a word. Xiao Chen looked around. Without saying anything, the surrounding figures quickly followed Mr. Chin away. After chopping the 5-poison devil in half and sending Mr. Chin away with one slap, how could these uninvited loose cultivators dare to linger around? On the tall platform, the merfolk race old men and Princess Yao Yan all heaved a sigh of relief. Today's matter was all thanks to Xiao Chen. Otherwise, if a group of powerful loose cultivators caused a ruckus, the merfolk race would have suffered heavy losses. More importantly, the merfolk race had lost face. After they entered Neptune's palace, the invited cultivators would not listen to their advice. Qi Wuxue clicked his tongue and said, "That was a good slap. Some of these old fellows really think too highly of themselves. It's fine if they left, but they still had to run their mouths, spouting nonsense in front of so many people." Long Fei nodded as well and said, "This slap brought out the prestige of the Blue Dragon King. A major character should have the bearing of a major character. If everyone said that to Xiao Chen in the future, it would be really vexing." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people far away from the plaza slowly descended. Aside from the uninvited loose cultivators, there were significantly fewer people, only about 11 or 12. There were still people in the air who had not descended yet. They were 2 youths from the Penglai Immortal Island. These 2 were not invited, either. When they saw the earlier scene, they did not intend to leave. "The 2 of you seem to have come uninvited as well. Why are you still not leaving?" The one who spoke was the top true inheritor of the Xianshui sect. His name was Lang Taotian. He was a rather famous outstanding talent in the sea region near the chaotic demonic sea. However, he was far from the continent, so not many people knew about him. "That's right. I did not invite you. What are you doing here? What's so special about the people of the Penglai Sea?" Immortal arts have long since declined. This is the martial epoch. Don't think that just because you comprehended some superficial immortal arts, you are an immortal chasing after the stars and the moon. After seeing Xiao Chen's ruthless methods, The attitude of this group of invited cultivators changed significantly, becoming biased toward the merfolk race. Princess Yao Yen looked at these two youths, waiting for their answer. Everyone in this vast sea region knew about the Penglai Sea. There were all sorts of stories about it. Haha. Everyone, there is no need to be so hostile. The two of us are different from those loose cultivators. We come from the Penglai Sea's One Dao Palace. We came out to experience the world this time and heard about the merfolk race. We came to help sincerely, the azure-robed youth on the right said calmly and unhurriedly. Do you have a lightning-attributed flame? Yao Yen asked directly. If there was a lightning-attributed flame, it was not impossible to let them in. No matter what their goal was, as long as they had a lightning-attributed flame, they could kill some evil demon clones in Neptune's palace and help share the pressure. The lips of the youth on the left curled up in a proud expression. He said indifferently, "Naturally there is. However, don't be scared silly when you see my lightning-attributed flame." Boom! This person opened his palm, and a clump of purple lightning-attributed flame burned fiercely. A fist-sized origin flame flickered with crackling electricity within it. The king of lightning-attributed flames, the purple thunder true fire. Good. He condensed a sizable origin flame. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be able to withstand the full power of this purple thunder true fire. These two came prepared. We really underestimated them. When the azure-robed youth on the right saw the expressions of the group, he felt slightly pleased. He looked at Yao Yen and said, "Your Highness, what do you think of my junior brother's purple thunder true fire? With this purple thunder true fire, we can sweep away all the evil demon clones. However, it is not that simple to get our help. We need the merfolk race's treasure, the